system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields, come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey, it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet.
Hello, folks. Another day in front of us. The last day, in fact, of ESL One Raleigh, and we're here on the Ember stream as the Newcomer stream. So if you're returning to Dota, if you're new to Dota, we're going to be trying to break things down to the basics, the mechanical elements, the esports side of things, everything to do with Dota and this tournament. We'll try and make it a little more accessible for you all. I'm Gareth, joined by Waga. We had a long night last night, series and games going the distance. Now, fresh and ready for a best of 3 and then a best of 5, lower bracket first up, and then grand final up after that. Excited to be here.
Plenty of games, possibly. We could have as many as 8 games coming up, and if they go the distance the way we had yesterday, Gareth, we had a 74-minute game. We might be here for a while, but we'll see. You never really know what's in store. When you have these teams playing up against each other in the finals, you know that they've done a prep work, sat with their coaches, talked about what they're going to do. The approach into these series is going to be so important for them. What strategies will we see? Because that was a big story yesterday. We had that series that we ended on, the Bet Boom game with Paravision, where game 1 was really slow. Game 2, even slower. And game 3, a shift up. Paravision just said, okay, we're not going to have this, and played completely differently, which took BetBoom by surprise.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the definition of metagaming in Dota, right? Or in esports in general, is that next level of gameplay, not in the game itself, but that understanding of the draft, the tempo, the pace, the mood, and the vibe of what's going on. And Paravision kind of flipped the script on BetBoom and said, hey, these long games, they're not doing it for us. We're going to play a bit faster. And that was something that BetBoom couldn't really react to fast enough in game 3 of a best of 3. So it was a real cool move by Paravision to change things on the fly like that, right? It's that adaptation.
Yeah, I do believe it's important, though, because you can't really play slow Dota when you're going up against, here in the lower bracket finals, which we're heading into, Tundra. They dropped down against Team Spirit, and Tundra are known for being one of the more aggressive, most aggressive even, teams of this tournament. They generally play with a lot of intent to win laning stage and punish you from that. They did get bested in the upper bracket by Team Spirit, who showed resilience and great understanding of the game, to an impressive degree. They took fights that looked very hard, but still managed to best Tundra. But Paravision going up against Tundra here, it's good that they're coming in, having increased their speed a little bit against BetBoom.
Yeah, and it's nice you kind of tell that story of Tundra, and then we also already saw the story of Team Spirit, who beat them in that upper bracket and are waiting in the grand finals, right? Tundra playing this faster, oppressive kind of gameplay where they are non-stop, in your face, growling at you, playing aggressively. And Team Spirit very much the kind of guys who are just, chill, relax, weather the storm, basically, get to a moment where we feel strongest, and then they strike in, 1 or 2 moments in a game that really dictates the outcome from just a couple of moves. So very, very different styles of play, different, understandings of the strengths that each of these teams have within the players, within the draft and the coaching staff. It all adds up.
Yeah, and of course, this is describing the teams a bit, but I think still, if you're a newer player and you're watching these games and trying to say, should I play, very greedy, or what should we go for? I think the biggest advice I could give to someone who's new to Dota, if you want to figure out a good way to play, is try to play something that you believe to be pretty strong in the early game, that's strong in the laning stage. You can watch these teams here and what they're playing. Some of the heroes are extremely good, whether it's in pubs or in pro games. The harassive nature of PA in lane, for instance. She's a fantastic carry if you're new to the game even. Bit squishy, sure, but she still is capable of getting farm in any lane and generally can destroy some enemies as well very easily.
Yeah, like even just from, forget about gaming, forget about esports, Dota, just from a general human point of view, right? Playing something that's, easy to execute. I made the analogy, I don't know if it's a great one, but your first touch of a football shouldn't be a bicycle kick, right? You shouldn't be trying to go for these fancy acrobatic gymnastic moves. You should just, try and sidestep, pass the ball around, do something simple, and then build from there. And that's, in Dota, kind of laning stage, building up, playing something strong early, because you need, Team Spirit, the example from earlier on, you need a lot of understanding, a real depth of knowledge and gameplay to be able to stand against the waves of aggression that a lot of these teams are bringing. It really is a very hard skill to master.
And it's a big chance that we'll see that in this game. We might see really, really high pace Dota coming in. It's going to be curious to see which one comes in taking over the early game more, if it's going to be Paravision or Tundra. Either way, there's definitely a lot of, little tricks that they're going to employ and try to exploit to get an edge over each other in the early game. And I think one of the big things that you need to consider, Dota, you're not always going to win lanes. And if you're playing safe lane or off lane for that matter, and you're feeling like this lane is not going well at all, it's going straight to shit, like this is not it, then you should probably consider just pulling creeps, right? Just either pull the big camp that's next to you if you're the off lane, or if you're playing safe lane, then pulling the small camp and getting your creeps to go under your tower. It makes it easier to farm than just going too close to the enemy.
Or if you're an offlaner nowadays, just go jungle, apparently.
Yeah.
Depending on what hero you've got,
hero
Sand
stuff, yeah.
King, Beastmaster, whatever it is, just kind of go jungle, and it's looked pretty good. But yeah, thinking about where we are right now, I always like to do an overview of these tournaments. This is ESL One Raleigh. We are in the ESL Pro Tour, so we're at a big LAN event, one of these main events, but within the framework of basically a league system heading towards a grand final event, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. So each one of these events has qualifiers to get to, and then the events act as qualifiers themselves, giving prize money, first and foremost, but also points to try and get to the World Cup at the end of the season. So we've had a couple of tournaments already. We've got this, ESL One Raleigh, and then we've got an online kind of studio tournament, Dream League, after it, and then the Esports World Cup comes in. We've already got a bunch of teams qualified for that, but these teams are still fighting for these EPT points to really secure themselves that positioning for, massive prize money later on in the year. And in this tournament in particular, we've had group stage, we've had the playoffs, teams playing against each other a whole bunch over the past week, and we're down to, the last 3 teams now. Tundra Paravision in this lower bracket final. The loser is out. The winner goes against Team Spirit. A best of 3 in this series now, and then a best of 5 in that grand final later.
Yeah, and of course they're competing for a lot, not just a chance to qualify further, but the first place is going to be at $250,000 and 130,000, 100,000 respectively for the second and third place. So a good amount of change here for all of them, no matter what placement they take. But the teams are going to have to try and pull out whatever they have left in the tank, because this deep in the tournament, they have already shown a lot of their cards, and the teams are adapting a lot to each other. So this is where you really get tested. Can you still stay creative? You and I have talked about how Paravision, they have 9 class on their team, a support player who likes to do a lot of new things, weird things that perhaps you're not used to. And that kind of stuff can be an edge this deep into a tournament.
Yeah, because we spoke about the metagame earlier on, right? And, metagame, it's kind of a term that in esports has developed its own meaning. It's a secondary level of outside of the actual mechanical game where you're pressing keyboard buttons. We've got the drafting, we've got the coaching, we've got the practice, and the kind of understanding of enemy teams, the strategies, and everything around Dota. And that's where we get into these, kind of quirky picks from 9 class you mentioned on Paravision. He goes out of the metagame, takes heroes which he thinks are strong individually, and he is one of the very few players to play it. And on the flip side of that coin, we have the popular heroes, right? The heroes that are picked by everybody, that are being banned all the time. In particular, Nature's Prophet, who has been contested in drafts 100% of the times and banned 92% of the time.
Not a single game where that hero was forgotten by the teams, for a good reason. He is just absolutely busted, and that will be the case. Dota has very shifting metas. You will see heroes get banned or nerfed after this tournament. Most likely, we probably will have some balance patch to nerf some of the strongest heroes, because it's kind of necessary. For Dota, it always changes as a game, so you're gonna have to stay a little bit updated on what happened to your favorite heroes when you play the game. But there's a really good feature in the game, actually. If you load into Dota, you go to the Heroes tab, you can just click on the hero, go to the Changes part, and you can see a specific changes for that hero and see what's happened to them. If you haven't played for a while, or if you're coming back, this is an absolutely amazing way to keep track of your hero and what they're like now.
Yeah, there's a ton of resources, right? In the game, outside of the game. The Wikipedia wiki is super useful as well. Reddit's got a bunch of links to help you out there as well. And of course, that's what we're here for as well today. Ask yourself, or ask us questions that you're not sure about yourself. Get into chat, make sure you drop questions, not necessarily specific to the game we're casting. If you have a question about your pubs or getting into Dota or anything like that, I'm sure Waga has got the answers for you.
If you have a specific hero that's been bothering you or anything, you're like, what do I do against this guy? Or you're wondering if an item can be good on some hero. I mean, any question. There's any Dota-related question, feel free to shoot, and we will do our best to accommodate answers. But as we're, getting ready to get into the game here, the teams have gotten into the draft, and we're going to see the picks and bans coming up for these players. See what they get rid of. Of course, every competitive game starts out with these players getting rid of some heroes. A little bit different from your pubs, where you have your bans being done sort of automatic. You can pick it before you get into the game, and it will automatically ban some of those heroes.
Yeah, more mages in NA, please. Crowd's getting wild. I love their Dota. So far, the bans here, we see that Nature's Prophet first up on the Tundra side, that hero we were talking about, who is very likely just going to be removed every single game. And then the Slark, one of 9 classes specialty heroes, the Vision Giver, along with the Ancient Apparition Enigma, and Paravision ban Bristleback and Darkseer. And that's focusing towards 33, Tundra's offlane player, who is, has been touted as the best offlaner in the world, so often gets a lot of focus on his hero pool in particular.
Yeah. Wraith King has been doing really well because he also can withstand some of the bursts. These teams play in a very number advantage type of way, where they want to get rid of one enemy hero and then play numbers advantage. But since Wraith King has that second life from his ulti, he can be a great hero to send in first. Has worked really, really well for Paravision.
There's quite often, like, we spoke about how quickly Dota can be played, right? And the ability for people to blow up a target instantly with some kind of jump hero. You jump, stun, and then blow them up with nuke damage. Wraith King having 2 lives just undoes that strategy, which has been, that's a strategy every team uses in every game, right? You want this immediate kill threat, and Wraith King says, nah.
Exactly. And 33, he noticed that he got banned a little bit there in the ban phase with the Bristle and the Darkseer ban, and picks up his hero very quickly. The Sand King is most likely to be the offlane hero for Tundra. Last time we saw him play this, he built a Bloodstone and ended up healing himself a lot with this magical AoE damage.
Gotta get your hands warm. If you see the players with stuff in their hands, wondering what they are, the little hand warmers, activate them, because it can be a bit chilly in these big arenas.
Yeah, they're honestly lifesavers when you're at events, big arenas, like you said. You get cold hands, and if you have cold fingers and try and play Dota and you need to click buttons very, very quickly, it feels so awkward, man. It feels like you're playing with, real life ping. It's not great, man. We had a question if Soul Ring is a must-buy on Wraith King. I wouldn't say a must-buy, but it's really nice. Generally, I wouldn't fault someone for buying a Soul Ring on Wraith King currently, especially with how you want to spam out those skeletons off cooldown pretty much. So it's a good item right now.
Yeah, and then if you're against specific matchups, like an anti-mage or invoker, any kind of mana burning on the enemy team, then Soul Ring value goes through the roof.
Yeah, then you can hold your Soul Ring towards the very end, and after they kill you and you become a little ghost, you can then pop the Soul Ring and Magic Stick, and your ulti will save you, even if you were a ghost first. Goes into ghost form, the ulti can still save you after that.
No Wraith King yet. Just a Tinker and a Sand King. Did we talk about Tinker yet? We saw him so much that, I don't know, I'm losing track.
We only mentioned him briefly, but his global potential to shove creep waves is something we've been covering a lot. How his laning stage has a support. He puts down this march that heals his allies and damages enemies. Very, very oppressive support that ends up kind of cleaning the lanes, you could say, for the teams, making it so that players don't have to go and fix the creep waves all the time, and they can make more moves as 4 while Tinker takes care of the defensive part.
And one of the reasons why that Sand King's so good, because he can jump and find this Tinker who's kind of hiding away in the shadows, being a nuisance. Then we come out with the next round of picks, Tundra with the Templar Assassin, a hero that is very quick at farming, gets to this critical mass point faster than a lot of other heroes, is able to blow people up pretty quickly, and can give vision on the map, which is kind of rare for heroes to have vision-giving capabilities.
Yes, yeah. We always speak about how in competitive Dota, being able to see your opponents, you make informed decisions, and TA has not only the ability to see enemies when they walk over traps, but when you spam these traps a little bit of everywhere, she's gonna also have the information of where the enemy aren't. If they are not on any of those traps, it means they might be in a different area altogether, and you can make great decisions. Paravision though, they get Beastmaster, you can do similar things with a boar walking around, can be a great scouting tool.
And similar to what we talked about, the Sand King, another kind of point and click stun, another way to start the team fight, which is super important. So you'll have the vision. So Tundra right now has vision with a TA with traps. Sand King can then use those traps with the vision to jump onto targets, try and blow them up. And Beastmaster, a similar story, will be going with his ultimate, the Roar, to just point and click stun, especially a hero like the TA, and then follow through with a few more spells from people like Jakiro, who has a stun and a lot of magical damage in an area which can be utilized pretty nicely with disables.
Both team straps look very sensible this far. I like the openings coming out. The Tusk now coming in for Tundra is a fantastic hero to pair up with Templar Assassin. He's very good at holding people in place. He's got Ice Shards to block the enemy movement. He's got Snowball, which stuns up the enemy. It can also be used to save teammates. And then he has an ulti that also stuns the enemy by knocking them in the air. So technically he has 3 abilities that all hold the enemy in place. And then his third skill is also slowing them every time that you auto-attack them. So he is very, very good at allowing this high damage from TA to take place.
So this last pick, that 4th pick there, Medusa comes out, and it's a very strong position to be in for Paravision, because the enemy has picked 4 heroes. You see 4 out of the 5 enemy heroes, and you see that there's nothing really that shuts down or counters the Medusa. So you're able to pick her. She's very tanky, resilient, can farm quickly, and gets to, we talked about TA getting to this critical mass point. Medusa's a similar kind of hero, but is much beefier and frontlining to be able to go and take objectives. And the fact now that you have 2 bans to be able to protect her makes this spot very nice for Paravision.
Yeah, so already banning out the Anti-Mage, of course, the mana burning. Medusa, we've mentioned before, but worth repeating. Her HP is basically irrelevant. Her mana pool is what matters. Her mana is effectively her survivability, as she has a mana shield, blocking 98% of all damage by using mana. So damage will be converted to mana loss, and that's why you ban out heroes that can quickly burn that mana.
And then Wraith King does get banned all the way at the end. So they're looking at this and thinking the Beastmaster is a flexible hero. Could be in the off lane, could be in that mid lane. Not entirely sure where he's headed just yet. And I guess it's potentially a similar story for Tundra, but Tundra more likely just to have this Sand King Tusk lane, TA with the Ringmaster, and then a mid hero last.
Yeah,
with Sniper banned.
Both teams were pretty similar approaches. Surprising to see that they banned the Sniper. Sniper can sometimes be used against Tinker, against Medusa. Even Jakiro is not a frontline support. He sits back a bit. So the only good hero against Sniper on Paravision's team would have been Beastmaster. But they don't want to deal with Sniper themselves.
Is the Sniper like a red flag or anything like that? Like, I don't know, my mind went to Puck for some reason straight away. Like, are they banning it to protect one of their heroes?
Maybe, but it doesn't really make sense to me. I think it's just respect to no one. They don't want to lose laning stage. Because right now, they have good heroes against Sniper. They have Sand King and Tusk. They have TA, who later on can jump as well. And they have a counter pick if Sniper was picked. They could counter pick it on mid lane. So this is a lot of respect over to no one and what he has done on Sniper earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's something they've done before, right? We've looked at their drafts previously, and Paravision have gone for these greedy duos in their mid and safe lane. Medusa and Sniper has been done before. They both kind of feel like they overlap a little bit, but the way that Paravision play it is they get Medusa to this ready point where she goes in and soaks all the attention. Like, Medusa's massive strength is that attention has to go into her because A, she's tanky and you need to break through that mana shield to actually bring her down, and B, she does a lot of AoE damage in an area. So if you have to deal with her, and Sniper is getting away with a lot. He's not being touched. He does a similar thing from long range, lots of damage. And vice versa, if you deal with the Sniper, then Medusa's let free to do whatever she wants.
And they go with a pretty damn safe hero pick here. The Kunkka comes in. More AoE control, more damage mitigation with his ultimate. And just a lot of disable coming in. Can be very tricky for TA to play against the Kunkka. As well as the Beastmaster now. Good lockdown. And this is not a very risky Kunkka pick as well, as a lot of the good heroes are already gone. You're not going to have to deal with like a Monkey King on mid lane. It is a little bit difficult to shut him down.
And this last pick, the 24th pick of the draft, usually some kind of gotcha pick or one of the strongest heroes in the draft. They see the entirety of Paravision's lineup, so they come out with a Terrorblade now, a hero that has been used a fair amount to deal with the Medusa, but also very good against melee core heroes. He has illusions which spread out across the map, get very annoying. He's pretty tanky and resilient to physical damage as well.
So they're actually putting the TA mid and picking Terrorblade last pick changes what the carry hero is going to be for Tundra. It's going to be the Terrorblade instead of the TA. They probably expected Templar Assassin to be the carry, almost guaranteed. She very rarely will be flexed towards mid lane nowadays.
Yeah.
But this changes things a bit. They had good heroes against the TA. I wouldn't say they have bad heroes against the TB overall, but their reflection, TB has an ability to create an illusion of the enemies in an AoE and make them auto-attack. And that's really, really strong against Medusa. Along with, you know, some of the other tools, like you can basically always sunder Medusa, if you think about it. In team fights, she's going to run around and have full HP. And Terrorblade has this ability to swap HP percentages with an other target. Can be ally, can be enemy. So if TB goes low HP and he's next to Medusa, even if her mana is dropping, she's still a viable target for him to take all the HP away from, which can be a neat little trick. So Tundra with a bit of a curveball. Going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
And when you pair this neat little trick with some of the other things that Tundra has, right? We've looked at this Tusk, the snowball, and ability to save people and kind of drag them away from a fight, drag the focus away from them. So if they get roared by the Beastmaster, they can be saved by Sax's Tusk. They can also be saved by Whitemon's Ringmaster, as he can put people into a box and get them out of danger there. So for Paravision to get on a target and actually, you know, fully commit and go through with killing someone, as the game develops, gets trickier and trickier with these save mechanisms, the layers of defense that Tundra has, and the ability to, you know, play back and forth, especially with someone like a Sand King, who's very good at getting in and getting out of team fights.
Yeah, I think Sand King is going to be the one we should probably keep an eye on the closest, because 33, he's the type of player who can take over a game really hard, but he also did have some game where he got shut down very hard recently, so that kind of set them back. I think it's going to be an important focus point for both these teams, making sure that, you know, he has a good or a bad game respectively, whichever team you're on.
And it can be a hard lane. Sand King Tusk, double melee. You know, very likely we'll see the Sand King go jungle after a couple of minutes, just to try and clear some camps and get a bit of golden experience early on.
Yeah, and they're laning into Jakiro, a hero that we have mentioned a lot, is insanely strong in laning stage. He is very good at harassing melee heroes, has a lot of damage coming out from his first ability paired up with his third ability. There he is, the double-headed dragon himself. And of course, look a bit weird that he has 5 abilities, but the third and fourth ability that you see are actually the same level up. They are just whichever head you choose to attack with, either fire or frost damage.
And away we go. The team's going to get out across the map early on. They leave their base, get out onto these lanes, and the primary goal now is to get information. So we'll be placing down early observer wards to watch for where runes are spawning, and we'll come back to that in a little bit, to gain information about where your opponents are and where they're going, and to give the safety in particular to your mid laner, right? Mid lane is a 1v1 lane, very much left alone, but the side lane heroes very often do move in towards mid to cause a bit of chaos.
Yeah, we see BCM already doing a little bit of trick here as the wards get planted on in the early game. He's walking in to try and see if any enemy is walking up to put a ward. He also put the ward over to the Ringmaster, so that Ringmaster can place it instead. You don't want to get spotted putting a ward down, because then immediately the opponents will come and deward that, and you lose your vision.
And hand over a bunch of golden experience to your enemies, which is never good. But yeah, there's loads of stuff. Like, even before the creeps spawn, there's a lot of stuff that teams have, you know, tried, tested, figured out. Even years ago, I remember old Screen Squad doing Tusk Snowball smoke ganks before that was even real. Now everyone does it, basically. You smoke up, you move into enemy territory, and you're looking for some kind of opening. Whether it's to get first blood or just to secure a bit of positioning for the bounty runes which spawn as this clock ticks down from 1 minute down to 0. So Whitemon, he's on a ringmaster, right? The circus man himself.
Yeah, we saw.
And he's just spamming some circus music. from
I
Jenkins.
kind of agree with what Foxy's saying in chat, that it's a shame that people forgot about Oracle, another saving support. Such a good hero versus Paravision's heroes, and seems like 4 teams have a lot of value towards laning and strong teamfight mechanics. The big thing about Ringmaster is that he kind of gives you the save strength of an Oracle, not quite, a little bit weaker, but he's so much stronger at setting things up and going for kill himself, and the teamfight control of dropping his ulti is just huge. He's kind of hiding in the trees here. He's sitting very close to the trees and making sure the enemy don't see him. And there's the menace himself, this hero. I hope to get nerfed. Hopefully after this tournament. They tried to tinker into support, and it was a mistake, man.
The ability to traverse the map immediately is something that's kind of inherently broken in Dota. So we talked about Nature's Prophet, that hero earlier on, you know, contested in every game, banned in more than 90% of games, and when he is picked, he has won all but one of his matches, and one of the big strengths of him is he's able to, you know, TP around the map, globally assert his presence, get up in the face of the enemies. Tinker does a similar thing. You're able to TP from fountain to towers, push out waves, basically plant yourself in front of defensive positions and hold them as a lone hero in situations in which other teams would need to bring 2 or 3 heroes to do the same job.
And Coddle does the same thing as well, so it's a pretty good point that you make, that there's a pattern that these global mobility heroes are very highly rated right now in the pro level. So we finally have the game underway after a little bit of pausing for the teams to get ready. Both teams popping the smokes.
And I guess it comes back to this core understanding of pushing waves, opening up map space. Every time you kill a wave, it's not just for the gold and the experience, but that allied wave moves out across the map, gives you vision, gives you information. If the enemy farms it, you know where an enemy is. If they don't farm it, you know where they're not. Process of elimination, an important thing in Dota. And when you push these waves, that wave kind of creates this triangulation, right? The wave goes down the lane. The further it goes down the lane, the more space laterally, to the left and right of the wave it opens for you. So you get huge areas of the map which are just opened up by pushing a wave, which then you can sit in, you can smoke in, you can stand and wait for enemies to jump on.
I think a very simple way to put it that is great for a beginner, if you're thinking about like, where can I farm, where can I jungle, what can I do? If you look at where the creep waves are on the sides of the map, and then you say, if you farm ahead of that, you're in enemy territory. If you farm behind that, you're pretty safe most of the time. Like, if you just draw a little line from where the creeps are meeting, then you can kind of tell what area you own. And that's why shoving lanes is good. You're sitting behind your creeps, feeling safe. The enemy has to move past those creeps a lot of times to get to you.
Yeah, and then the closer you are to your allied towers, the safer you are. The closer you are to enemy towers, the more dangerous it is. And like right now, you cut down the river, and you say that's half of the map. The Dire team are playing on the Radiant side in that bottom lane, and the Dire team and the Radiant team up top are playing on the Dire side. So it's close to the enemy tower, it's more dangerous. There's a longer lane for people to chase in these off lanes, which can make things rather tricky. Right now, this bottom lane, Kunkka and Tinker just playing heads up straight on into this lane, trying to do what they can. But top lane, there's some business going on, Waga.
Yeah, there's some business. They pulled the creeps. Interestingly, 33 chose to just shove the creep wave back. I thought he would stand here and deny for a while, but he auto-attacked down the enemy creeps to get back to top. He doesn't want to let Medusa just sit and farm. This is him wanting to be quick about things. The more time you take last hitting, the less time you have going to do something else, and he wants to be productive early on.
Even getting a pull into that camp. So you're able to drag the neutral creeps out of the camp across to your wave, and the wave gets very upset about these neutral creeps coming into their territory, so they follow them back, and this potentially denies golden experience from your enemies, and then more importantly, it means that the wave pushes back in towards you, and again, closer you are to your tower, the safer you are to continue farming. And that's something right now DM and 9 class are struggling a little bit with. You can see they're kind of low on HP. They've been harassed and tickled down by this Ringmaster and Terrorblade a bit.
Yeah, and so far they've managed to do it with just continuous harassment and not even using a big ability. The Metamorphosis hasn't been committed. Top lane, finally. We did say that this lane was going to be pretty tough against the Jakiro. The double ranged against the double melee lane can always be tricky. And that's true for high level, and I think it's exaggerated even more the lower level you are. If you're new to Dota, definitely don't want to be a double melee against double range. That's really tricky.
It's real rough. And I think here, the Sand King with Sandstorm, he goes invisible. He was expecting to be kind of invisible and safe under his Sandstorm, hiding and hitting creeps. But there was an early sentry ward placed down by the Jakiro, which spotted him, allowed for that kill. And then very quickly, they come back to lane. They place a sentry of their own, get rid of that vision information that Paravision had.
Yeah, he's gonna go straight right back to it, though. That's one of the big things as well. If you die, you know, and you play carefully afterwards, that might be a mistake, because you came back with full HP, full mana, whereas the enemy used some resources to kill you, so you might as well play pretty aggressive afterwards.
And so far in this mid lane, 16 last hits and 6 denies for the Templar Assassin. The Beastmaster ever so slightly ahead of her with a couple more last hits. Looks like no one doing a pretty good job in this mid lane. Because usually Templar Assassin against a melee hero would have a pretty good time, no?
Yeah, but that's where Beastmaster is one melee hero and then half a range hero as well. These boars are really tricky to lane into. He can continuously bother TA with them. And he's doing a very good job so far, relying on the bottle, taking up the water rune and getting his HP and mana back. Yeah, farm-wise, all of the dire heroes, Paravision off to a very good start.
Yeah, we can see that the slight net worth lead they have. So under the kill score, 0 to 1, the clock's in the middle. Then there's that less than 1,000, and just about 1,000 now for Paravision. So that's the slight edge they've had across all 3 lanes. And quite often we've seen 1 lane out of 3 suffer for most of these teams. So kind of nice to see everyone having this gentleman's agreement to get on with their business and get their farm going. Very, very even game so far.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone is going to be the weak link necessarily. Quite closely matched on the course. We have Jakiro moving towards mid. We call it something that we've seen Miposhka do a lot as well. These early rotations to mid.
Usually we see this rotation 5.5 minutes into the game, because at 6 minutes the first active rune spawns, which is super, super important for people to refill bottles, then play aggressively into side lanes. And this is just preempting that even further.
He's trying to help his mid laner control. As you mentioned, the runes are very important. 6-minute spawn. Both the TA and the Beastmaster have bottles, so they want to refill that on the rune spawn. But minute 2 and minute 4, you have the double water runes. You get a rune top, you get a rune bottom. So both of you get 1 each. But minute 6 and onwards, it's only going to be 1 rune, either top or bottom.
There's a lot of stuff that goes on early on, right? The water runes at 2 and 4, the bounty rune at 3, then you've got the active rune at 6, and then the wisdom shrines at 7. So the first 7, I mean the first 10 minutes is kind of non-stop checking your calendar, making sure your watch is vibrating and updating you with every little bit of information. And we're going to see this kill up in the enemy Ancients area as no one uses that primal roar. The point and click stun from a decent range catches the Tusk and allows the follow-through kill. 9 class on this Tinker has stepped pretty far forward to lay down the robots. This March of the Machine chips away at enemy creeps and heals his allies. So it was kind of keeping the Templar Assassin out of the fight by zoning her away.
Yeah, TA is gonna be pretty confident and aggressive now. She found a very strong rune, got the double damage rune down bottom.
DM, this Kunkka, he's got Admiral's Rum, which makes him very tanky. He can withstand a lot of damage, but even with that and the little regen items he had, the Terrorblade in this Metamorphosis form offers a lot of ranged physical damage. And of course, Saxo on this Tusk has Tag Team, which adds even more. And now, 7 minutes.
To invade. Yeah, because of that kill, they're now going to go in and steal this objective, the Wisdom Rune. I mean, on the other side, Jakiro and Sand King are both going for it. And he's here in time to block it. Jakiro has to just run away. He's not strong enough to fight. Sand King is twice his level.
And there's a fight kicking off bottom still. They're diving onto 9 class. The Tinker is shredded by this Terrorblade, his illusions, and the 2 supports. But coming back to that Wisdom Shrine, we also had scans being used. Both Paravision and Tundra scanned on that Wisdom Shrine on the left-hand side to see if anyone was there before they had arrived. What, mid lane? Another roar from no one, stunning this BZM TA. And again, the supports Ducalis on the Jakiro this time comes in to punish the Templar Assassin, and they've got an even further catch onto Whitemon.
Yeah,
The Ringmaster just being slowed down by the boar. Ducalis and no one are pretty low on mana, so it's a challenge to follow through and finish this one off. They might not have enough to kill him, and in fact, Sax's arrival secures the turnaround play.
That's why he ran straight towards the tower so his friend can help. TP's in, saves him, and they turned that around in a good way, so not too bad. They lost their TA before, but they get the return kill over on the Beastmaster, keeping parity for the mid laners.
And that's important, right? Like, he could have easily run up staircase, he could have run a different angle. You know, thinking about the angle of attack and the angle of retreat, maybe it would have looked logical to go south. But going west straight to that tower makes the time... Oh, hang on, they're going to go dive onto no one? This Beastmaster is having some real struggles. Dying twice in a row is a big deal as a mid laner, but maybe Paravision can punish this. The numbers are arriving. What is this? 3 heroes rotating to try and punish the dive, but a snowball save buys the time. Saxa dragged the TA into the snowball to get her off the map for a little while, and now slips away from danger.
Oh, Tusk is still fine. He's running away. Getting to safety, and they're feeling very good about themselves right now. Beautiful saves coming in with the whip from the Ringmaster, fearing the Medusa away so she couldn't chase. Saxa still not quite out of the woods yet. He is really low. He's gonna be fine. He even finds the Lotus.
Yeah, meanwhile, Whitemon is dying in that mid lane. So everyone brought into mid lane to fight, and this is how brawly and scrappy it can be, even at the highest level. All of a sudden, we've got this 4 versus 4 happening, 9.5 minutes in. The laning stage, we talk about the laning stage as a concept, right? Very often it's this kind of nebulous idea that the first 5 or 6 minutes is the laning stage, or the laning stage breaks down when the tower falls. But the laning stage can, last as long as 15 minutes. It can last as little as 2 minutes, depending on how much action happens, what kind of movements the teams want to make.
Yeah, you basically
where you find yourself on the map.
It's just a diffuse way to describe that you're staying on the lanes in the start and not moving as much. As the game progresses, we get into that part of the game where you want to stay active and look for objectives, running around and getting kills done. And that's where you have more weight to push out lanes with certain key heroes. Tinker will be Dire's best hero, pushing out the side lanes. And on Radiant, they have the Terrorblade, who can make illusions that can do the same thing.
And this mid-tier 1 tower, very important as an objective, because this is the gateway to the enemy Ancients. Something that has been very popular this tournament, and in some previous tournaments as well, throughout Dota history, is stacking camps. So what we see here is that Ancient camp next to the Tusk has been stacked. The creeps get dragged out of the camp, they respawn, so there's 2 camps in there now, and then they get cleared for that bit of bonus gold. So Paravision have built this as a bit of a bank account to come and clear out later, but Tundra, having killed the tier 1 mid, have access to come and steal away the gold that's been invested.
Yeah, they're getting in there and actually taking away some resources from Paravision, and that's time wasted for Paravision. Now a rotation coming out with the 2 supports. Not sure they're strong enough to bring down the Beastmaster on their own, so they do see him. They want to get TA closer if they want to go on him. Level 9 Beastmaster is a bit too tanky for them, but Sanking is nearing. They're going to play with Sanking.
And the snowball, shards, the ability to get on top of enemy targets, incredibly strong here. Follow through from the Sand King with his stun and attempted ultimate. Cut short a little bit by the rotation from Paravision. They throw the book at Sand King. A ton of stuns and the magic damage pummels him down. Yet again, aggression turned on its head with this response out of Paravision as they look for more. A snowball, it's going to buy a bit of time to stay alive, but when you've got 3 heroes around you, it's inevitable you're going to die.
The aggressive move coming out from Tundra, overstepping a little bit too much, and Paravision going to be happy with the return kills that they got. And of course, just playing close to their own towers. They don't invest too much time with this reaction.
Can you see the enemy ward dying in front of you? You can, right?
Yeah, if an enemy ward dies, even though you didn't kill it and you didn't have true sight there, the ward becomes visible in its dying moments. You know, its death animation, if you will, is visible to you.
Another move. Tundra really breaking down this laning stage and getting aggressive as Crystallis on his Terrorblade has come up to this top lane to get up in the face of the enemy carry. It all starts with this Tusk and Ringmaster kind of probing for information, starting things off, forcing a reaction, and then diving deep to secure a kill. They lose their Tusk, though, in a 1-for-1 trade, but it looks like they'll claim the tower as the primary prize.
That's why running against the Stampede can be dangerous. He didn't watch Lion King. He hasn't learned, man. He should run along with it. He could have survived.
Found a rock to hide behind.
You're a trusty mate.
That's very true. No rocks for him, and he goes down to the Tinker's March. Still, Tusk is happy to keep giving his cores more kills. A kill for the Templar Assassin is momentum. She's a very momentum-based hero. She wants to get a lot of kills and stuff done early on as possible, because later on in this game, that Medusa is it's a very, very strong late gamer, let's just say. Medusa is probably the first hero a lot of people think about when we say an ultra carry, like a true late game carry.
And quite often that idea comes down to the base model, right? The statistics of the hero, not necessarily the skill set they have.
Yeah, it can be a combination of both, but for Medusa, you know, built into her, not even one of her abilities, but her innate, the mana shield, just makes her scale to be incredibly durable later on. And then split shots, being able to hit multiple things at once is probably one of the best abilities in Dota for carries. TA kind of has that in Sideblades. She hits one target and she will deal damage to what is behind it. But not nearly the same level as Medusa with the reliable AoE of it.
It's so much more consistent. Right now, Paravision looks like they were trying to set themselves up to defend these Ancients again. They smoked up, brought a couple of heroes here. But Tundra were already very quick with their movement to get away. And we're in this waiting period to hit our real key items. Beastmaster, for no one, having died 3 times, that period of the game where he died twice quickly, he has had his item build delayed. This Aghanim Scepter takes a long while to build up, has a lot of components which don't really do anything until the full item's finished. So he really is just rushing and scrambling to finish the Aghanim Scepter, which makes him so strong.
Yeah, Paravision might take a little bit longer to get ready, but meanwhile, Tundra, they're so ready. They have multiple Blink Daggers. They're just gonna fly in here most likely. Double stun.
Straight on in. Get the catch, get the kill, turn on to the bonus. DM Kunkka. Down and out. And it is, like you said before the game, before the draft even started, this difference in playstyle. Tundra very oppressive, constantly looking for these openings. They go for a kill, they go for an objective. Whether it's an objective in terms of stealing Ancients and farm from the enemy, taking map space, or now going for a Tormentor.
Yeah, quick takedown on a Tormentor so they get that free shard over on the Ringmaster. Fantastic shard to have in this game as well. You're gonna be good at clearing out some illusions or giving mischance. Kind of silly, but yeah, the shard actually isn't that good against Medusa Manta style, right? I haven't thought about that. Max health loss 50%, but the max health is not that relevant because she has very low. I guess Medusa's illusions, due to them being survivable from mana, are they surviving Spotlight? They might be the only illusions in the game that really survive Spotlight easily.
Maybe, yeah.
I've never tested that, so that will be learning for me as well.
I'll have to see it. I'm not sure. And Tundra, they've spotted out this Medusa. So they're able to get here so quickly on top of Satanic because they've got an Observer Ward further north, pressuring this Medusa, making her lose all of her mana pool, but she still holds a magic wand with 10 charges, so reasonably tanky still. They need the follow-through from the 3-3 Sand King, who gets an incredible stun into ulti, defending his Templar Assassin, keeping BZM alive, and then continuing the chase onto Satanic now with the jumps from these Blink Daggers. Multiple ways to gap close, get on top of enemies. A good torrent is going to slow them down, but I think 33 is going to jump even deeper. They've got the ability to follow through with multiple heroes here. Every time you've got a Blink Dagger, the next Blink is elevated in value, so having TA and Sand King with this jump, catch, and then jump kill capability is so powerful.
Yeah, the first go and poke on the Medusa there, even if it didn't work out, took so much of her mana away, and like I mentioned, that is her survivability. When she has no mana, she didn't want to stay and fight. Also a bad timing for her to fight right before getting the butterfly, which is going to be a massive power spike where she gets evasion and a lot of damage increase. So Tundra are making the most out of a very strong timing for them.
That's where we see they get themselves a 7,000 net worth lead, which is quite substantial. Less than 20 minutes into the game. That's a good... I mean, if you think about it in terms of blink daggers, right? That's three blink daggers they've got. Some pretty key items.
Yeah, even
already up for them.
Yeah, even working on on the Tusk blink dagger still. Gonna get that and get in. Sanking with a Crimson Guard as well is ready to block up a lot of the damage. Medusa being able to hit everyone at the same time is great, but Crimson Guard blocks a fixed amount of damage on every single hero when they get attacked when you activate it. So it's fantastic at countering out Medusa's damage.
And that's adaptation. That's how deep this game can be. We've seen 33 Sand King go Bloodstone first, Blink first, skipping over those and going for this Crimson Guard as he dies down bottom. A clear indication that he understands what the big threat is here from Paravision, and he is trying to negate it. Satanic is that threat, and he's being poked out a little bit up in this top lane. The Wheel of Wonder comes in, and the damage kills off the Medusa. This Terrorblade, look at the amount of physical right-click he's pushing onto these heroes. Kills off the Tinker, and with his TA Melt Strike, the minus armor amplifying all the physical damage, they break up the high ground and get another kill. Playing this deep into the enemy base at 19 minutes, it really is a signal of where the game is heading already.
Yeah, they went ultra aggressive because they saw two big ultimates being committed to bring down their Sand King down bottom. The gank onto Sand King, they saw Jakiro ulti, and Kunkka used his ulti as well. And those are the two biggest teamfight spells that you have on the side of Paravision. So with them gone, they felt like that was green light for them to just dive in and do whatever they wanted. And yeah, this tempo is like absolutely furious right now coming out from Tundra. Difficult for Paravision to staunch the bleeding.
And again, a key element of their success is this kind of move. They get a couple of kills, they win a team fight, and it's not back to farming, right? They're not filtering back to farm through the jungle slowly but safely. They're going for these key objectives very snappily. Tormentor, tier 2 tower, taking out Roshan. They're claiming up objectives and things on the map to take them away from their opponents and get them for themselves. This is a big rune for the Templar Assassin now as well. Well, down at bottom. A big kill onto no one. Beastmaster. His Aghanim Scepter drums are banging, but White Mono 33 have him surrounded, poking at him from long range to finish him off in the end.
Quick takedown, and he's just trying to get whatever farm he can right now. The Beastmaster wants to use the space on the map that feels the safest, but nowhere is safe right now. Tundra, when they get this hold on the game, are just going to keep taking away all the objectives. With the double damage on TA, tower will fall really quickly.
Even with this Tinker.
Yeah. Already got to the point of having Desolator, so got extra minus armor on every single attack now. Works against buildings as well. It's super good against any objective. Roche, Tormentor, towers, doesn't matter what you want to kill. Even enemy heroes, of course, it's going to be fantastic.
Sax's Tusk thinking about going for the Wisdom Shrine. Met by the Medusa and the Tinker, though, and sent away. Still in position, though, to set up. He's got teammates nearby. A lot of position 4 gameplay is very much in behind enemy lines or up in the face of your opponents to give information, give vision, and start things off for your team, even if it's not a full commitment. And quite often we see these support players, position 4s, going in and dying, and it may seem a little weird and random, but the gain is it's the expected value, right? The gain you're getting from that 9 times out of 10 is way more important than the 1 time out of 10 that you're going to die.
Yeah, exactly. You have to do it. Even if the game is difficult, you sometimes gotta take risks. Otherwise, you just sit back and passively lose. I think what they want, though, is a big team fight around Kunkka and Jakiro, but they keep getting picked off. One by one, heroes are dying. And they're gonna try and turn it into more.
And there's TA, right, with these traps slowing and giving vision. The Wheel of Wonder from this Ringmaster onto 3 heroes, drags them all in. 2 more kills, and DM trying to TP home, but there's a Yule Scepter to cancel his escape. And the Kunkka is going to die to the massive damage output from BZM.
Oh,
and once again,
Ringmaster, man, he's showing why this hero is so good right now. He's absolutely catching everyone. The Wheel of Wonder, it of course, if you look at it for too long, you will get stuck. That's how it works. They keep landing perfect positioning on it and then whipping the enemy to look into it, catching them.
And one of the greatest strengths here of Tundra is their ability to do tower damage and building damage. With physical damage, with minus armor, they shred through these buildings, and an entire lane of barracks already gone at 23 minutes in. But this is where the fear sets in for Paravision. They've not really got off the mark yet. This Medusa, you mentioned, her butterfly isn't ready yet, and that is a key timing for her to feel strong on the map. And when you've built a draft around a Medusa like this, you need her to feel strong and start calling plays. But that's just not happening.
Yeah, and Medusa is, you can easily say that she's like 4 minutes, 5 minutes behind, perhaps even where she wants to be item-wise timing. 23 minutes, no butterfly on carry Medusa. At this level, you want to have it at minute 19, 20 at the latest. 18 if you're crushing the game. That's basically what you're operating on, and those few minutes of delay means that you are falling behind in the comparison. Sand King has all this damage mitigation now with the Crimson Guard, the pipe. It's getting very difficult for them.
9 class, he's going to show his positioning by casting a spell, but he's got a Blink Dagger of his own, so he'll be able to get away from any incoming danger. In the end, though, it's still a tower dying. Chrysalis gets the kill, and it's more map space here for Tundra to play into. Something that Terrorblade, and we've not really spoken about this hero much because he's been quietly farming, didn't really have an explosive game until these last couple of minutes where he's come out and got a lot of kills. But he's very good at split pushing, opening up the map with these illusions.
Yeah, and he also has adapted to the game a little bit. We spoke about how Anti-Mage counters the Medusa, but he has itemized in a way on Terrorblade to counter the Medusa, the carry of Paravision. By buying this Diffusal, he now burns mana on every single auto attack. His illusions also burn mana, and that makes you deal way more damage into a Medusa player. Later on, he can also upgrade this to get a Dispel for himself. Not bad against the Jakiro, and perhaps even to just run away from people.
And now Tundra, you know, they're winning, they're ahead, they feel very strong, but at the same time they know that Paravision are a rabid animal with their backs against the wall, right? In this kind of situation, Paravision kind of have one play. They need to smoke out of their base, play as 5, try and go towards objectives if they can, and get this Medusa on the map. So Tundra backing away there and playing very tight is a very strong indication that they understand that, and they don't want to get picked off one by one. They don't want to give these straggler kills away, because even a support death gives a lot of gold away to Paravision.
Oh, no.
So they group up together, and they're going to be moving towards this Tormentor spot. The scan from the Dire is going to give the information to Paravision. They're coming from the northern side. So Paravision can set up for this with the March of the Machines, put Satanic's Medusa into a good position. It looks like Tundra are trying to edge around from the side, though, and starting off with the Sand King. Stun killing an illusion. Ducalis dead to BZM. And just very quickly jumping onto targets with the Wheel of Wonder down. 33 Sand King thinking about the epicenter blink into this Medusa. They're spreading their targets, though, and Terrorblade's now the one to get turned on with a roar, but he's sent back, saved by his teammates, and Paravision have to TP away. No one's Beastmaster is out, but they've left Satanic completely stranded. The Sand King gets a bonus kill on the Tinker, and GG called. You know, I wasn't kidding. This was Paravision's one play, right?
Yeah. No, they had one play. It was to go out and look for something. They tried to set a trap on the Tormentor. They were hoping that Tundra would kind of aimlessly go up there with someone and that they wouldn't all be so ready and prepared. But Tundra, man, they were on point. They had a ward on the Tormentor that revealed Paravision the moment the smoke disappeared. Of course, smoke can hide you from vision of wards, but once it timed out, they saw them up there, and then Paravision had the impossible task of defending themselves.
A super, super clean game. I mean, like, thinking about that situation, it may look a little weird. They called GG there. You know, they still had their base alive. They still had heroes alive. But that is a situation where they are, you know, so down and out. They're dejected. They've not been able to get off the ground. And Tundra just have a firm stranglehold on the game. The Paravision have this one move. If this trap spring doesn't pay off, there is no way back in the game, right?
Yeah.
Either you're there sitting there for 30 minutes and just hoping for someone to put you out of your misery, or you call GG.
I will say that that's very much a pro game thing, though. In pubs, never give up. Just straight up never give up. If the enemy are going to end the game, they need to go up on your high ground. And do you know how many times people mess up high ground pushes in pubs, even in high level pubs? You look at random, 6k MMR, 7k MMR pubs, which is by all means pretty high MMR in the grand scheme of things. They are terrible at pushing high ground. You look at new players down in the 1, 2k MMR, you have no reason to give up just because you're behind. The enemy will mess up. It's about capitalizing on that mistake when it comes.
Oh, for sure, yeah. The level of mistakes and like unforced errors you're expecting just varies so differently from this highest level of play to your pub play. Absolutely. But there, game one, Tundra asserting their dominance again. We had Team Spirit in an interview after their series earlier on, and their carry said he was expecting Tundra to be the team that they face in the grand finals. So far, it's looking that way after game one. We'll find out, though, if Paravision can come back. Game two is right around the corner, so we'll see you after the break.
Shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road. Mama's all alone and dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times.
Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone.
climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone. Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started
Welcome back to the Newcomer stream here on the Ember stream. We're taking you through ESL One Raleigh and trying to explain the basics a little more clearly and more accessible to everybody if you're new to Dota or returning, because a lot has changed, Waga, over the past couple of years. Dota is an ever-evolving game. Just imagine if football turned the ball into a walrus and the goalposts were now diamond-encrusted unicorns. It's Dota 2 for you.
Yeah, Dota is a game where you kind of have to stay updated, but it's also part of the fun because we get these shift-ups, you know, that might completely change how your hero is capable of playing or builds that you can do, and that leads to a lot of adaptation, and that's exactly what these teams are trying to do as well. Tundra and Paravision trying to adapt to each other. I believe the Paravision need to turn up that pace even more. We saw them be pretty slow, pretty sleepy gameplay between them and BetBoom in the previous series. They played 2 out of 3 games were very, very, very slow. So much, in fact, that you pointed out Knoxville had some stats that this is like the lowest kill, the lowest hype game in a long time in terms of just pacing.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a hard thing to phrase a word, but it was like top 14 least bloodthirsty games in professional Dota, you know, for 10 years or whatever, since stats were being recorded for this game. Incredibly slow, low kill count, very deliberate. Yeah, if the pace of that game is suddenly turned on its head, like Tundra are doing in this series so far out of game 1, the slow team is the one to suffer, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem about having such a slow approach, because that gives more authority to the opponents. If you want to turn up the pace, if you want to do something, then you can be the one in charge. And in general, when you are the one controlling what's going on in the game, that's always going to be a favorable spot. Even if the enemy have strong late game, you're still able to dictate the moves.
Well, we'll see what they're going to cook up for us in game 2, because Paravision are a team. You know, Astini is their coach. He's very adept at finding weaknesses in opponents' drafts, finding cool, nifty ways to draft for himself and his team. And then they've got players, we've already mentioned, 9 class, who have some of these secret pocket picks, which come out of nowhere to upset the balance in a draft as well. So there's definitely something, you know, to say for Paravision in that regard. Game 1 didn't work out for them. Go back to the drawing board and think about what to do there. But with that being said, there's also the fear that game 1, they had all of the meta heroes in all of the positions that they wanted them, right?
Yeah.
This was a strong draft that didn't work.
Yeah, they did have good heroes, but it was a little bit too reactive, and I want to go back a little bit to the support duo. I don't really like it so much when you have 2 supports that can't facilitate ganks at all. I do believe that Tundra's approach of having Ringmaster and Tusk, 2 very good ganking heroes, can set you up for success a little bit more. And of course, AA would also fall into that category, a hero who can set up ganks just by being globally ready. But we did see him get banned out. He might get banned out in this next draft as well. And we'll see if Paravision are going to go down the same sort of route with the, sure, Jakiro strong laning stage, but I don't like Jakiro Tinker. I feel like they're the same hero.
It's a very important point to kind of delve into a little bit as well, right? You're like, we've talked about the meta game, we've talked about the popular heroes, and the next conversation is you can have a draft with the 5 most popular heroes in their roles and it not work out. Because those 5 heroes might not gel together, they might not work against what the enemy has picked. Because Dota isn't just about the 5 best heroes, it's about multiple combinations, duos of heroes, triplets. You didn't like the support duo, right? And we often talk about lane partners not working well together, or support duo not working together, because very often at different parts of the game, there are different heroes joining their forces together at different times and different power spikes, right? Level 6, a very important one usually, to go on the map and accomplish things. So if you're Jakiro and Tinker, at no point in that game felt like they could go and do anything, that's already a black mark against your draft. Whereas the Tusk and the Ringmaster were out there doing stuff non-stop.
Yeah, I do like the way that you phrased it, that you can have some of the strongest heroes in the game, but you might still not be having a good game despite that, because Dota is like a very elaborate version of rock, paper, scissors. And then you just add, you know, you got gun as well, and then you got like baseball bat. And yeah, gun is good, but what if the baseball bat is about to hit you in the face? So the picks are extremely important to set yourself up for success. And this is true both in pubs and in competitive Dota. Competitive Dota, of course, goes layers deeper, but we'll head into a draft and see what they're going to bring here to this game.
Yeah, so far, Monkey King, Nature's Prophet, Sand King, and Tusk banned. So we do get some of the heroes from the previous game respected and removed. And on the other side, Slark, Templar Assassin, and Ancient Apparition. So a specific Slark ban. We've talked about 9 class and his Slark. That's gone. They don't want to deal with it. Nobody else is playing with it, and nobody wants to handle it. So it is just an automatic ban now, it seems. TA we saw do very well in their own hands, and they understand that it's a strong first pick. So they banned that with the Ancient Apparition, leading to a Darkseer and Beastmaster first up.
It's also a very bad lane. If Darkseer has to lane and test safely in TA, it's not fun at all. She can kill the creeps very easily. So this is a bit to protect himself that they ban out the TA. The Beast pick from Paravision, I don't think Beast was necessarily the problem in the previous game. I think he did fine. He laned really well. No one definitely did what he could, but I think they just didn't really get off the ground in the proper way with ganking and making their own moves. So Beastmaster can still also be played either by this man we see on the screen right now, Mr. No One, who's their mid laner, or it can be put towards that off lane where I almost prefer it a little bit more if DM was the one having it.
Do you feel there's more pressure for the mid lane Beastmaster? Because we saw No One die a couple of times and peter out quite early on. Is there more pressure from the mid lane to be ready to go faster?
I would say so. You have a little bit less time that you're allowed to farm, and Beastmaster does want a big item on mid lane. He wants Aghanim Scepter, which is a 4,000 gold item. Takes a while to get, whereas his opponent was completely happy just getting earlier Blink Dagger and making those moves and ganks happen. So yeah, could argue that he's a little bit slower than you might like. And on the off lane, however, he could go for Helm of Dominator instead, which is cheaper and hits an earlier power spike, getting those summons, taking over some jungle creeps. Wow, that is a impressive trophy.
So on the right, there's the sign there. One of the neutral creeps in the jungle is the oh my god, is the Kobold Chieftain. I can't remember what his actual name is, but he's the gang leader of one of the Kobold neutral camps.
Taskmaster.
The Taskmaster. He's got a golden chalice with gems in it, and he's non-stop chugging. And that's become kind of a symbol at LAN events for people to start downing their beers.
Yeah.
We have the chug cam.
Cameraman, when the game gets boring, you know, will sometimes find a little kobold to watch, because every 30 seconds or so he drinks, and the crowd will join in. The American crowd has been trained, is what I've been told in the lobby before he started up today. He said that, you know, the American crowd, they didn't really get the kobold at first, but now they're really into it, so the crowd is ready.
Now they understand. And we go from the Taskmaster to the Ringmaster. Paravision pulling out the Ringmaster themselves this time, because Tundra had it previously, showed how strong it was with the ability to save people in that little box. The amount of harassment and teamfight you've got is super annoying as well. A pretty quick response from Tundra. Tiny and Tinker, 2 heroes they pull out. So Tiny, one of these heroes, we've talked about the Beastmaster and Sand King being jump initiation heroes that start the fight. They need vision, they need a blink dagger, but they've got the rest of the toolkit to get on top of people. But Tiny does a more specific thing in which he can displace enemy heroes by literally throwing them towards his allies.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice draft from both teams. I like the Paravision are changing up what they did in the previous game. They got the Ringmaster now, which is more active, looking to be able to commit some of those ganks. And also as a block, since Ringmaster is really good to counter Beastmaster's initiation, they protect themselves. And meanwhile on Tundra, they get the Tiny and Tinker, 2 heroes who can be really, really strong, either as a support duo or having Tiny from the mid lane.
Bounty Hunter. A hero that Team Spirit used yesterday against Tundra to defeat them. A hero that goes into that position 4 role and is, you know, the epitome of that scouting archetype. The guy that goes around, gives information, gives vision for your team.
Yeah, he's a very obnoxious hero. Can be played similarly to how we've seen Slark being used by 9 class. Bounty Hunter can achieve similar results. He is a fighting hero, wants to go for heroes primarily, not very good at fighting creeps. But this draft from Paravision is completely different from what we saw them do in the previous game. All their heroes are screaming action to me right now. So they realized that they were too slow, and they want to turn that up to 100.
It's all go. Very short cooldowns on their spells. The cooldowns they do rely on are like 60 seconds or so, which is enough time to go and find your next target to go and kill them. And yeah, this track from Bounty Hunter going to rack up a bunch of gold. So looking at Tundra then, what do they need to do to try and match this pace? Can they find some kind of hero counter in this 18th pick, the 4th pick of the draft? Very important because it gives you a strong hero that you can cover with bans.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe Blood, but they're going to go towards Storm. Storm, a hero that has been banned a lot in the last phase in particular, so if you want him, probably had to pick him now. This does signal that Tiny might either be carry or pos 4 in this game. Pos 4 Tiny with a Darkseer in the lane is pretty great, by the way. You get Iron Shell from Darkseer on a super tanky hero like Tiny, and then Surge can allow him to run in and toss people out. So that lane is not bad at all. If I was Paravision, I would be concerned about a last pick carry that solves the game.
Well, he won't be on Ringmaster this time, sadly. And I guess this situation is also kind of quirky, right? You've picked Storm Spirit. You see the enemy team has Beastmaster and Pangolier, 2 heroes that we've said are kind of position mid lane or off lane, position 2 or 3 heroes. And you've banned another mid lane hero. And this is kind of covering your bases because Beastmaster has been played as a carry occasionally, just to fill this role and flex it even further.
Yeah, even Pango has been played carry at some points actually, so they would be able to fit in a Puck if they wanted it. And Puck is such a hard counter to Tinker and Storm, and to a degree even great against Darkseer. Like what does Darkseer ever do to a Puck? Puck is the most elusive hero in Dota, I would say. Very, very hard to catch, and Tundra's heroes would not enjoy dealing with this constant silences.
Yeah, we've had a bit of power creep in Dota. I mean, as in any game, right? Where things get stronger and stronger over time. Everyone has been getting mobility abilities. The ability to kind of move around, jump onto heroes. Puck has like 3 built in and then buys Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to keep pace with. Almost, very few heroes in the game can actually threaten to catch Puck. If he starts running away into a tree line, you're not finding him again.
And then Bloodseeker, the hero that you were itching to call for, banned out with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, would have been a great carry. Bloodseeker has this ultimate that just makes the enemy take damage for moving around. Probably one of the most confusing abilities if you haven't taken the time to read abilities in Dota. You're like, Bloodseeker just keeps killing me. I don't know what to do. If you see a lot of blood coming out of your hero and you're playing as Bloodseeker, you've probably been ultied. It's time to stand still, sir. You just gotta wait, and eventually you're allowed to move again when the ulti is done.
Now Tundra pick up a Bristleback, a hero that has found himself in the ban phase quite a lot through this tournament. Does get through to the final pick. And that rounds out their draft pretty nicely. That brings tempo from the carry role, so they now have multiple heroes through the Storm and the Tiny to jump and catch. 2 heroes with the Darkseer and the Bristleback who are tanky and can brawl and fight. And then this map presence from Tinker and Storm to be able to hold waves and keep Paravision at bay.
Yeah, I like it a lot. The Bristle can struggle a bit against the damage amplification from Bounty Hunter. We saw some Slardar plus Bounty Hunter against Bristleback earlier in the playoffs here. Was very, very successful. Possibility for Paravision if they would want to get it. They could slot him in, but a little bit awkward perhaps to play that carry beast. Maybe not all teams are happy to do a switch.
But they do have this ultimate pick of the draft, and they see the full 5-man lineup. They've got these 2 flexible heroes, so they have the ultimate decision in where people go and what roles they'll be filling.
Feels like PA, right? For Paravision. They have TB banned already. Would be another strong option for themselves, honestly. But since TB is unavailable, I think looking at the carry pool for Paravision, if you get PA, you have access to break against Bristleback in her shard, and laning against Darkseer isn't too bad. I would like to see them play faster, though. I actually think PA might be slower than I would like to see, and just see something more aggressive. Oh no, not this.
That's not a good sign for you. The slow-paced Medusa.
Oh, but it's DM Medusa. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay,
carry Beastmaster.
Yes, it's Satanic Carry Beastmaster.
Okay.
Dude, we've been talking about this Carry Beastmaster before the newbie stream even. We've been talking about it in the group stage, and I've been saying, dude, it's actually good. People have done it in their pubs a lot, but we haven't gone to see it in a pro game yet. Finally, Gareth, we get it.
Finally, yeah, there was a question, puck ban, after Pango and Beastmaster showed. I'm not sure if you caught the answer we gave there, but this is the reason why, right? The flexibility of these two heroes means they can put it into multiple roles. Even if it's not popular or common, there's still that ability to switch things at the very end, and that's why that 24th pick, the last pick of the draft, is such a valuable tool to have, because you have the element of surprise. Now you're dangling these heroes saying, yeah, it's offlane Beastmaster and mid Pango. Sure it is. You know, you roll 20 on your deception check, and you're like, well, actually, it's going to be carry Beastmaster. The Medusa's now going to come out as the offlane hero. And you look at Tundra and think, how do they deal with this tanky Medusa?
I do think that Paravision have a really, really good draft. If this game just progresses normally, they get their items. The Rod of Athos on Medusa is going to be great for catching either Bristleback or Storm Spirit, setting up and chain stunning. And it's not that easy for a Bristle to bring down Dusa. Again, since he relies heavily on minus armor from his Q. This could be a tough one.
It absolutely could. I mean, what are the lanes going to be? It's Medusa with a Bounty Hunter. So you've also got to deal with the Bounty Hunter killing your couriers, you know, being annoying, getting up in your face, dragging waves if he wants to. That's a very annoying lane for Bristleback and Tinker, who want to be laning honorably, right? They want the 2v2, and Medusa Bounty kind of make a 1v1 and another 1v1 and separate the lane a little bit, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, it could be tricky to deal with. I think Tundra's lane that I want to see a lot of action from is the Darkseer and Tiny lane. I think that has potential to do a lot of cool stuff. If they get levels, they do kind of rely on level 1, level 2, or the first and second level up, rather, to get some of the kill potential. But yeah, I'm a big fan of how Paravision switched up the draft towards the very end. This does come with more tempo, and that's what we've been asking from them.
And we'll see how fast that tempo can actually get off the ground as we'll get into game 2. And as usual, got a little pause here to just mull over the draft and think our thoughts. Let's see the first items picked up by both these teams. The little red items there in the inventories. Blood grenades, a reasonably new addition. Gives a nice bit of chase potential and kill threat in lane. Adds a bit of damage and slow that you can throw at an enemy. Especially before even runes spawn, having these early fights, it gives you that little edge.
It's a one-time consumable that you can throw at your enemy, and it's great for chasing people down, especially when you 5-man up. Might find some kills with it. And it pushes some heroes that otherwise were close to being able to get kills into actually being able to catch people off guard quite easily. Early smoke from both teams. They're heading out, looking to get the vision down, early wards.
Yeah, super important for Tundra, playing against a Bounty Hunter. You want to know where he's going, where he's coming from. Guarding runes as well against a Pangolier is very important for the Storm Spirit, who actively wants every rune that he can possibly get. And then vision for Paravision, important to see where this Tiny's headed. A Tiny very good at getting on top of people and turning a lane completely around with one move. When Saxa hits level 2 or 3, we could see this Tiny go and look for kills early on to help BZM in mid if he's struggling.
Yeah, and right now we see him just kind of sitting on high grounds, trying to control area, but it doesn't look like any of the teams are really going to go in for any kills. We'll see how Ducalis can deliver on the Ringmaster this game. Previous game, White Mountain had a fantastic performance on Ringmaster, getting a lot of saves and beautiful ultis. Kind of hard to match what just happened there. See if he can live up to the expectations.
So 9 class on this Bounty Hunter already being a nuisance. So what he does there is he's invis, not showing his position, moves into the enemy jungle, and we've talked about offlane heroes even if they don't struggle, still like to go and farm jungle camps to try and accelerate their farm and get a bit of bonus money and experience. So Bounty Hunter has placed a sentry ward in the camp, which means it won't spawn. So now 33 is going to be lacking resources in this bottom lane, which it could hurt him a lot in the long run.
Yeah, in the end, 33 has been relying a lot on these two camps when he plays offlane. He's been going for the fallback and farm jungle strat a lot when he played Sand King, when he played Beastmaster, even on Darkseer. So we'll see if they can notice that and get the D ward. His lane is going to be tough. Into a Beastmaster safe with Ringmaster. That's he's up against the two masters.
Yeah. Ringmaster already trying to step up there and get some early damage onto Saxon 3-3. using that ranged advantage he has. And of course, the immediate reaction is to chuck spells at him. And carry Beastmaster, we're thinking about the same item build from mid, right? Go into Aghanims as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Aghanims is going to be critical. He is going for the Null Talisman into Stick, into Treads, and then back for Aghanims, but Aghanims is the thing that allows him to farm fast. Definitely going to be the key component. Blood Grenade committed top, doing damage to Chrysalis. Nowhere close to killing him, but just bringing him a bit lower.
When you get down to like 200 health here, though, you know, the next round of fighting could potentially kill you. So it's a bit of a tentative lane now for Chrysalis to actually go up into. So he's going to sit and tango, try and heal, and go and poke at the creep wave when he can. It's going to be Whitemon then soaking that attention from 9 class instead. Tinker taking the brunt of the damage, getting out his March of the Machines, and that's going to now zone the area and heal them back up.
Get some HP recovery from these little bots, healing Tinker and Bristle back up. But he put the March at a pretty awkward time. He didn't really have creep wave there anymore. So, not the best March necessarily. And they're doing a decent job on Medusa and Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, so there's a dire sentry at the small camp, which means Whitemon has unlocked that camp and made sure he's got access to pull it. There's a Radiant sentry nearby the large camp, but that's spawned. So it looks like Tundra have access to both of their pull camps. As this dire wave pushes towards the Radiant Tower, it's a safe place for Medusa to be. So you kind of want to drag this wave back, right?
Yeah, they do want to reset the lane ideally on Dire, but Medusa, man, she is really struggling with CS. I said they were doing fine in terms of trading, but she has 3 last hits still.
Yeah. Trying to push damage onto Chrysalis here, but getting turned on by Whitemon. So 9 class and DM have to back up a little bit.
A lot of this comes down to the impact difference of Bounty Hunter versus Tinker. Bounty is just struggling to have as much lane presence as Tinker. This is one of the best parts about Tinker is he just bullies people. The March is impossible to fight into. He could Sentry, he could also just drop March. Bounty is preventing them from getting Lotus right now, but yeah, he can't stay here forever. he wants
can
to,
he?
I mean, wow, this entry is
Bro. First blood, there we go.
I don't know about that one. 9 class, you're creative, but isn't that just straight up feeding?
It's not like they missed out on any last hits or anything, right? They're still going to get a pull.
Yeah. No, they're very happy with that. I actually don't know what 9 class was thinking. The moment the sentry came down, you need to run immediately, but he still stayed. Crazy.
Wild.
Crazy guy.
In this mid lane, Storm against Pango. Storm with the upper hand, a couple of waves ahead in last hits in terms of no one's farm. And Storm usually does very well in these kind of lanes.
Yeah, Storm against anything melee usually does well. It's hard to stop Storm from farming. He's a spell farmer. He will use the static remnants, Q ability to keep getting last hits. Oh, gets body blocked up as Ducalius has one more dagger. It connects.
And a blood grenade. Yeah, that TP kind of forcing them to back up. But 9 class in from behind. A couple of hits onto BZM and the swashbuckle from no one closes the gap to get the kill.
And he comes mid saying he can take the experience while the Storm is dead at least. You know, he didn't TP to save his ally, but he does TP to save the creeps from going to waste. This is what we call a Yaps or TP.
I was expecting the Tiny to make one of these first moves to come into mid. Whitemon up top. Blown up by this 9 class bounty hunter. This is how annoying this hero is. You know, he shows up mid, helps to get a kill there, shows up top, same story.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous to play against Invis heroes. It's so hard to put up you know, defenses everywhere for where he could roam. See 33 farming the stacked medium camp, but sadly he doesn't have a big camp next to him.
Nope. He does not. And now we get into a situation where, you know, Tundra have been done in by this bounty hunter a couple of times in a row now. So every time bounty hunter goes off the map, where, as in he's not showing on a lane, he's not in vision of the enemy team, there's the fear, there's the threat that he's on top of you, right? So it becomes super important now for Tundra to have sentry wards around, scouting for this bounty hunter to try and figure out what his next angle of attack is.
And
Because
bounties-
theoretically, he could be anywhere on the map. He could be top lane, jungle, bot lane, mid lane.
He could be, and he has correct understanding that Storm wants to jungle right now. If you don't see Storm Spirit on the mid lane, that means he's off farming jungle somewhere. So he's stalking the Storm, trying to get on him before he gets level 6. They glyph up to not let the creeps die. Storm gets the creeps, got level 6, but in time.
Still alive. Barely gets level 6 to ball lightning away. He's dropped down to 50 health, but it looks like he's okay. Great turnaround from Tundra to keep BZM up and running. As Paravision tried to use that first Pangolier ulti of the game. But then you look at this, 9 class is still killing couriers on his way out of the fight.
Yeah, he's just gonna run away, and it's not worth chasing him. They don't have heroes that can easily hold him in place. Tinker can't stop the bounty from getting away.
And that's now 1 minute without Vanguard for Crystallis. Quite an important item to keep him happy alone in that 1v1 in that top lane.
Huge move.
We've got a
down low.
rotation from Storm, though. Beastmaster turns with his Roar, and Ducalis' Ringmaster offers quite a bit of damage onto 3-3. And they'll take him down. The Storm trying to finish somebody off, gets 9 class. But it's still a great move by Paravision here to bring 3 heroes, kill the enemy offlaner, and get away with murder.
And the Satanic Beastmaster keeps farming, stays happy. He has been leading the way in last hits this game. He has 16 denies as well on top of that, but his last hits are looking outstanding.
Right, not just that, he's also been contesting the enemy stacks. So we've talked about stacking up Ancients and camps and building up bank, something that Sax has been trying to do, but Beastmaster has these boars. And usually with an offlane Beastmaster, you use the boars to make stacks of your own. You build up a ton of Ancients. Satanic has been sending boars to the enemy stacks to stop them from stacking, blocking the camps with sentry wards from Bounty Hunter and with the boar summons from Satanic. So there's a lot of little micro movements there which are kind of ruining the efficiency of Tundra.
Yeah, it's all about just getting the ball rolling faster for your team than the opponents. Both these teams want to get to a point of just running at each other, as we are in the later stage of laning stage now. You
Look.
can almost say laning stage is over entirely.
There's even a Pango illusion. 3 different heroes, 3 different methods of messing with this Saxa Tiny.
Yeah, they are shutting down 33 by doing this. 33 is the hero who wants to farm the jungle creeps, and now Storm gets the attention on mid.
Yeah. They don't have the chain stuns to completely burst him. So he does ball lightning away, but again, we look at this Storm. He's kind of within kill threshold. If he sticks around, he'll die. So he has to go back to jungle, which means his presence isn't being felt in that mid lane anymore, so the tier 1 tower is being shoved. Instead, they have to go on to 9 class, get his Bounty Hunter. A kill is a kill. That's nice. The trouble is, it's on your doorstep. You're not getting anything from that apart from the kill. It's 9 class dictating where and when you're being it's handouts from the government basically. Here, you can have a little bit, but you're gonna have to pay for it.
Yeah, the fact that they had to run back into an awkward spot to get the kill is definitely going to cost them a bit. As meanwhile, the team of 9 class, they're invading here. All of Paravision stealing away the Ancients. The few Ancient stacks they did get, they're not even getting to farm. It's taking all the air out of the lineup of Tundra. And they need to get to those key items. They want, ideally, a Kaya or a Witchblade on the Storm. Darkseer only has Vanguard at this point, so doesn't really have much. I guess, did he get help? No, not even Halberd yet. It's looking tricky.
And this has allowed the Medusa to kind of catch up and no longer completely out of this lane in terms of last hits. She's finding the space to get to her first few items.
Yeah,
And Paravision, a completely different team compared to game 1. They've played very quickly, they're up in the face of the enemies, and they're making space through these aggressive moves, making things very uncomfortable for Tundra, who are now on the back foot and trying to catch up to get their items.
and I think the problem is for Tundra as well, even if they get to the point of having this halberd that the Bristleback is working on, and maybe Darkseer will pick up a halberd, it's not that great against Beastmaster carry. He doesn't care that much about being disarmed. It's annoying, but there are definitely a lot of carries who would care more. Like a PA would be annoyed, an Anti-Mage would be frustrated, but Beastmaster, he just clicks his buttons, man.
And he's got plenty of spells to cast. There was a nice predictive ball lightning there from the Storm Spirit. They had the Observer and Sentry, of course, that saw the Bounty Hunter moving and knew the path he was going to be taking, but a long zip and another kill on the Bounty. It's another little sigh of relief for Tundra. The Bounty Hunter's dead and off the map for a while, so they can focus on farming neutral creeps. But even with Bounty Hunter dead, you see no one and Ducalis here stepping into the enemy Ancients. So just by posturing here, you're stealing away creeps from your opponents, you're getting bonus gold for yourself, and it's playing forward. Your mid wave is at the tier 2. The tier 1 tower mid has already gone, so this opens access to the Ancients, which then makes that bottom lane scary. Right? If Darkseer was to show on the bottom tier 1, he would likely die, because the wraparound play from this mid lane into bottom is so much easier because of the place in which the Pango's standing.
Yeah, this is again one of those games. I said that 33 is going to be an important player to keep an eye on if he's going to take over the game or get shut down. A lot of attention is directed at him. He was banned in the early phase. They banned out some target heroes against him, and I think they started this game with intentions that this Darkseer is not going to get to play the way he wants. Blocking up his jungle, forcing him into a jungle, putting a Beastmaster safe lane carry, which is super strong lane. It's all constructed to make 33 not have a good time. And for good reason. He is, you know, according to a lot of players in the world, he's probably the single best player out there, you know, across even different roles. He has a lot of people respecting him for what he's done.
Yeah. Yeah, like some people are the best mechanical player in the world, some are the, you know, best mind in Dota, but 33 is the combination, right? He's like the ultimate player. Mind and matter.
Yeah, he's super outstanding. That's why he gets all that attention. I'm more of a... My take is that Dota is too hard to say that one player is the best, period. But, you know, you can definitely say that he is the player you want to target and shut down. So in a sense, the most dangerous player on Dire, I guess.
DM, on the other side, the opposing offlane, has her first item. Medusa, this offlane hero now, has a Meteor Hammer. So able to push towers, gives you a ton of mana regeneration for your shield, so it increases your tankiness and your pushing strength at the same time, meaning you're a hero that's difficult to contend with, but you have to contend with her.
And generally, I would say the only time you should ever buy Meteor Hammer is if you do want to play offlane Medusa and do this exact thing, which for any newcomer, I think just straight up don't do it. It's not worth it. This is very, very specific for high MMR. And Meteor Hammer, you probably don't want to have on any hero in Dota. It's just not a good item overall. But this is an exception that pro players are using right now, and difficult to employ in an uncoordinated pub environment.
And then like another, you know, offlaner, Tidehunter, Underlord, these kind of big tanky fellas, they would do the same thing as Medusa has just done now. You push the enemy safe lane tower, you get that kill, then you come and plant yourself in front of your safe lane tower to defend it just with your tanky presence, and then you push back into the enemy objective to get even more gold into your pockets.
Get cancel at least, but the tower will still fall to auto attacks.
Because we've mentioned before how important, or how much more important, the Radiant safe lane tower is compared to the Dire one because of the Tormentor spawning in a minute's time. You want to have this access point, somewhere to TP to, somewhere to defend, a place that you can fall back to when that Tormentor is up.
And with the haste rune now on Pango, it's looking very difficult for Tundra to contest that Tormentor when it spawns. 1 minute is coming, but like you mentioned, the tower is gone. And right now, again, Tundra back to this kind of slow, jungle-focused gameplay. The big question is going to be, what can Bristleback achieve this game when he comes out of that jungle? Because right now he has a Halberd, he's going for a Sanj, but I'm concerned, man. This doesn't feel confidence-inspiring. I know Chrysalis is a crazy player, but I think Bristle needs to hit a timing at some point. You don't want to just farm like this forever.
Yeah, it very much feels like a race to timings. And Paravision are kind of just getting there naturally. They don't need to do anything special to unlock the potential of their heroes, right? They just play out the lane, everything seems smooth, following this algorithmic move from objective to objective. And when you're ahead and playing aggressively, it can feel super easy and smooth to do that. But when you're behind and you're looking for these key items, and I think in particular the Tiny, the one form of initiation that can go along with the Storm Spirit, you know, he's not going to have Blink for a while as a position 4. I worry about Sax's game.
He's a pos 4 from a losing lane. You didn't even play the lane. The Darkseer was jungling a lot, so his Blink Dagger timing is greatly, you know, delayed because of this. And it's going to be more difficult for him to have the impact that he wants. He wants to follow up Storm like you mentioned, but he also wants to just set up things for, you know, Darkseer to get kills randomly as well. And we might not see that as easily in this game. Two of them are grouping up mid with Tinker TPing in behind them, but they're playing into 4 heroes from Radiant.
And they've got Rod of Atos into chain stuns onto the Storm with a Wheel of Wonder coming in. Just need a little touch more damage, and that's what no one will provide. And Storm Spirit felt pretty confident there going into the creep wave, but wasn't expecting this DM Medusa to have hit the second item timing, which is so important for her.
Yeah, these items play really well together. The Rod of Atos and the Meteor Hammer allow Medusa now to technically have 4 disables on her. She has 2 abilities that can either, you know, petrify or root someone. And then you have the Meteor Hammer to root, or Meteor and Atos to root and stun as well. This is from one objective to the next. Took Tormentor, went mid, got a kill on Storm, and straight towards Roche Pit. With the Aghanim Scepter on Beast, he does get a ton of damage output when he gets to auto attack like this.
And this is what we like to see when a team is ahead, going from objective to objective. Again, it's not, you know, it's not go and kill a hero then fall back to farm through the camps, which are safe. It's going forward and finding the unsafe place which you can get away with on the map. So that's take the Roshan, it's play up top, get the kill on Tiny. You know, Saxa is here, similar story, in an unsafe place on the map because he has to be. He is the undesirable hero. He's the guy who needs an item but doesn't have priority. The other heroes, Storm, Darkseer, Bristleback, have priority for the safer farm. And that's what they're going to get while Tiny has to go and, you know, scrape out a few creeps elsewhere.
He's doing what he wants, or what he can. 500 gold to go for Tiny, though. It's going to be a while until he gets that blink finally. And BZM gets run at by Ducalis. Not going to be allowed to take the Lotus. That goes Ringmaster's way. And first move of the game, I want to say, from Tundra. The grouping S5 running down bottom. You can see them all on the minimap. Have some intentions. They have a great ward to play towards. They see Pangle and they see Ringmaster. But
this has
pretty telegraphed.
It's been scanned as well.
Yeah.
So Radiant used this kind of radar, what do you call it, scrying ability. So they put it on the map. They see that it turns red when there's enemy units in it. So it's in fact just Ducalis who tanks the gank. A support dying instead of your core hero is a decent enough outcome there for Paravision.
Yeah, they're going to be okay with that. Bottom tower does look like it's going to fall at the end of the day, so finally opening up the map a little bit. But meanwhile, mid tower, the tier 2. You never want to trade a tier 2 for a tier 1 tower. But unfortunately, you can't stop this Medusa bringing down the building.
Whitemon denied it though, huh?
Yeah, he did get to deny on Tinker. It's gonna at least take away some gold from Paravision, but the map control is just rapidly disappearing for them.
Yeah, so now you look at this kind of bottom right-hand third. Oh, hang on. Saxa, he's gone in and tossed the Medusa back in towards his team. So there's the displacement from Tiny, putting the Medusa into an awkward position, but we equally see how tanky the Medusa is with these items. Still has 600 mana to play with, and Saxa's going to go for round 2. Another toss back. DM now is out of mana and susceptible to dying. That Wheel of Wonder, though, perfectly placed by the Ringmaster, forcing BZM to go deep aggressively and not find a kill just yet. The Storm Spirit getting turned on, looking for the DM Medusa, but she's still alive. Crystallis going straight in towards them by the tier 1 tower, but unable to claim a single life. Rolled on by this Pangolier. Meteor Hammer will be the chain stun capability from Paravision, and Tundra just getting taken down one by one. Whitemon's Tinker has come in to try and save his carry, but it's not going to work out for them.
Oh my god, what a disaster of a first big team fight for them. This far behind before the fight, they commit hard for killing Medusa, and this is the problem. Offlane Medusa, you do not want to try and kill. They looked so uncoordinated there. Well, I guess coordinated isn't the wrong word. They looked like they did not talk this one through. Because if you all in, we're going to kill Medusa, you better finish her. She is so tanky. And with the show up of the rest of Paravision there, it was just easy shooting for them, taking down every single Tundra member bit by bit.
Yeah, she gets back, you know, Ringmaster comes in with a save. You've got Arcane Boots, you've got all sorts of business there to keep her alive. A really rough fight from Tundra. And maybe not exactly the same, but we're in a similar place to what we saw in Game 1, where Paravision made that move towards the Tormentor and tried this last-ditch effort. Tundra are now in a position where every move that pays off, you know, scrambles them out of the well just a couple of meters, gets them out of this hole that they've dug for themselves. But every move that they fail to capitalize on like this, they play aggressively but lose 2 heroes, is just another foot in the grave. This is Paravision closing in on victory. Just 21 minutes in, we're already thinking about the game being on the verge of over.
Yeah, definitely. And a large part of that is the fact that they have Bristleback. It's not the fallback carry hero that can turn the game around in a massive way. He's an active hero. He wants to fight early, but he's just mismatched here. The last pick, Medusa, really caught them off guard, and they've been trying to recover ever since. BCM, they try and go on him, but the missed chance from the Gossamer, Pango, or Bounty couldn't stun him, so Pango didn't connect. Yeah, when you get
Bounty,
hit
when he
from
comes...
Bounty, you normally get stunned, but Gossamer makes one attack miss you every 6 seconds, protecting him there.
Super useful. DM, I mean, 2,000 mana pool. I don't know if you can keep going on this. It is a rough hero to try and bring down, but they're going to try for round 2. Meanwhile, the Storm is getting stunned. Chain disabled. Yule Scepter into the sky and a little more damage. Saxa comes in to try and save him, but not to be. 9 class and no one there have taken down the Storm. While Satanic and DM, they're under a wall of replica from the Darkseer. The Illusions are here doing a little bit of damage, but I don't think Satanic cares. He bangs the drum with BKB up and stands his ground to fight, while 3-3 trying to get himself out with a Tumbler's Toy jump over the cliffs and a surge away. He's got the distance. Oh, out of arm's reach from Paravision's catch.
Yeah, he's been tracked, but I don't know if they have the best catch abilities. No roar yet. Another search.
Stun
Bit to safety.
during the surge.
Wow.
That's a huge grab. 9 class barely has the reach to backstab the Darkseer, stun him out of invis, and now even pushing up to high ground.
Yeah, the Yule Scepter, an item that 9 class has been buying a lot on many supports.
It's non-stop. No one is going to cancel the TP of Chrysalis by using the Rolling Thunder, the ultimate form used up, and his teammates have come in to clear the Bristleback out.
I would not be surprised to see them call it pretty early, by the way, in this game. This Tundra game is just looking rough. They don't have anything to fight for in terms of hold on until a certain power spike either. It's just punishment after punishment. 14k gold lead at 23 minutes. Absolutely massive.
That's an interesting question. How different would the game be with position 1 Medusa and position 3 Beastmaster if we'd flip the side lanes?
I think maybe it would still be okay for Paravision, but it would be significantly weaker. Basically, Bristleback would have a better time against Beastmaster than he does against Medusa, and the Medusa would not be as effective to shut down the bottom lane either. Beastmaster is a very strong laner against the Darkseer, so yeah, it would make stuff weaker, and carry instead of offlane Medusa is different in its item builds. It doesn't build any lockdown control, so Storm would have a much better game because of this, and ultimately Paravision would play a lot slower, which would again help Storm a lot.
It feels like that's the key, right? The itemization would be so drastically different. The hero just operates on a different level. Chrysalis having his mana burnt by this Pangolier and his Diffusal Blade. The roar from the Beastmaster. His ultimate ability. The single target stun stops the Storm from being able to escape. Gets the kill onto BZM. And Paravision, they're just picking heroes off one by one everywhere you look on the map. There is a dire hero being run at by Radiant heroes. Chrysalis feeling the pain up here with a Wheel of Wonder well placed to stop the reaction from Tiny and Tinker. Saxa and White One were coming in to save the Bristleback. They might have succeeded in keeping him alive, but they're going to lose their lives in the trade. 33, and a buyback from this Tiny, signaling that Tundra want to continue fighting up here. With a toss on the Pangolier, the save is there from the Ringmaster to keep him alive, so he gets off a couple more spells, and that Essence Ring to pop some heals, but he's going to die. A massive kill for Tundra to bring down that Pango, but I don't think they can get anything else. Satanic on his Beastmaster has arrived. And now just a little stun or slow, if they could catch up to Chrysalis, would find the kill, but they don't have it.
Can they see Saxa? He's sitting in the... No, they don't see him. Oh, so sneaky. They roared the Darkseer though, who showed on the creep wave. 33 gets tipped as well.
Came out to die.
And all these kills when you are running a bounty hunter also is just crazy amount of gold. They see the tiny, he's also gonna die. Bounty
one by
hunter has
one.
a Yule Scepter and a Nullifier, so he has the 2 items that you can buy to dispel the enemies now. Got the continuous dispel, and then he has a one-click dispel in the Yule Scepter.
And this is where the map gets dark, scary, very small. We talked earlier on about, you know, the map being separated across the river, but now you could pretty much draw a line just outside of the Tundra base that bunkers them in as Paravision have herded them all back. And you die, and of course you respawn in the fountain, and that's kind of where you're stuck right now as Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, credit to them. They tried to take a fight. I think they understand that they are on a very tough timer. And Storm gets caught on mid.
Yeah, it's just impeccable chain stunning there. There's no chance to breathe. You're just being pummeled over and over again. You're stunned, so you can't cast spells, you can't react, use items, nothing. And 33 is going to feel the same kind of pain. Caught up in stuns and roots, held in place so the damage comes out of this Pango and Medusa. And they'll be able to chip away at him while the Beastmaster in the back of the fight, you could hear it, the roar on Crystalis. Another massive stun holds him in place. And there it is, GG cool. Tundra knows they don't have a chance in coming back into this game. So Paravision have tied it up 1-1 in this best of 3.
Impressive stuff coming out from them. Paravision very, very nicely throwing a curveball towards the end of the drafts and gives us again a reason to highlight why in competitive Dota they're after such a big part of the game. I think Tundra, no matter if they were to outplay them here or try and get an edge in, you know, outperforming them just mechanically, you're not going to be able to win this one. It's just a really tough spot to be in.
Now heading into game 3, Paravision have shown, you know, playing slow doesn't work. Playing fast does. Tundra, you know, same story from game 1 as well. Do we expect game 3 to be even faster? Are we going to have, you know, 2 wild animals clashing heads here in game 3 to see who can battle the quickest? Or, I don't know, is there some kind of strategy to slow things down? Can you delay the game and stop these aggressive moves from happening?
I do believe there will be even more focus on the laning stage, and in particular, I think the laning stage of 33, again, I want to go back to that. I think he didn't get to play at all this game. You can't have his offlane be shut down this hard. They got to figure out a way to have him reliably get to play the game. Not sure what hero he wants to fall back on. I think Doom could be a big hero for him that he generally does really well on early, and we'll see if he can figure out what went wrong, because this game he was shut down. They blocked his jungle camp, they herded him out of the lane, and then he never had the impact that we saw coming out from this Medusa.
Yeah, also laning as a tiny who didn't get to do any of the, you know, lane dragging or anything like that was kind of rough for him as well, as he was against this Ringmaster, which was super annoying, and the Bounty Hunter was moving around. And we see the strength of 9 class on these scouting heroes. Yes, you ban Slark, but Bounty Hunter offers you a similar kind of gameplay from that position 4. But all tied up, 1 apiece. We'll come back with game 3 after this break. We'll see you then.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try. shame and gravel. Got some ice down, six-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Oh yeah. It's a full-blown knockdown tailgate kind of a night. Oh yeah. Got the cool chicks dancing on the hood and they're looking so fine. So fine. This fire's burning at 110. Don't need a ticket, honey, come on in. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Don't need much for a good time, couple friends and the radio blasting. 'Cause we're singing at the top of our lungs, yeah, we're right where it's happening. Oh, yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Oh no. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. It's always right where we are. Gonna party all night. Yeah, right where we are.
Time clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. The bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight?
Welcome back, everyone, here to ESL One Raleigh as we continue with the Newcomer stream, heading into Game 3 of this lower bracket best of 3. Elimination on the line for one of these two teams, or the chance to go into that grand final best of 5 against Team Spirit. And Waga, so far, you've been spinning the story. It's all about tempo, playing faster and faster, seeing who breaks and cracks under the pressure.
Yeah, when you get to this top level of Dota, it all comes down to like, are we even getting allowed to play the game? The tempo that we have seen them bring here has been just furious coming out of Tundra throughout this tournament overall. And Paravision, you know, also stepping up and meeting that in many ways. Paravision have had some games where their approach is a little bit slower, but in the last game we saw them put safe lane Beastmaster, a very untraditional way to play him, but it has been working out really well lately in high-level pubs. I've seen it quite a bit. And that allows you to come in with this all-or-nothing kind of mid-game. If you don't win mid-game, you probably just auto-lose the game, but it is so hard to stop. And Tundra, this is just one more thing they got to think about now. Like, okay, so they will put Beast safe lane. What do we do?
Yeah, and then you add in this 9-class factor, right? They've banned out the Slark in these early stages of the draft, but Bounty Hunter has filled a similar role to him, allowing this fast pace of play because he's a hero that gets onto the enemy side of the map, gives information, scouts out targets, finds areas which are safe to farm, and is very annoying as a hero that you kind of have to react to. We saw BZM constantly tracking back to kill his Bounty Hunter instead of farming creeps because he had to deal with this non-stop nuisance. So I'm kind of curious if, you know, Paravision have Bounty banned against them here in Game 3, or is there a third hero outside of Bounty and Slark that gives them this kind of vision and tempo that they've been utilizing so well through this tournament?
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. At least maybe they need to have heroes that can punish the bounty a little bit better, like Darkseer, Tinker, to a degree Bristleback with all physical damage against bounty, having one of the highest armors in the game. All not too great at dealing with bounty running around doing what he wants. Storm is decent. I would love to see them even go for Slardar, a hero that I'm kind of missing in the games that we've seen now. He's another hero that can be super aggressive early and would counter the bounty really hard since you can reveal him with your ulti.
Yeah, and then definitely coming back to the focal point you brought up around 33's offlane, this Darkseer Tiny, you know, a cool lane, but had struggles because of the matchups it was facing into. I don't know, I kind of want Saxa to go back to what they've seen success on with these, you know, Wind Ranger, Kotl position 4s, the ranged heroes that give them a bit more reach or global presence rather than, you know, Tusk Tiny.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of the concern is that he's been pretty squishy on some of these heroes and that, you know, it can end up with him dying quite easily. But if it comes at the cost of them not being able to play the lane they want, not being as strong in laning stage, I don't think it's worth putting him on a hero like Tiny. I agree with you. He plays a phenomenal Kotl, which I think will stay banned a lot, but he does have a few other heroes they also is extremely good at, like Hoodwink. We haven't seen Wind Ranger much. We haven't seen Hoodwink at all.
And we've seen a couple of Wind Rangers, but Mirana's out there as well.
Yeah.
As a hero that he's very well known on. It's just a big battle of supports early on in the draft, with some of these guys getting banned out very early on. And then you mentioned 33's hero pool often getting targeted on top of that. So it's a case of pick your poison. Who's going to be let through? What do you have ideas against? And what are you going to let through in the draft in this final deciding game? This is super important now. One game separating one of these teams from that grand final best of 5, that chance of the big prize money in the grand final as well. And one of them are going to get eliminated.
Do you feel like one of the teams has a better chance to actually put up a fight if they do go against Team Spirit? Because of course you could say that, oh, you know, Tundra, they dropped down, they obviously lost to them, but maybe they can come back with a vengeance. Do you feel like either team would do better against Team Spirit here?
I feel like Tundra has the better chance, even though, like you say, they dropped down 2-1 against them. I don't know, I feel like Paravision have this kind of weird Weasley way around them that is just going to hit a brick wall of Team Spirit's resilience. Right? I think Team Spirit are resilient enough to say, screw your bullshit. We've got these heroes and this strategy and this designed way of playing that's going to make sure that you're not able to irritate us or get under our skin.
Yeah, I also kind of agree. I think Paravision might have more X factor to them against Spirit in particular. But yeah, we'll head into the draft and see what the teams are going to grab for themselves in game number 3, the final game in this series. First series of the day, and then we have that grand finals coming up.
Slark gone, Nature's Prophet and Beastmaster removed. Ancient Apparition also joining them in the bans, with Sand King, Tusk, and Monkey King. So a lot of heroes that jump and catch people. Some of these global powerhouses taken out. But it leaves in the Ringmaster, leaves in the Jakiro, the Tinker, and what else is there? The big boys.
I mean, they're still the
TA?
Darkseer. I wonder what they're gonna go for though. Yeah, they open with a Caudle. That makes a lot of sense. I think Saksa getting comfort zone and that in a way giving 33 a better start is gonna be important.
That's a nice keyboard. Whose is that? DM.
Yeah, DM got nice swaggy little keyboard. A lot of the players have very unique looking keyboards with either custom keycaps or something.
So some of the big, most contested heroes still out there. The Templar Assassin. The Tiny. That hero we saw in the position 4 role earlier on suffered, but Tiny has looked pretty good as a mid or a carry for both of these teams. Let's see if they go that direction.
Yeah, and
of course,
the early ban out on Tusk is so interesting from Paravision. A hero that has been successful in catching backliners. Maybe they were worried about Tusk catching their own Ringmaster. They didn't want that. Or they wanted to say, okay, we ban Tusk, so there's no save from his Snowball. And then we take Ringmaster, which is another one of the saving heroes. And now we have, like, save monopoly.
I think it's also one of those heroes that Saksa can kind of maybe not win a lane with, but he finds value in a lost lane or finds value in an even lane that gives them an advantage, right? With this like tag team, any offlaner, you get on top of the support, get that kill, like you say, expose this Ringmaster a bit, and all of a sudden you're in a winning position in the lane just through Tusk's presence there at level 2.
My husband got me into Dota to play more Dota.
Unlucky.
Very nice.
The eternal trap. Even still banning the Bristleback, and the flexibility of that hero and the partnership with the Keeper of the Light, who reduces cooldowns on a short cooldown spell like Quill Spray. You are just non-stop spamming quills.
Yeah. It's always fun to look at the players a little bit and, you know, kind of read their body language and so on. And you can really tell from no one what a seasoned veteran he is. He's sitting here one game away from possible elimination or possibly going into grand finals. And he is just as loose as you can be. He just, you know, looking completely relaxed, where some of the players, you know, might be a lot more tense. This is a big moment for them in their career still. And everyone definitely needs to focus up somehow.
I agree now. But I did notice him pre-game 2, like they lost game 1, and then pre-game 2, he looked kind of nervous. He had, I don't know if you've, myself as someone with anxiety, I've, noticed that the anxious yawn, the nervous yawn, the nervous laugh. He had a couple of those going into game 2. Someone cracked a joke and he was, laughing at it, but at the same time, he seemed a little bit on edge. But I'm sure that's all calmed down now with a game 2 victory. It's like, okay, we're in the rhythm, we're in the groove, the nerves have gone, we're settled in, we're on this stage for game 3. In a best of 3, and we've already got fans waiting for Spirit in that grand final.
Yeah, so ad Finim. Been a while since that team. I remember some crazy LAN performances from them as well, a long time ago.
Yeah, and NA LAN, Boston Major.
Exactly. America remembers.
Yeah, rare that they get LANs over there. They've got to remember all the good ones. We had
We need
Captain's Draft or whatever. We had Arlington. We had Boston. But TIs?
Yeah, we should have more events in the US for sure. We should have more events, period. It's just a lot of fun.
Kunkka for Tundra. Again, this hero that is tanky, difficult to kill, flexible across all 3 roles, so keeps your draft very open. And then, of course, has the catch with the X marks the spot, which you put on someone to be able to drag them back to their original position and kind of dogpile on them.
Yeah, very good hero to give mana to as well, as he gets both X-Mark and his Torrent back faster. Of course, he gets the Tidebringer back faster, but it's more rare that it will be so impactful.
And a good hero to kind of teleport to as well. When you've got this Keeper of the Light with Recall, you want heroes that you bring to you. A carry hero who's farming the jungle alone. You bring them, and you teleport to a hero that is forward on the map. And that's going to be Kunkka's job most of the time, is playing up behind enemy lines, being a tanky force, saying, come and deal with me. And when they come to deal with him, you react with multiple TPs and recalls to fortify his position.
Yeah, but again, we have a game of Caudle, and again, we have TA picked against it. Good matchup for TA, very happy. Explained before how Caudle wants to play in the Fog of War, wants to play in the tree line a lot, and TA giving that vision with her traps here and there can be very, very good.
That's funny. Clicky game. I don't know, my girlfriend doesn't think of Dota as a clicky game, but whenever I play Terraria or anything like that, that's the clicky game where
Yeah.
I'm mining away at stuff. Like, what's that taka taka noise? What's going on? It's the clicky game again.
That's true. In Dota, you gotta sometimes spam it. Depends if you pick Bristleback or not. But Bristleback being banned in this game, Paravision are gonna be clicky with the Templar Assassin and Terrorblade instead, which can be a bit of a greedy lineup, but they're also pretty good good heroes in laning stage to bully people. And this is Paravision. You can't put it past 9 class to just pull out the support TB.
That's true. Yeah, I was thinking, hey, this TA could be for, BZM mid, could be Satanic carry. The Terrorblade could be carry, could be off lane, because we've seen that flexibility. But you're right, there's the additional position for support Terrorblade, which is super irritating in the hands of 9 class.
TB essentially has, 3 different lanes that he can go to right now, or 3 different positions, 2 different lanes he can go to. He can either be top or bottom, and can be played as a support or as a core. But the TA, a little bit more locked, either carry or mid. Very rarely we'll see her anywhere else. Pretty much doesn't happen.
Well, a Darkseer pick removes a little bit of the flexibility there from himself and Kunkka. So showing one of the lanes a little bit here with Keeper of the Light, Darkseer, likely to be paired together. And this 4th pick from Tundra. Usually you'd be looking for your next support hero, your position 5, to come and play in that safe lane. I'm curious what Whitemon is going to get his hands on, because all of his heroes like picked or banned.
Yeah, I think this incentivizes the TA to be safe lane against Darkseer. Now that you see Darkseer coming out, very good at killing the Iron Shelled creeps. And Terrorblade doesn't match fantastically against Darkseer. Magic damage is very good at bringing down Terrorblade. Ooh.
Well, Elder Titan is a Whitemon special. It also is very good against this Terrorblade, if it's a core hero.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite incredible. You take away armor and magic resistance from opponents just by being near them as Elder Titan. And TB, one of the most agi dependent heroes, and all that armor they ask from his agility can be removed by ET. So very, very effective at taking away survivability. Also gives you a nice combination. You now have Vacuum from Darkseer, which pulls all the enemy into a tight little spot. Then you can torrent that with Kunkka, or you can stomp on them with Elder Titan. There's a lot of things they can do.
And this, again, comes back to this topic of 18th pick. When you have the 4th pick in the draft, you see 4 enemy heroes. You get to pick one of these slippery guys. We talked about the Puck and the Storm previously in other games and other series. Here, Elder Titan, Darkseer, Kunkka, Kotl have very limited, consistent stuns or silences or catch. So Ember Spirit, being an elusive spirit hero, has a lot of freedom of movement to pick his target, pick his moment to join the fight, and play in and out onto different targets when he wants to.
Yeah, I like that a lot. He can be a high mobility hero and great at going on the Kotl. It is an Ember Spirit shown with quite a few potential picks into it. Notoriously, we see a lot of Dragon Knights to try and deal with him. Let's see if Tundra have a plan for what they want. Paravision are going to open up with a ban on Razor, which I like. It's Crystallis' specialty is a Razor spammer. Would be a pretty good game for it.
Yeah, I mean, when you round out a bit of your draft with Ember Spirit like that, very often you start banning out Huskar, heroes like that in the mid lane, but you already have Terrorblade and TA kind of covering with the physical damage to deal with some of the lane counters which Ember Spirit could have faced already with your draft.
Yeah, but
Now
they only have one more ban on the side of Paravision, and they're the ones who are going to have to show one more hero pick, and then Tundra can last pick counter you. I think Tundra in a good spot to get the upper hand in this draft.
And look at that, with the flexibility Paravision has, and your point there, this Terrorblade could be position 4. Tundra have to cover their bases. They don't get to choose a role to ban out. They ban out Enigma from the offlane and then Bounty Hunter from the position 4 because they know that flexibility is there from Paravision.
Yeah, it's like showing already in the bans that, okay, we know what you're doing, we know that you have flexibility. I'm not sure if I would love playing support TB into some of these heroes, but looks like he's gonna do it.
The
Brewmaster
TB
comes
support.
out. That should be DM's hero, no doubt. And Terrorblade is going to be supporting this game. As the team gets themselves ready.
Brewmaster's a pretty strong laner. His main focus, though, is his ultimate, the Primal Split, where he turns into a bunch of little pandas with different abilities. One has a Dispel with a Cyclone, another has damage over time, another one has a displacement tool, another one has a stun.
You just put carry Kunkka here, though, against Brewmaster, which is really strong, and pick some other counter. Oh, they go Morphling. Okay. Yeah, you do have some interesting stuff to choose from, as Morphling can either become TA and take the refraction, you can become Terrorblade to get the meta. Very, very curious. We get Crystallis Morphling, another one of his best heroes. I mean, when you're one game away from either getting to the grand finals or getting eliminated, you want to play on your comfort zone, and this is it for Crystallis.
Yeah, and the laning presence from the Brewmaster was saying he's a strong laner. Morphling is one of those carry heroes that once he gets to, level 4, level 5 or so, you can kind of leave him alone and he'll dominate the lane on his own, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. If he gets off to a decent enough start, he can then be fully functional on his own. Does need to get to that point first. And if Morphling gets to have a Vladimir's, he's going to be, keeping his HP up, his mana up. Going to be completely fine all the time. Yeah, it's not going to be BZM on the Morphling. It's going to be BZM Kunkka, so he's going mid. And it's going to be Darkseer off lane. Pretty standard laning by Tundra. And Paravision are the ones who threw the bigger curveball, I guess, with that Terrorblade. But we knew it. They knew it. Everyone knows the 9 class likes playing support TB.
That's for damn sure. Now, in terms of aggression, tempo, the speed of these drafts, I'm kind of leading Paravision here. Do you think Tundra have enough to get through the laning stage, fight back against this potential speed? Or am I wrong in the read that I'm looking at Morphling and thinking he's kind of slow?
I think you may underestimate it a little bit. I think Morphling, he's playing into a lane that he doesn't feel threatened. The Terrorblade is not going to be able to do anything to him. One thing TB doesn't bring is magical damage, and that's what you need against Morphling. So being against the Brewmaster plus TB, I think Morph will have a fantastic start. And operating on that assumption, Kunkka, Darkseer, Morphling, who should have a pretty free early game, and then Saksa on his Caudal, I think Tundra have everything they need.
So it should be in for a pretty close game 3 then.
Yeah,
super excited to see this one kick off. A quick pause and then resume as we'll get ourselves the smokes from Paravision quickly out onto the map, positioning themselves to look for a potential first blood grab. And Tundra slowly getting out of their base. And one of the teams that we've seen not utilize these early smokes, instead kind of slowly meandering out to lanes, and then maybe late smoking if they want to reposition them for a rune.
Yeah, they don't always go for it immediate. They do have a smoke on the ET, so it feels like they still want to make a smoke rotation. Speaking of, they're very close to breaking the smoke. Whitemon has boots, so he can be the one going first. Does he get away? Oh, he walked pretty deep.
Right into the middle of 4 heroes. Oh, he's surrounded. First blood for 9 class and for Paravision. And that's the strength of these early smokes. You are faster out onto the map. You position yourselves in these key terrain areas, and you can surprise your enemies and get the early kills.
Also, the downside of not being smoked yourself.
Yeah.
He didn't know that they were on the high ground because he wasn't smoked to begin with, so he had no way of knowing that they were on the high ground. They just waited for him and got him. And now they're looking to play for every single rune. Paravision are getting so greedy with it now. They want all 4 runes.
Yeah, it's just snowballing this advantage, right? You get a good early start, you get first blood, you get an observer ward kill, that's bonus money. 9 class, though, he's being run down by a Darkseer with Iron Shell on him, and ET giving chase. With the Meld Strike and the physical damage turnaround, though, 33's got to be careful going deep for this one. 9 class probably going to be okay now. Whitemon can't keep going for it, and Elder Titan Darkseer, they're stuck on the wrong side of the map. Ducalis keeps giving chase with this Ringmaster throwing daggers at them. Blood Grenade chucked in as well. Terrorblade thinking about rejoining with a couple of hits on the Darkseer. Under the tower, they're safe and sound, and they'll get the kill. 2 kills to the good. 9 class does lose his courier, but this is now a disaster for the bottom lane. Darkseer is sad. Elder Titan has spent a lot of resources and wasted time down here. Paravision couldn't dream of a better start.
Yeah, this is fantastic for them. They did get even on the bounty runes at least, so that part is whatever. But the kills they got, It's just off to a beautiful start to the game. 9 class and Ducalis, both the supports getting a kill each.
That's a great... Yeah, I think it's harder to cast Newcomer stream than mainstream. I'm not going to lie. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Having we're casting group stage, we cast playoffs, and that's kind of... I don't want to say autopilot, but there is an element of we've done the reps, right? You know the system, the format. You go through everything as you've experienced and practiced tons of times before. And Newcomer stream, my smooth brain is getting wrinklier every second. I'm just trying to think deeper about this game.
Yes, it's about what we're used to. Obviously, we've cast tons and tons and tons of games of Dota, but Newcomer stream is very unique. So, reminder to everyone in chat as well, if you have any questions or anything you want to learn, anything you're interested about, feel free to just ask.
So Saxa...
Real downfall for Saxa. Tries to
Yeah.
mess with the creep wave, does stack it up to be a double wave, but dying makes it not really worth it again.
It looks like Ducalis doesn't have access to his small camp. That is blocked by a sentry. So no way for him to pull there. And 33 very wisely is clearing the large camp to make sure there's no pull from that direction either. So they will have access to the majority of this wave arriving in towards them. But this is a knock-on effect from the nonsense, right? The Darkseer dying, the ET getting stuck. Saxa has to manipulate this wave to try and reset the lane closer to their tier 1 tower so Darkseer can be safer.
Yeah. Wow, Stanik went for the Void Blades in this game. Just the facet on TA that he chose is not the normal facet for this patch. We'll see how it works out for him. I think it's just because of laning against Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, look at him go. Another hit there, gets the kill on 33. Tons of minus armor. And Darkseer dead again. While this top lane, Chrysalis needs a little bit of time to feel comfortable in this lane. Speaking about a good early start, getting to level 4. But right now he has 6 last hits and he's being bullied by a Terrorblade support.
TB using the power spike of having the Metamorphosis goes in. Gets a few denies under tower even against the Morphling. Without meta, he's not going to be able to threaten as much though. But yeah, the Brewmaster has been having a great time up here. Morphling not off to a good start at all.
No, DM having a great time. And, it's a very early power spike and, I don't know, kind of a boring one, but double bracer on Brewmaster with his stances makes him so tanky that he kind of becomes unkillable for the next couple of levels.
Yeah, he's really rough to bring down. And the power denying, what we call power deny, 2 heroes going for the same deny together, the TB and the Brewmaster, just making sure Morphling doesn't get any easy CS. They're playing this offlane beautifully.
Yeah, then forcing the wave to push back towards them as well. And that key element of wanting to be in front of your tower farming where it's safer, where there's more space and time to react to what your opponents are doing, and a lane that you want to chase down. And now Ducalis, minute 4, Water Rune's going to spawn. Ember Spirit goes to the bottom one. No one takes the Water Rune to refill his bottle. Top is going to be defended and taken by Ducalis. This Kunkka not going to get anything. A little bit of help from Saxa is there, but BZM now going to have to walk away from lane.
This mid lane, a lot of pressure on BZM's shoulders because the side lanes are not feeling good right now. Morphling hardly getting any farm. Darkseer already off to the jungle. This is, Kunkka needs to pull some heavy lifting. And we're gonna see it. The CS is gonna reflect this. I mean, TA is 29-17. Bottom lane is effectively shut down.
It's 4-0. Like the net worth lead is 1k. May not seem like a lot, but that's going to start building if nothing drastic changes here. Satanic off to a cracking start. And then the backup plan for Tundra is going to be, stacking camps, building up ancients, things like that. And we'll very likely see a lot of contesting from Paravision as Ember Spirit, TA, pretty good heroes at going in and contesting or even stealing the stacks from the enemies.
Yeah, definitely quite likely that they're going to find themselves making a move in there. And that's when the question is going to come, how ready are we on Elder Titan to go over there and react and help out, or even Kunkka?
Satanic, even under tower, making 33 think twice about his life. Uninhabitable in his bottom lane now for Tundra. And when a lane gets like this, Kotl and Darkseer trying to find anything, TA alone and feeling comfortable, the Ducalis Ringmaster is just bouncing from lane to lane, going from bot to mid, guarding runes, And 15 seconds away now from the active rune spawning, he's already set up, along with the Terrorblade, who's looking at that top rune spot, chasing Whitemon to guard the rune for no one.
Yeah, all the supports are putting their attention towards mid. TA gonna be very happy bottom. It's gonna be an Invis rune up top. Might be difficult to get something with, but BZM is thinking about Brewmaster. Doesn't have level 6 yet on Brew, so he can't rely on his ulti to get to safety.
Double Bracer makes him tanky with a lot of strength and health. Raindrops gives him a bit of protection against magical damage. We'll see if Tundra are able to chip away at him with a boat and the control. DM is dropping low and he will die. So they bring enough heroes here to finish him off while 9 class gets pummeled down by this Elder Titan. And it's Whitemon with a double kill.
Big for Whitemon, getting some going there. Getting a very important kill. They are meanwhile taking damage to their building down bottom. And poor Darkseer trying to get close, immediately gets gone on again.
And Elder Titan, kind of an interesting hero in how he works, right? We've seen double damage runes be picked up by some of these heroes, which amplifies their damage up. Elder Titan kind of gets that naturally through one of his skills. He puts a spirit out of himself, passes it through any kind of enemy unit, neutral creeps, enemy heroes, ancients. And when that spirit returns to him, having gathered the souls of these units, brings him damage. Like, look at that tooltip. There's a whole bunch of stuff he gets from that buff right there.
Yeah,
118 bonus damage.
It's basically a limited time window where he should do a lot. So it takes a long time for a spirit to go out and collect all the resources, and then it comes back and gives you everything you need to play aggressively. But double Wisdom Rune getting claimed by Radiant, then they go in, steal this camp, and also get a kill on the Caudal, and this ancient camp might not be long for the world as well.
Oh yeah, we can also introduce you to the Elder Titan briefcase versus stapler battle. Pick a side.
Yes. I'd say it's a briefcase. I'm briefcase. Team briefcase.
Yeah, with all the cosmetics we've got now, I'm in the briefcase camp. But the original ET,
Yes.
that was a stapler. That was a staple gun.
I agree. Yeah, his weapon, you know, his auto attacks also felt a little bit like you're using a staple gun. You just put it against the enemy and then they, you know, there's a satisfying little click.
Looks like Tundra have kicked Paravision out of that Ancients area, at least for now. And having to spend quite a lot with double observer boards, a ton of sentries, reclaiming the land that was stolen from them.
And Caudal is doing
just...
the Iron Shell ancient clearing trick now. So he has Iron Shell from Darkseer, but Darkseer is nowhere close, and now he can just stand next to him here. If Darkseer was anywhere within 2000 range approximately, he would be triggering aggro.
Saxa.
Saxa. Aggro.
Decides to cast some spells at them, and then realizing they do a lot of damage.
They fight back.
They do indeed.
So they don't get robbed at least. They get the Ancients. This is a pretty pivotal moment, the fact that they did get their Ancients for Darkseer. Allows them to go back into the game a bit.
Yeah, keeping this around a tidy 1k lead for Paravision. Things felt like they were starting to spiral, but the moves Tundra have made to balance the scale on this map have been very good. So net worth wise, yes, the TA is out ahead by quite a margin. The other, dire heroes, Kunkka, Morphling, having a pretty good game of their own at this point.
Yeah.
And this is where Brewmaster can't 1v1 the Morph anymore, because Morphling goes jungle, free farms there, comes to lane, and DM, even with level 6, kind of struggles to deal with Crystallis.
Yeah, it's difficult for him to do too much aggressively, but DM simultaneously is just happy to farm towards his item timings. Brewmaster wants to get Radiance. Ember. Well, just a stomp.
Pretty low on resources, though. No one at half health, half mana. Still going to get a nice two-man Sleight of Fist into Searing Chains, and this has allowed DM to TP down here. Uses the Primal Split, so all these little pandas running around. The Cyclone is from the blue one. He's got a little boulder that gets tossed out from the green one, and BZM's being burnt down by the orange fire one.
Yeah, the entire nation, all the nations, the Avatar basically is bringing the power together here at DM.
Oh, Keeper of the Light grabs a shield rune. Tanky for a moment, but no one and 9 class are there to get in front of him. 9 class trying to body block Saxa, which is getting in front of him to stop the Keeper of the Light from moving. Tries a different angle of exit, but no one's going to take him down. At the same time, 33 dead in a 1v1 situation to Satanic's TA. No stuns, no silences. Just slow from the trap?
He overestimated his halberd and his viability there. He previously got chased, Surge was on cooldown, and it's a 24-second cooldown level 1. So the fact that he has a point in ulti on Darkseer and a point in vacuum, he does not have a lot of skill points into Surge. And after the first one forced out, Satanic just finds the kill.
That pops up to a 3k lead pretty damn quickly, and the Radiant heroes are utilizing this primal split, utilizing this TA's damage output, get them a ton of gold, and no one now going to clear out a large camp stack of his own. No contest here from Tundra to scout or do anything about it. That's just going to be free money for the Ember Spirit.
He's going to TP base, has these remnants that he can jump back to, so Ember is one of the heroes who can do an easy refill using teleport scroll. TP's to the base, and then he's gonna hop out to the camp, farming it.
Aggression on the TA, though, does come in the form of BZM's Kunkka, but they've got this little escape act, put the TA in the box, try and get her away. Satanic says, I can maybe punch back here. Refraction is up, and Satanic's fine with a little play from the Terrorblade Sunder to keep her topped up and healthy. At Chrysalis, this Morphling is able to turn into an enemy hero, turns into the TA, while DM in the back end of the fight will clear out Saxa. Another move on to Satanic, though, does find the kill. So Chrysalis and BZM, they get the gap closed to kill the enemy carry. Now the supports are exposed, and the follow-through is strong, but DM and no one, they've brought in reinforcements, backing up this fight to blow up the Elder Titan. Ducalis has died, though. 33 caught up in the stuns from the neutral creeps. This Darkseer is falling. Another boulder tossed in by DM's primal split. Earth Panda gets the kill. They might be able to finish him off, though. When all the pandas are dead, the last one standing has the real hero's soul inside of it, usually the Earth Panda. So when they kill that, the hero dies.
And that was super close to Brewmaster ulti running out, which would have saved his life. He would have come back, he would have been completely fine. But they barely get him in time. Bloody brawl going on, and big fight for Tundra. Getting some important kills. Morphling getting in and showing himself in this game as well in a big way. Didn't get any of the last hits, unfortunately, but Crystal is still going to be getting a lot of experience from that fight.
Yeah, a wild brawl in that bottom lane. Tundra really turning up the heat, though. No one. He's got the Remnant, so he's able to dodge away from the X-Mark Torrent combination, which the Kunkka brings. A bit of a combo breaker there to get out of Tundra's control. And that's why the Ember Spirit was picked. Kunkka is really the only catch capability they have right now.
Searing Chains do not stop you from going through the gate, so the portal keeps going for Elders, or for him. He's gonna get out.
Tundra going to use this opportunity to take control of that bottom jungle. Look for any bonus kills they can find. And it's going to be Ducalis on the Ringmaster, dying. And this is a pivot from that bottom lane fight in towards the mid tier 1 tower. I'd love to kill it off and get access to the enemy ancients. This really is the access point to the map.
Getting out of the comfort zone, going for this mid-tier 1 tower is not natural for the Morphling to do, so very aggressive communication going on by Tundra. They're trying to take control of the game, realizing that that's been sort of the motto for the series. Whoever plays faster is going to be the winner.
Yeah, and one of the, I guess, downsides of the Brewmaster is this period here, where his ultimate's on cooldown and he's trying to get to Radiance. An item which costs a lot. You've got to save up money to buy the Sacred Relic. And it takes a little time to get there. So a window of opportunity where Tundra knows the Brewmaster isn't really a hero right now. He's not going to be joining, not going to be happy to join at the very least.
No, yeah, he wants to keep hitting creeps, but he's only 400 gold away. He'll get the Radiance, and then he'll be capable of taking fights even without relying on his ulti. Can move down bottom. Thinking about catching someone using Surge on the Kunkka to try and send him in. But TA is farming very safe area. Brewmaster down there is not the best target. They could save him with Ringmaster. Tormentor is up, and this time it's going to be Tundra who are in a position to take it.
So yeah, while this was happening, Saxa's Keeper of the Light was kind of lurking in that top left corner. The ability to recall people to him, if he had found a hero up there, you know, say the Templar Assassin, who would love to be farming out on the map, you would have been able to bring people there and deal with it, but instead, doesn't find anyone, recalls himself down to his allies to kill the Tormentor off, and gets himself the Shard.
Yeah, gets his Shard, so he has 2 charges on this jumping around, which means he can pull people with him, something Saxa, out of all players, has been doing the most. Also just passively increases the amount of heal that he gets from the Illuminate. and his teammates as well, of course.
This is such a close game, though, now. Right, item times are being hit by Paravision, which is very scary. Deso, Dragonlance, Blink TA, Radiance Brewmaster, Mage Slayer on his Ember Spirit. They are ready to go and strike fear into the hearts of their opponents. Start things off onto this BZM Kunkka. He did have a chance to cast the boat, so he is resilient and tanky with 21 charges. A bit of pop, regen, and heal, but it's not enough to survive. So DDTA, huh? That's where the damage comes from.
One of the best DD heroes early game. Getting this is going to allow them to go into Roche as well on the back of that one team fight, knowing that Kunkka is dead. They want to try and make the most out of it. ET is pretty obnoxious though, sending the Spirit in and stomping. They have to keep dodging it over and over. They're zoning him. You can see him running after and looking for him, as Brewmaster and TA can easily finish Roche on their own.
Tundra just letting this happen. No real chance to contest it with Kunkka dead. And nobody that can jump in there and steal it either.
Yeah,
So
no,
TA...
too tricky to get there. They could maybe do something with Caudal ulti, try and recall Kunkka and then recall onto the ET, but it would be difficult.
And when you're in a game with a TA or against a TA, and this goes for quite a lot of heroes like Ursa, for example, as Kunkka's going to get caught and killed here, they are Roshing heroes, right? Templar Assassin is a hero who somewhat relies on getting Aegis to assert her dominance in fights.
Yeah, she brings that objective taking to a degree. It was also a downfall for her that the Tormentor was not controlled by her own team. Generally, you want to take Tormentor when you're TA, but that going the side of Tundra was at least a win for them. But getting Roche was the bigger end of the trade for Paravision after that pick off mid. As the game progresses here, we're going to start seeing TA dealing damage to the tier 2 tower. Pretty uncontested with a Blink Dagger and Aegis. They don't have anything that can threaten her. Now tier 2 tower is just falling, and it does not feel good for Dire.
No, you're not stopping it at all. You start TPing people up here now. They're calling the bluff. Satanic is saying, hey, I've got teammates behind me. I'm pushing your tower, but I'm backed up. Doesn't have anybody there, and it looked like Tundra were getting ready to go, but they're just a little too late.
It was completely alone, but too late to deal with it, and they TP'd up there, so Tundra dropping the ball a little bit.
More space for Paravision.
Yeah, Paravision have accumulated some key items for themselves. They have that shard on Terrorblade, giving him a ton of speed. Also has the drums, so he can speed up his allies. It's very important for him because he plays that way. 9 class just likes to run around and keep an eye on opponents. He needs to be a speedy boy.
Well, Tundra, with their fresh items, wanting to get out on the map and find something. There's an Orchid on top of the Halberd on this Darkseer, so kill threat from that. I want this Kunkka to get to Radiant, so any kill, any gold is going to help him out tremendously. And Crystal is feeling pretty comfortable now with his Manta style as a both offensive and defensive tool. Gets him in and out of these fights pretty safely.
Crystal is going to be the big question mark. Morphling is absurdly strong as we head later into the game. And can he outcarry the TA, who's currently 2,500 gold ahead of him, but, you know, might not be the easiest matchup for TA once late game comes around.
Yeah, and I guess we should come back to this Morphling pick in general, right? He's an agility hero, he has a lot of agility, and you've already talked about Agi giving armor in the case of the Terrorblade. Looking at Paravision, a lot of their damage is physical. So this Morphling innately has a lot of protection already built in, and then can itemize to deal with any other problems he has.
Yeah, some of the other heroes are at least pretty good at bringing the magical and the mixed damage in there, you know, but TA, she will struggle to burst the Morphling, that's for sure. For now, Saxa taking a pretty greedy approach, been farming away, but he is finally gonna finish up his Aghanim Scepter in just 40 gold. That gives him one more ability, and it's a strong one as well. You get a massive light bulb that flickers on and off in the team fight, and when it's on, the enemy get pulled like moths to a flame. When it's off, they can try and kill it or run away.
I get hypnotized by it. Mesmerizing. And there it is, Aghanim's delivered. A little bit of slowing down in the pace here. You're still, of course, as Tundra, respecting this Aegis on the Templar Assassin. And it looks like Paravision are going to use the remaining minute left on it to go and play aggressively in towards the Wisdom Shrine. Force Tundra away from that easy objective. And Tundra completely avoiding any kind of clash right now. Do they just give this tier 2 to them?
I mean, they don't want to fight Aegis. 1 minute. The Aegis lasts 5 minutes after you take Roche. And TA still has 1 minute to go. And fighting into that, they know it would be a really tough fight for them. As I could lead the way really well. But this is time that they're losing objectives. Losing your tier 2 bottom. Already lost the tier 2 top. Map is getting smaller.
We start on to DM. X-Mark, Torrent, and Orchid. He's stunned up, silenced, but saved? No, not enough to get his ulti off. Chase from Tundra, trying to catch up to any more Paravision heroes. Doesn't look like they'll find any. So far, so good. Killing that Brewmaster is a pretty big takedown to Carlis.
Ooh.
Barely TPing out. Finds a little nook in the trees to hide in the fog.
BCM so close to getting the X mark on him there. If he got to click his X mark, he would have pulled him back immediately. But there's a little cast point. Didn't have time to cast the ability.
And this Orchid on Darkseer, you know, 1 kill on a Brewmaster, that's already paying off for itself.
Yeah, pretty unusual to see the Orchid come out. It's good that you got a kill with it. I am concerned as you go later into the game that Orchid is typically an item that falls off a bit once Dispels come in. Ember already has a Yule Scepter for himself, and he's already threatening 33 with it. Oh no.
Just look at those body blocks. Gets in front, stutter steps to stop the movement of the Darkseer. Has the Yule Scepter and the Searing Chains as control. And all of that time gives Paravision the ability to catch up to the setup from the Ember.
That's just sad for the Darkseer. Of course, when he surges, if you get Yule Scepter, the surge speed the Darkseer has can be removed, and he just uses that to keep him in place.
It's still Tundra with a mild net worth lead. Chrysalis on this Morphling getting a lot of value out on the map right now. Kunkka's had a pretty good game as well. But the difference maker is this Keeper of the Light, who has, like you said, been kind of greedy with his approach to the game. As up at the Lotus Pool, BZM, a very tanky fella, this Kunkka. He's got the drunk courage through his rum. And he's just going to get run down and whittled down by Paravision. All on his lonesome up there.
Yeah, this is looking a bit disjointed from Tundra. They wanted to play fast, but even though they have this timing with Koddle having Aghanim Scepter, it feels like they're not going for objectives or going together. And partly it's difficult when you already lost your towers. There's the tower difference that's making a big impact on the play right now. Paravision still have their top tier 1. They have all their tier 2 towers. You can see them there on the minimap, as there's only 1 tower mid for Dire, and they lost both the sides. So it's hard for them every time they go to deal with top lane or bottom lane. It's a long journey, and then a long journey back from it.
Yeah. It is quite an unusual distribution of farm, though, right? The TA, we expect her to be up at the top, but that lead the TA has is made up for by the Saxa Keeper of the Light, who you mentioned as being kind of greedy, getting a lot of farm as a support. And so the gap between the two teams pretty minimal, even with that tower difference as well.
Yeah, it's very true. There's not much going in terms of net worth gap overall, but the question is going to be when can they get payoff for the items that they purchased on side of Tundra. You get the Aghanim Scepter, you have these items on Kunkka as well. You've got the Veil, Radiance, Blade Mail. Ideally, they would like to take some big fights.
And I'm just trying to think, like, so far, the main big fights have been started by Paravision. Setting up on tier 2s, smoking, playing aggressively on this dark side of the map. And I'm kind of wondering, I'm trying to envision a fight where Tundra are the ones on their terms, under their vision. Get a catch with BZM. They can start on their own terms. Because if the Morphling comes out with a fog with an ET Spirit on a target, Tundra could easily find themselves with a numbers advantage.
Yep. They're looking at the Ember bottom, considering going through the gate and chasing him. He also has a Remnant over at the gate. So they're camping it for now, leaving some heroes thinking about maybe going on him. go through the gate, but all of Radiant are here. Paravision are ready to defend.
They're all smoked up.
The Tormentor.
Tormentor coming back up. And a slight change to the high ground. Ember Spirit breaks vision, gives the stuns. Elder Titan healed by the Keeper of the Light a touch. Whitemon maybe can get a stomp out thanks to the Will-O-Wisp as they lose Ducalis. Crystalis and 33 get into the back of the fight to blow up the two supports. Tundra, having the terrain advantage on this high ground, get a bunch of kills. Satanic will snipe out Whitemon, but no one is now on the run, and Paravision scattering to the wind here after being broken by Tundra's positioning.
Wow. Paravision just a little bit disconnected as they ran in to try and take that fight. They did throw in the Ringmaster ulti and tried to take a fight with it, but TA was not hitting any critical target early on. She didn't get to go on the supports and bring down the easy targets, and then Tundra just have a lot of sustain. But we see the same thing again. They want to go for Roche when the enemy team went for Tormentor.
Yeah, you're right. Go for this objective. There's
There's no way they want to give this away, though. They're coming over.
Are they fast enough, though?
No.
TA's so quick.
It's dead.
Roche is already dead. There was a bit of hesitation, though. I don't know. I found it kind of funny in the moment, but maybe that was a difference maker. They start TPing people back to Fountain, coming back in. BZM walked up to that Tormentor, hit it 4 or 5 times, and was kind of like, guys, we came here to kill the Tormentor, and no one was reacting. You know, it took a little bit of coercing his teammates to go and finish that objective off. If they'd maybe been a bit speedier, that reaction to Roche, you know, may have happened. Dota is a game of millimeters sometimes.
It really is. Yeah. If you can shave off just a few seconds here and there in your play and be more efficient, then, you know, that's a huge difference maker in high-level Dota. Even in lower level, if you just, you know, increase your efficiency a little bit, you're gonna fly up in ranks pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's another element to that Yule Scepter of no one. We've seen it used, you know, defensively on himself, aggressively on the Darkseer. We just watched the Kunkka there X-mark himself and walk up to a creep wave to clear it and then kind of teleport back to safety. What you can do, though, is Yule's him before he teleports back, and he's stuck and stranded. So we might be able to see that in this game if no one can Yule's. So when Kunkka's doing this, you would Yule's him so he can't drag himself back.
Yeah, it's a counterplay. A lot of utility for the Yule Scepter in this game. Many things he can do with it. But finally, Tundra are the ones to get some building damage, and even playing into the Aegis, look at them. They're confident, moving up towards the high ground. Fishing for something.
Non-stop pushing waves in. BZM with a double damage rune. Clears through them pretty quickly. Trying to play under their own vision. That Dire Observer Ward on the high ground offering that extra bit of information in the area. But this is where Paravision, you know that the enemy team has wards there. They have 5 heroes there. So they're kind of skirting around the edge, moving down the lane. They want to push the wave out, which opens up that map space, and then smoke to a new position to try and get that advantage.
TA just got a BKB, so this is a big moment for them. They want to go around, still have that Aegis, and TA can go first into this fight. She needs to get on a good target, killing off the support or going on Morphling.
TB Illusion scouts things out. So there's already that little bit of intel from 9 class. They see BZM and go straight for him. Glimmercape and Blade Mail up. Protection for the Kunkka with a boat as well. Primal Split used, so this Brewmaster has all his little pandas out there. They took a lot of damage though, so DM back into normal form as they turn on the BZM and kill him off with Satanic's Templar Assassin going to work. The physical damage shreds through them, while Crystalis, yes, he's killed a Ducalis support Ringmaster, but can he contend with Satanic and no one here? It looks like he's forced them back with Whitemon's presence being enough, but Paravision quickly realizing they could turn around on this. Whitemon getting body blocked, caught up with a TA damage, a triple kill for Satanic, and Tundra once again on the run. Crystalis has a Manta style and a waveform, defensive tools to get him to low ground. He's going to have to use them here. BKB is also being delivered to him, so he had a third tool to save himself. We'll see if he has to use it, though, as the chase continues. A Sunder from 9 class drops him to low health, and there he has to BKB TP just to survive.
Ooh, that's a big moment now. They didn't lose the Aegis on TA, still has it for 1 minute 40. And the fact that Morphling BKB TP'd out, long cooldown on BKB, at 90 seconds, 95 even, that they can go and make a play. So mid tower should be eyed up here by Paravision. At the same time, they don't have Brewmaster ulti, and maybe they want to respect that a little bit. Brewmaster relies quite heavily on being able to pop into the ulti.
still have this Aegis for a minute. So Paravision feel pretty comfortable playing out the map, while Tundra really grouping up and playing tight together. They've got to keep this 5-man momentum going. But BZM and Saxa are scouted by this Radiant Observer board, and we see immediately the orange and purple icons on the map running away.
Gotta stay safe. Get out of that area as they realize the rotation is coming, but they're getting on the field. Paravision trying to play mids, Terrorblade pushing out bottom. Right now just stalling out the game a bit. And Tundra, they are kind of hungry for a fight even into the Aegis, and now with Aegis timing out in 20 seconds, I feel like Caudle might call people over. Okay, he gets out, never mind.
He comes in, clears some camps, and runs away.
He feels pretty aggressive now with the Ghost Scepter as well. TA has not gone for a Nullfire, so she cannot dispel his Ghost Scepter, cannot hit him, as long as he's able to click it.
Oh dear. Ethereal form turns into a little green ghost fella. No physical damage is touching you. And Revenant's Brooch wasn't
on Elder Titan because he got clicked really hard by TA in the previous fight.
Revenant's Brooch, the item TA has, used to be an item that went through Ghost Scepter, but no longer does, right?
Yeah. Yeah, now it just is a magical crit on top of your damage. 30% chance to deal 80% of your attack damage as bonus magic damage. A secondary attack into your regular attack, you could say. He has Swift Blink already, so TA getting very close to the gear cap where you have all your items. Already has 6 items to work with. Power Treads could still be replaced, the Aghanim Scepter and Moon Shard can still be consumed, so a little bit of improvement to be done, but getting pretty damn farmed.
Honestly, something I hadn't really thought of much, but another indicator, you know, we've talked about the kill score, 20 to 12, the net worth lead under that kill score, 2k for Paravision, that slight lead there. But even the animations of these kill streaks, Ember Spirit and TA both have kill streaks. I mean, Ember Spirit hasn't died this game yet. That's also an indication these players are having a good time and doing well.
Exactly, a little gold under the players is a nice thing to highlight that they're popping off. Oh, look at 9 class. He's got the armlet and the blink, by the way. 9 class is he's getting, this is cheeky stuff he's doing right now. He's got an item that lowers his HP. And then he has a blink, which we've explained already. You can just blink forward, this little mini teleport. But his ultimate allows him to swap HP percentages with himself and another target. So he can hop an enemy unit and take all their HP away immediately. And that's what he's trying to do right now. It's super high risk, because if you get spotted, you can just die. If he walks into the Radiance from Kunkka, he might just burn down to that. So he has to be very cautious, but... Oh, he sees the Caudle soon?
He does. Let's see if he goes for it. Has perfect vision on Saxa.
He's got to go for him. Here
He's
it
going
comes.
to jump in a moment. Surely goes in with a Sunder. The kill attempt. Saxa survives, though. Popped the Holy Locket, which is enough health, and the Ghost Scepter keeps him alive.
He needs a Dagon as well on the TP. He's quicker. So he tried to do the quick kill, but didn't get it.
This was a meme build, right? This was... In pub games for a long time, this was a not serious, I'm going to have fun, dumb build on the Terrorblade. And you'd go Armlet, Shadowblade, Dagon. And you would run around, you'd go into Roshan, drop yourself low, and go and try and find an enemy hero to kill. 9 class takes these dumb meme builds and makes them real. He brings them to the pro level. I've got a catch on Satanic here, put into the box by the Ringmaster, and away from the Will-O-Wisp. Tundra kind of poking at Paravision, see what reaction comes their way. So far met with a firm amount of resistance.
Not gonna get too much immediately there. And that is the Darkseer wall committed. Not a huge spell, but it's something on cooldown, something for Paravision to fight around.
Waiting for Roshan to respawn.
Also, Armlet Blink TB is, it's still a meme build. It's just, you know, it's still a dumb build, but it can work. And anything can work in Dota. That's the glory of it.
Yeah.
TA, the big power spike, level 25. You get your final tree reached of the talent tree, the final branches, I guess. gets the refraction charges, she's now going to have a lot more damage and a lot more survivability.
If you're just joining us, this is the Newcomer stream. A little difference between this and the main stream is we kind of break down Dota into more digestible, accessible chunks, and the basics explained. Maybe a bit more of a deep dive into what exactly is happening under the hood for Dota. So if you've got any questions, we're also doing a bit of chat interaction. Drop your questions about this game, pub games, how to get into Dota, anything Dota related. I'm pretty happy to answer.
Yeah, share your greatest builds, your greatest memes. If we have meme build TB in this game, share your greatest meme build.
Look at that.
Chat as well with us.
Scythe of Vice to start on Satanic. Forces the BKB out of the TA, and sat at half HP, she's forced to run away. Chrysalis did also expend his BKB, though. He's honestly been kind of itchy on that trigger finger these past few series we've watched him. Pressing BKBs in situations where maybe it's not necessary.
I think Chrysalis has shown throughout the tournament quite a bit of nerves, but I mean, he's performing really well, but you can definitely see that he is feeling like he has a lot of eyes on him and he needs to live up to a lot. I think he's an outstanding player. He needs to just get more comfortable with this and believe in himself a lot. As we say that, you know, he's 4-0-7 in this game, has not died a single time. He's doing quite alright for himself, but TA is outfarming him, and that's a problem.
And perhaps the story of this series in particular is important there as well, right? Chrysalis was a player on Paravision until recently. He won the last ESL One main event in Bangkok with Paravision, and then got kicked from the team. He got dropped and replaced by Satanic, this very young, new Eastern European player. And already we've had an interview with Satanic saying, yeah, you can imagine how that felt. It, you know, felt so bad to get dropped by them, but then
With
defeating them in this
yeah.
tournament once already, Chrysalis felt pretty good with it.
Exactly. Yeah, Chrysalis sharing that information. The sneaky play of 9 class again might happen soon, as he's smoked up together with his team right now. Ooh, watch out for the armlets of the Kunkka, or even the Shiva's usage could kill him very quickly.
But this is the thing, right? Numbers advantage in Dota is so huge. If you get that kill, turn it into a 5v4, you have a massive advantage in the fight, and perhaps even force a buyback out of a core hero, which is that ticking time bomb of a window or a win condition potentially.
Well, finally, this ward is getting removed. That was behind them. Under realized they were under an enemy vision. And with Roche up, both teams are likely to stay, you know, in the area like this. You don't want to give up the area control, because Roche could fall very rapidly to Paravision, and even Tundra kill it really quick because of Morphling.
Tundra are in there. A Nemesis Curse on the Morphling, amplifying all that damage. And BZM gets tagged up by a couple of spells.
Roche like this.
Remnant into the pit, so Ember Spirit can jump in. The Morphling focused. Chrysalis gets off his BKB, though. Roche dead, and he picks up the Aegis. Very quick sequence of events as 9 class goes into the back lines looking for targets, but Chrysalis is the one to kill the Terrorblade off. Tundra with a victory so far in this fight, looking for the DM Brewmaster split units. The Fire Panda running off to the far left-hand side, trying to escape, while the Earth Panda down to the south. And they'll give chase onto the Earth one. That's where the main hero resides. Satanic TA thinking about joining this, gives a little hit to Chrysalis, and they don't want to break up the high ground straight away, being a bit more tentative with the play, going as a pair instead. Still a risky maneuver though into this Wheel of Wonder, and the damage. The TA shreds the Darkseer very quickly with that burst of physical damage. And Tundra, they've gone a step too far. Even with Aegis, they aren't really strong enough to fight with this buyback now out of the TB. Paravision are the ones to kill off the Morphling, and Whitemon follows him into the grave. So when Morphling respawns, there's no BKB, no Manta style. He's used everything defensively to save himself. So when the surrounding move comes in, Paravision, the turn of pace, incredible swing. Now onto BZM, the Kunk is in trouble. A Yule's into the sky, and the dive into that backline onto the Kotal as well. DM zones the healing hero while the TA does an incredible amount of damage. No one grabs a triple kill and a 5-man wipe. 6 heroes dead, in fact, if you include the Aegis. Puts Paravision in a game-winning situation.
They do all have buyback, but it feels so bad to have to click it right now. They're gonna glyph and try and deny, but as we talked about before, the golden symbol on their death timers, you can see that they're capable of buying back at this point. Some respawns are coming in, 2 buybacks get expended. They do not want to lose the Rax, but the Rax is going to fall quickly.
It's gone. It's down. And we've got to look at this. You know, there's no primal split. There's no ulti on his Brewmaster, so the team fight capabilities of Paravision is diminished quite a lot. But they got so much from this. They sweep through, kill, like, getting Aegis and losing it immediately is also a pretty sad state of affairs for that Morphling.
Yes, certainly is. And they struggle a bit to let Morphling kill someone. They don't have good ways to set up and make sure that he can just auto-attack into someone and bring them down. Whereas the TA, she has had a shooting range of team fights. Always someone being held by Ringmaster, or by the Searing Chains, or even just being locked down by the Brewmaster. So there's a difference in control actually being thrown out on the map.
I want to call back quickly to the draft as well, because we've talked about it a fair amount, but I don't know if we've seen as drastic an example as this. The Ember Spirit 18th pick. So we talked about that process of the draft where you've got a pick into 2 bands. You see 4 enemy heroes, and Paravision in this case picked the Ember Spirit. He has had a completely free game. He's level 24, and he hasn't died yet. 7-0-13 involved 20 of the 25 kills. This Ember Spirit was a superb 18th pick.
Yeah, it was a really smart choice to go for it. And this worked out really well. I think also really well piloted by no one in these fights. He's, you know, towed the line. It's easy to get caught by a random stray torrent or get caught up by, you know, any number of abilities with Ignis Fatus coming in from Caudal, his Aghanim Scepter ability, the Will-O-Wisp. But the Ringmaster as well. I think Ringmaster has been an instrumental part. Having the save from Ringmaster behind you can always box you up. A lot of times we've seen Kunkka go on someone, immediately it boxes there, preventing the kill.
So good. So what right now do you think is going on in Tundra's heads? They lose this fight, they lose the Roshan, they lose the lane of barracks, they're now 16k behind. It's not as though the game is over, they've got things to fight for. It's really hard though, isn't it?
I think the quick buy is a good window into the mind of a Dota player sometimes, and we can see Crystal is already putting up the Nullifier in his quick buy. He's trying to buy a Nullifier, and they have Hex complete on the Darkseer. If they combine these 2 abilities, they can jump someone, put the Nullifier on them, Hex them up, and then even if Ringmaster is there, he can't save them, as it's a continuous dispel from the Nullifier that would negate the saving of Ringmaster's box. And that's down to, you know, abilities that are dispellable or not. We actually haven't talked about that, but if you hover abilities, you can always just read at the top. It says dispellable, yes or no. Sometimes it's a bit confusing because maybe a part of the ability is dispellable, maybe not the entire thing. But generally, it will tell you if they are dispellable or not. Another tooltip guide is that you can hold Alt when you hover any ability, and you might find more extra information that can be very useful. To learn. So little extra tooltips that are hidden unless you hold Alt.
Alternate text. A little bit of a bonus info. And here's another important thing as well. High ground ward outside your base. When you're behind, you don't want to be sitting in your base in a bunker, right? That's where you can be exploited, played around with. So you want to come out with multiple angles of attack or escape, have this high ground vision, which gives you that information of where enemy heroes are. Tundra don't find anything with it. It doesn't work out for them, but it's still a good move that they made.
Yeah. 9class has been running around for a long time with this ninja gear, just looking for kills with this armlet TB. Nobody has really fallen for it in, you know, these kind of lulls where everyone's just farming. They've been good on Tundra about being cautious, but that also puts them on the back foot.
Yeah, it means they're not comfortable, you know, pushing across the river, for example, right? They are constantly on their side of the river because of this threat of 9class. And I guess that's another concept we haven't really touched on. There's a classic phrase. We've seen Enigma in previous games last night, if you were here to check that out. We talked about his ultimate, the Black Hole, which is this, you know, be-all, end-all teamfight ability that sucks people in, does a ton of damage. Very often we say the threat of the Black Hole is better than the Black Hole itself. If Enigma's on the map, you're scared and you're threatened by the ability, he has to black hole you. And here it's the same with Nineclass. When he is hiding in the fog, hiding in the shadows, lurking around, you are constantly thinking, where is he? Can I play this far forward? Do I have to go back to base now? Can I go for this next creep, this next jungle camp? Because the threat of Nineclass is still, as good as him killing someone in its own right.
Yeah, we haven't seen people dying, but this is allowing them to keep propelling the farm on Paravision, playing pretty greedy, enjoying more of the map. But Tundra still staying very relevant, though. Morphling has 6.3k gold. He wants to get buyback plus his nullifier. Very diligent to not spend all his money and be without buyback. Finally has it now. Timing window achieved.
They saw White Mom. Little how do you do? And then Remnant away.
So Roche is dead and could start spawning in 20 seconds time is the first possible spawn. I think now is a very good time for Tundra to try and fight back and try and get out on the map. They need to make a stab at Paravision. Can't just allow them to control the map this much.
It really has become a case, though, of Morphling against the world. TA, Ember, and Brew incredibly farmed. And as we reach this 50-minute mark, you see the Darkseer that you talked about with that Orchid build, kind of a straggler on the net worth board, falling behind the rest of the pack. He definitely has had some difficulties latching onto people in this game, in these team fights.
This could be the big move if they start going north here. Coddle could hop in using his ulti. They're trying to wrap around, but still don't see anyone as Paravision is sitting in the tree line.
Hey,
He
Paravision
shows
have
himself. I think they want to go on him for sure. More faster nullifier. They could go.
They start things off with a vacuum into jump. The wall dropped on his head, silence, and try and kill him, but he gets off the ultimate in time. Now DM has backup arriving as well, so Crystal is sent skywards with a Cyclone. The focus now can shift to other heroes in the back. They'll bring Crystallis down, as it looks like Nineclass tried to go in with a Sunder play, but he's been taken out, slept by the ET, as no one dives in deep. Lucalis will reclaim the gem, but the nullifier from Crystallis, and BZM's chase forward might be able to grab them. Nice kill on the Ringmaster, but it looks like Paravision able to retreat in unison. All together, or I say that as the Brewmaster is actually caught here. Tried to refresh Manta and then ulti, but inevitably died.
Carl is pinging out the vision as he is retreating. He knows he can't really go for the D ward right now. The hounds are on his tail and chasing him. And this was the perfect time to win a team fight for Tundra. Roche possibly being up. It is unfortunately not quite spawned yet.
I mean, having these kind of fights against the flow of play, getting the Brewmaster. Oh, Saxa. Hello. They're in there. That's something that Tundra have to go and check, whereas the Templar Assassin knows it's alive through her innate ability.
Master throws the ulti to delay them.
Ducalis going to get shredded by this Crystallis Morphling, though. Nearly dead and will get finished off. Doesn't even get to put himself in a box. So Roshan about to fall here as Tundra pick up a massive teamfight win and a huge objective.
Yeah, now getting all the rewards from it as well. Got the cheese, the banner, the refresher shard for Kunkka, which is going to be massive. He has a lot of stuff to refresh all your items and all your abilities. Kunkka has plenty of both ready to be used. And of course, Morphling getting that Aegis, so he cannot be bursted next fight.
Huh.
And this is where TA falls off. People, say that, oh, TA doesn't fall off. She's great all game long. I'm a big fan of TA. I'll be the first one to be on her side, I've got thousands of games on this hero. But she does fall off, and Morphling does not. As we head later into the game here, Morphling will become the powerhouse, but she still has a 10k lead. That practically makes up for the entire lead we have at this stage, though. So the game is getting dicey.
A lot on this TA's shoulders.
Yeah, and
a
10k
bit of
lead, but she doesn't have much to spend on anymore. She's 6-slotted, has Agrams consumed, no Moonshard yet, so that's another consumable that can give you more attack speed.
But pretty
Night
stacked at
vision.
this point. What if you don't want to fight? Can't you play a pacifist hero that exchanges hearts or mediates between heroes or makes diplomatic peace? I just want to pick flowers in Dota 2. So Dota 2 is it is a struggle between two ancients. Death has to happen. There will always be killing and bloodshed, but Io is a hero that doesn't really do damage and just sits there healing your teammates. So you can theoretically play Dota without hitting enemies. It's just not very good.
I have a lot of former pub teammates that can tell you that you can play Dota without doing any damage. Doesn't have to be IO, you know.
That's fair enough. Look at no one. That's very bold. Gets into the backline and forces 33 to BKB early on. Diving onto BZM and Saxa, forcing a reaction out of Tundra here. This is an Aegis Morphling who wants to be playing aggressively, but they're being forced to run back and contend with the Ember Spirit. With his BKB going, they kill off the Kotl, and they turn onto BZM's Kunkka now. Cracking this fight wide open. BZM with the Satanic has healed himself up, and he's got a Refresher Shard to play with too. Another boat, another round of spells as they turn onto Satanic and slay the beast. The TA and her 10k net worth lead is down, and Tundra, they are closing in on victory with this carry Crystallis Morphling now. DM is back to the high ground, running away with no one, and all the chaos and bullshit that Paravision threw into that fight with the aggressive moves just gets turned on its head. A 4k swing. Tundra on the high ground breaking tier 3 towers, and Paravision likely going to have to buy back to defend.
Yeah, they will have to buy back if they want to stay in the game. They're coming. X-Mark onto the Brewmaster.
Nullifier's there. Brew trying to refresh, but DM is hexed. Tidal Wave back in. DM, he gets off the Primal Split, barely surviving with his ultimate out. Let's see if he can take anyone down. 33 runs back. They've got a two-man chains on the front line through no one with a Wheel of Wonder, but Crystallis is walking it off. They've got Aegis on his Morphling, so a second life available. Kotl, though, has died back. Died, bought back, and died again, so he's gone for 100 seconds. Very important now for Paravision to get a victory and kill this Morphling off twice if they can. Crystallis on the high ground to the waveform and TP out. Ducalis and DM don't have any disables.
Nice. He waveformed away from the Ember, making sure that he can't possibly be caught by his Yule Scepter or his Staying Chains there, and he gets tipped by his teammates. That's good. Build up your carry right now. Hype him up because he's the one who needs to close out this game. Even though that was a nice hold by Paravision in the end, this is a detrimental situation to be in. The damage of having to buy back on TA, buy back on Ducalis, and yeah, you got the Kotl, but do you really want to push high ground into an Aegis with 4 heroes alive? It's pretty scary.
I mean, it's not as though they're going to go out and do anything, is there? Yeah. They defend and they hold that lane of barracks. They lost the tier 3, but now it's a case of trying to maintain waves. You go out and push lanes, get a bit of farm, but there's no Roshan. There's no objective really to go and get.
By the way, 9class did sell his drums at some point and got the Hex. Didn't really pick up exactly when he did it, but he got the Hex. He's very all or nothing with this gameplay. Once Morphling doesn't have his Aegis anymore, he could randomly get taken out by TB. Like this game, right now it looks fantastic for Tundra, but 9class has to have that big impact now. He needs to get the pick off on the Morphling or on the Kunkka. That's how he can get his team back into this game.
That's the Hail Mary, ace in the hole. It's a secret play.
So gimmicky though, it's super gimmicky Dota.
That's where we are right now. That's what 9class is. The gimmick machine.
He's on the high grounds. He could possibly see a good target. They're right behind the Kunkka though.
They are ready to strike at a moment's notice. 9class smokes himself with the ninja gear. And Tundra are going to smoke themselves with a smoke of deceit. I do see a couple of pretty big items there from Paravision though. Refresher Orb on the Ember Spirit, so he can refresh all of his remnants, all of his Sleight of Fist and Chains. And yeah, Rapier and Lincoln's on the TA. Satanic gets some massive items for this late game.
Yeah, he got rid of the Brooch that he had earlier. It says that he doesn't want the magical crits anymore. Got rid of the Deso as well. Cycling through items and getting to a very, very scary set of 6 items. He's tough to deal with now. What was once a mighty, what was it, 20-something thousand lead, 21 22? I don't know.
Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah, it's all gone now. 1,000 leads to Radiant, and at this stage, you care more about the carry-to-carry matchup and hero dynamics than, you know, measly 1,000 gold. And Morphling is just an impossible target for TA unless she gets a lot of help. Meanwhile, Morphling, if he ever sees Tia in the fight, he doesn't need help. He just needs any form of detection so she can't just stay hidden, and he can just murder her alone.
Oh, we've got another... I'll come back to this in a second. So we're about to see Tundra make their way to high ground. X mark on the Morphling so he can go and kill the building. Then he's dragged back to safety. With Lincoln Sphere on him, that means the Yule's trick we were talking about earlier doesn't work. Unless you have multiple Yules at the same time, which is very hard to execute.
Someone asked, I was saying earlier that TA already ran out of stuff to spend gold on. Why is that a bad thing? Why is it bad to buy back if you're out of items to buy? Because buyback is still an 8-minute cooldown. So right now they know that TA cannot buy back if they kill her. They know that that's a win condition. If TA dies, Radiant basically loses. That's almost how simple it is right now. Because the Dire team can overpower. They have buyback on Morphling. If he dies, he can come back again. So they can beeline for her in the fight, and that's really hard to fight into.
And they've also got this map presence through the Keeper of the Light, so people can be sent to Fountain, brought back with X-Mark or Recall. So you have this non-stop regeneration effect, right? Tundra can expend resources and be regenerated, which would normally be in the hands of the defenders. The defender's advantage is that you're near your Fountain, you're near that respawn point. But Tundra can exploit the heroes they have to keep this push going.
Yeah. Morph is in. Clicking a little bit and then gets pulled back. This is the cheesy push with X-Mark.
So, yeah, no one tried to use him there, but the Lincolns obviously popped and defended the Morphling from it. But this might be last chance saloon for Paravision now. 9 class, he's going for a sneaky play, but dies to 33.
Oh my god.
Lincoln's on him, just annihilates the TB.
He died to die and shell immediately. That's the problem. You're jumping in with no HP, trying to put the enemy on no HP, but you die to any AoE damage like that.
That's incredible.
Oh, that's a painful moment for 9 class. You won't live that one down, dude.
And so there's a reason, right? We've been calling this gimmicky and cheesy. This is the 3rd ever armlet on Terrorblade in a high-level professional game. Knoxville, our resident stats man, has run the numbers.
It's typically a pub thing, you know. This is like what someone does when they're trying to be clowny in a pub, and it can work, but boy is it risky. And when it doesn't work, you look like an absolute buffoon, man, a clown. So that is rough for 9 class.
And out of those 3 games, 9 class has lost with it against PSG Quest. BSJ has won with it in some NA qualifiers for the middle of major. And this is the 3rd time, so it's currently 1-1.
Alright.
About to go 1-2 though, it looks like.
I'm gonna need more details on what NA qualifier and BSJ that was if we're counting tier 1 tournaments.
Well, if it was Manila Major, that was what, 7 years ago, more even.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Manila Major, yeah.
10 years ago even, huh?
It's super long ago.
12 years, that's a long time ago.
20 years ago, Garrett.
20 years ago, yeah. Well, DM using his Brewmaster ulti extensively as he can.
He's sending his Earth Panda to die to the fountain because he has his Wind Panda already running away. The Storm Panda is on the other side of the map, so well calculated. Just slowly doing a bit of damage.
Yeah, he doesn't want to respawn on the Earth Panda, which is the default automatic spawn point for your hero. So basically what happens when you use Primal Split is that your hero is inside the Earth Panda, right? So all of your auras, all of that stuff comes out of the Earth Panda, and that's where you respawn when your ulti is over or your Brewlings die. Yeah, but there's like priority order after that. Yeah. Oh, Scythe of Ice on the Morphling. That's a huge takedown, but they can't get it. Crystallis gets the waveform off, back to safety, and he's still in fighting shape with the Aegis in hand. Important moment here for Tundra. They've weathered that initial storm of aggression from Paravision. Ducalis dead and has to buy back. Terrorblade is armor toggling and looking for an opening, but can't find it. Tundra have skirted the edge really nicely. And 9 class is back to Fountain while this Primal split from the Brewmaster is running forward, scouting things out. But there's not really an opportunity to be had.
I think Tundra could just play it slow from here, and they could just go back, take some ancients, farm some creeps. It's 60 minutes into the game. They can get those big items. The final tier of items are out. And Ember, he knows this too, so he's out on the map trying to get some Madstone tokens to build those neutral items. You gotta clear neutral camps. You cannot just pay gold to get neutral items. And that means you need to be in some form of possession of map control. We'll see what items are going to come flying in for these players and what they're going to craft up.
I could never be a professional Dota player. For one simple reason. I have to pee so bad right now. The pressure is on.
But you choose to be a caster, so you basically ride or die with them anyway.
Pretty much.
I'll just go silent for that. As a player, you have some control over there, because you can end the game one way or another, you know? Just let's go push, guys. If we win, we win. We go to the bathroom. If we lose, well, we get to go to the bathroom.
I could just go silent for 2 minutes and say my internet died while I go pee.
So that's all then. You're the one been DDoSing Discord, taking it down.
Oh, yeah. That's my strategy.
As for neutral items, I already see 2 Book of the Deads coming out for Radiant. They're going for those nasty little demons, the split push demons, the Necro Warriors.
They're so irritating.
They do feed a lot of gold though, and BZM is great at killing them. Being a Kunkka with Satanic, he does not care at all. Let's see what they get to build for themselves. Dire still they have 3 Book of the Dead or Radiant? Oh my god. Minotaur Horn, Magic Lamp, and 3 Book of the Deads. So the Book of Deaths are the split push summon item. That along with Brewmaster could honestly spell disaster later on if you're not ready for it. And then Minotaur Horn on the Brewmaster, which is a short duration BKB, you could say, debuff immunity. And finally, Satanic got the strong dispel from Magic Lamp. So when the enemy go on you, you will get strong dispelled. So it's harder to burst the TA now. You can't chain stun her as easily.
So we go from like no tier 5 items the whole tournament to having games last night and then games today. Going the distance.
And what do we have on the side of Dire? Oh my god, he got Titanic, Stygian Desolator on Morphling. The enchantment is almost as important, or if not more important, than the item itself. 20% base attack damage on Morphling is massive, because his base damage is 300. And then the status rest, of course. Great on any carry in late game.
Yeah. Yeah, real nice. And then the name of the game for Tundra is push out that kind of dead lane bottom where the racks have already fallen. So they try and get that out across the river as far as possible. Then playing in towards mid and top where they want to take the objectives.
I thought about something. The Magic Lamp, I don't think triggers at all on Sunder, right? Because it says when the wearer's health falls below 20% HP. But I think it has to be by damage, and Sunder is not damage. So, they're trying to body block the Earth Spirit to keep him from dying.
Have they done it?
They're gonna do it!
Oh my god,
they
got him! He's in the fountain stuck! Oh my god! We've talked about body blocks this entire game, but that right there, prime example of stutter stepping in front of an opponent, delaying that timer and getting him to respawn in the enemy fountain.
They saw the TA. Okay, he jumps out. He's fine. That was so clutch, man. This is a weird stuff that you never see happening in Dota, man. They are body blocking Earth Panda from reaching their own fountain. I mean, this is the crazy shit you only see on main stage, guys. It's hard to do a newcomer cast of this because this is so exceptional and extraordinary what you're seeing. But this gives them a window. 60 seconds, no Brewmaster. When you have the number advantage, you want to go and play. You want to do something. Make their way across the map.
Incredible. And then you've got these constant Necro Warriors coming out and pushing, being annoying. So Tundra, at some point, they've got to start committing to stuff. They're going to go into this mid lane, but Chrysalis has been blown up by Satanic. It's not Tundra committing, it's Paravision. They found the blow up on the Morphling, who now buys back and wants to continue fighting. No one with his BKB, though, evades away from danger, back to his side, and gets into his base.
Ooh, walking a bit too far ahead of the gem there. Dangerous to do against the TA sitting in Invis. Paired up with some disable. Morphling just gets absolutely blown up. The TA with the rapier, of course. And we can see there the Hex coming in. And from that point, Morphling has no authority over what he's doing anymore. They
No, Hexton's dead.
Dump all their stuff into him. He also was sitting at extremely low HP, by the way. 1800 HP is not much.
A bit of nerves, a bit of mistake there from Crystallis. And now a timer on him.
Just need a bit of patience to let the gem carriers get closer. And also the immediate buyback is, you know, was it the correct choice? You gotta double second guess that as well. He bought back to get and join his team, but could his team maybe have disjointed without any rundown? Because now Morphling, 7 minutes without buyback means that he has to play so cautious.
You were right about these Books of the Dead. All the waves are trending towards Tundra base, and they have to keep coming back and maintaining the lanes. They have to deal with these little bastards that is pushing non-stop. And Paravision have found themselves a new lease on life here. It felt like they were down and out for the past 25 minutes, but they have these openings. They exploit them perfectly. It's been an incredible battle of wits here in this game 3.
Yeah. TA is getting bored of not doing any shopping in a long time, being gear capped. She wants to buy the other crit item. She's gonna go for Daedalus now. Already had the Brooch earlier, but that's more of a timing item, not really late game. Late game with a Rapier in your inventory, that Daedalus crit is massive. Big damage. Ooh, the Roche is up. Both teams want to fight for it, but all these Necrobooks, man, they're so annoying. There's just undead warriors pushing every lane. They're top, they're mid again.
And it's Roshan time. Time to go.
If you fight for Roche, Brew might just go and force you to base again.
I mean, Ember Spirit goes top, pushes out that wave. He can rejoin at any moment, zips back to his remnant. So they're still outside the Roche pit, fighting for control over it. And that top lane is on the tier 3, so Tundra might have to come back and defend it. They will have to.
Yeah, I mean, this is slowly getting very uncomfortable for Tundra. They're trying to stay near the Roche pit, but Radiant have all day, man. They're just sitting here.
Arcane Rune for no one. That's huge.
That means more Book of the Dead usages. He also has cooldown reduction on his Book of the Dead, by the way. He got the Feverish enchantment. So he has insane cooldown reductions.
Every little element here. You know, all the Lincoln Spheres, all these neutral item choices, every little step to take us into this late game, drag things out and find the chaotic openings that both teams are looking for. This net worth lead is meaningless.
Starting.
Kills, deaths, assists, meaningless. Now we come back to rule number 1, vision. Vision and information gives you that ability to pick your moments, pick your targets. TA traps, they're always going to give you that slight advantage. The enemy has to buy a gem, deal with them. And Paravision know this. They're just holding this position, clearing out waves, having the overall control of the map, while Tundra are the ones kind of sweating and reacting.
Yeah, Tundra, they picked up Aeon Disc on Morphling. He feels the threat of getting bursted. He doesn't want to have that happen again. But this Aeon Disc, it could be triggered pretty easily too. Oh my lord, that's a lot of Brew Pandas and Necrobooks. Aeon Disc triggers because he killed one of the Necros.
The building's just dying. My goodness gracious, mate.
And did he need to kill that? I feel like that Earth Panda was going to respawn there if he didn't kill it.
I don't know, but back at the Roche pit, Satanic's in there. 33 and BZM throw a few spells into the pit. But Paravision have disengaged and chosen different targets to go back on. With DM's BKB up, BZM is forced to cast his spells defensively. Trying to X-Mark and Torrent back this Brewmaster, but he's perfectly fine. And this Radiant Vision gives them the information. BZM now gets to clear the ward out and smoke up with Tundra. As Roshan's deciding he's going to his summer home now. Doesn't want to be in the top left corner, going to the bottom right.
He's got to throw it. He got him.
Getting hexed and thrown away by Roshan, but that means the Morphling can't finish him off. DM gets off his BKB while Roche is surviving, and Crystallis has to run away. The Primal split and the Brewmaster moving forward. I don't know if he's going to go for kills or for buildings. Zoning out Whitemon, at least for now, though, as Tundra have been forced to use all their BKBs, all their spells and abilities just to try and stay alive. And then we look back at the Roche pit where Tukalis and Satanic, they're going in for the key objective.
Aegis over on the TA now. A bunch of items coming out for everyone. Cheese in the pit still. Looks like Terrorblade's gonna pick that up. He has, by the way, sold his armlet now. This is a true commerce class. They're all just selling items and buying new ones. TB now has Lincoln's Hex and Blink. Yeah? I mean, I guess he's at the point where they're saying, don't try the armlet meme anymore. Just spam Lincolns on the important heroes. You know, spam Lincolns on TA and Ember. Keep them alive, and that's it. Like, throw some hexes.
These are some of the highest value items in the game.
I don't think he found a single pick with the armlet play anyway. I don't mind him getting away from that.
No, he tried on the Kotl and failed. Tried on the Darkseer and failed even harder.
I think that was it, right? I think it was like two heroes getting jumped the entire game by it. So almost the entire game just spent running around looking at people.
The threat, though, brother. The threat of the armlet. Sunder was there.
It's time to transition. TB can still farm for another 30 minutes and become a core hero, Gareth. He can still become a carry.
He can, yeah.
The game is only 72 minutes in.
72 minutes young.
Yeah.
Tundra really don't want to be against Mega Creeps. They need to keep this mid lane of barracks alive, but it's slowly being chipped away at.
At least the melee Rax has HP regen, but the range Rax in Dota does not have any regen, so that Rax is probably going to fall eventually to those Necrobooks, and there's not much you can do about it. I would like to see TA try and hide some traps on the enemy side of the map so she can use her Aghanims to get there.
Ooh,
Oh,
she just ate.
Savory Shield.
Yeah. So something that was introduced into the game without documentation was this block of cheese where you collect a bunch of lotuses. We might have to come back because Paravision don't want descriptions. They want aggression and kills. Morphling almost dying there. Again, forced to BKB and defensively walk away while Paravision keep the pressure on. Diving in deep, no one takes a massive amount of damage on his way through, though. Lincoln's popped in a remnant to safety, buys him enough time to get away from the grasp of Tundra. 33 chases him down, though. There's a little box play, saves him from the side of the Vice. The Sunder keeps him topped up, and they've got the root and catch on 33 while the throne. The tier 4 tower dying to DM's Brewmaster. He's got Refresher and another ulti, so he can BKB Manta, refresh and ulti when he comes down from the Cyclone to keep hitting the throne and try to finish the game. Satanic has killed off 3-3, who buys back. Refresher, DM, he messed up. Split. He messed up and doesn't get it off in time.
Okay. I think they probably would have killed the split anyway in like split seconds. They were all there. So ultimately, probably doesn't matter that much, but that was a buyback coming out from the Darkseer. All of the team having to go back and defend as well. But yeah, he gets slept towards the very last part there in the animation of his ulti.
There's like no buildings in this dive base left. There's mega creeps coming. The throne is exposed. It is an uphill battle. Like you're in a do or die situation now. Fight or flight, and Tundra, they've got to go and fight.
They have to go and end right now. They're heading down mid lane. A lot of pressure on Tundra to close the game out. They have a lot of tools as well, but
we've got like multiple rapiers. Wind Waker's being delivered on the other Titan. We've got rapiers on everybody. Morphling's got one. Kunka's got two. He's got a Daedalus for the big crits. And they're going for this tier 3 tower into the barracks, but it feels like they need to go for tier 4s and throne here. A difficult spot to be in, but 33 starts with a vacuum wall, catching them off guard. Chrysalis, though, turned on quickly, loses half his health and has to refresh back up. 33 dying to the physical damage of the TA. In comes the Morphling back again to try and force them away. That Wheel of Wonder, though, is dealt with the Darkseer. The Brewmaster split runs in and kills off BZM with Satanic's damage output. The double buyback from Tundra. They need to bring the numbers back into this fight, but Satanic still has a second life. Aegis and Asunder, 3 lives, 4 lives. Give it all to Satanic. He stays alive through it all, clears through the Elder Titan, and Paravision hold their base, claim 2 rapiers, and keep Tundra sweating.
What the fuck is this game, Gareth? I don't even know. Somehow, it's back in their favor. Double rapier on the ground. TB's gonna pick one of them. Is he gonna pick the second one? He's thinking about it right now. Just do it, man. Take it, take it. There you go. Now you're the biggest damage dealer almost. Not quite. The TA hits way harder, but...
Ducalis takes one. So we have the Ducalis Spell Amp Rapier. The blue rapier, which we so rarely see.
So they have, what, 4 rapiers on their team? And Ember has none of them. In a funny way. One of the key rapier carriers.
So now it's all about buyback status, right? We've talked about vision, we've talked about the way to get out on the map and buildings, but now it's about buybacks, and Chrysalis, a hero that doesn't have one, nearly obliterated by the TA. This is last chance for Tundra, and they are being shredded by Satanic. The Templar Assassins opening up while the throne is falling. The Necro Warriors are going to work, and Tundra are separated, spread out, too wide on this map. Kunkka dead for 2 minutes. Darkseer gone for 40. Morphling being forced back into the base while they've also got a catch onto Sax's Kotl. The throne is glyphed and falling, but GG is called, and Paravision will take the series 2-1.
GG Eads. Can't even spell East, man. He's shaking too much after this. What a crazy game. What a crazy game. And again, just an absolutely record-breaking level type game. These are two fucking hyped games, Gareth, to do a newcomer stream on. It's so overwhelming. But yeah, if you play Dota, every game will be like this, guys.
Appropriate match for newcomer stream. Yeah, you're damn right. We've been talking this whole tournament about, you know, game average being like 35 minutes. We've had how many games now go 70 plus minutes? Tier 5 neutral items, Books of the Dead coming in clutch to push out the lanes and get to the base, rapiers galore. Sometimes you don't see a divine rapier for your first 500 games. You got to see, what, 4 or 5 in this game? Mental.
5 at the end, yeah. Absolutely insane. I mean, it's so many things just going crazy in this game. All the little, I don't know, details of who jumps who and who's trying to save the others. But I can't get over, man. I'm looking at the scoreboard at the end here. How the hell is no one playing this good? 9-0-21 in a 75 or 76-minute game against multiple different catches. 2 hexes on the enemy, 3 hexes on the enemy team, refreshers on the enemy team. I mean, it just played out of his world.
Yeah. Yeah, like 18th pick Ember Spirit is one thing. That was a topic for draft and early on in the game. Once it gets to, you know, 30 plus minutes and you have been itemized against with all those hexes, then it is down to individual skill. It's down to outplay, game knowledge, experience, and just resilience from that fella out of the mid lane. Incredible stuff, though. Paravision end with a 61,000 net worth lead, taking all those rapiers, the business away from Tundra. And we sadly say goodbye to Tundra. Lower bracket, best of 3. Game 3 goes the way of Paravision. So it is now a grand final best of 5 between Team Spirit and Paravision waiting for us. My God, it's super, super exciting. And it, do we have a break until then? 10:33, an hour, I think.
Yeah, I think there should be a break. I'm not sure exactly how long it would be, but yeah. It does look like 1 hour. We got confirmation from the production, so there'll be some time for the players. I mean, I think Paravision need it, dude. Getting right out of this series, you can't be like, oh yeah, 5 minutes and you go for the grand finals. Grand finals is gonna be a best of 5, so you need to have your stamina ready for that one as well. Go get some water, get some drinks, you know.
Satanic couldn't write GG easy, right? Yeah. You know, his hands are shaking, adrenaline pumping. Yeah, time to reset for them and time to reset for us. We'll have that hour break and we'll come back with that best of 5 series for you. Until then, make sure you stay hydrated, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, and come back for some more newcomer stream. We'll see you in an hour.
She told me, I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do. Take on the wealth, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and how you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that
been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel. If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh, child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. Got some ice down, 6-pack sitting in the back of my truck.
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road. Mama's all alone and dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey,
fastest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone. Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started
Welcome back, everyone, to the Newcomer stream here for ESL One Raleigh. Hope you all got well rested, well hydrated as we head into our final series of the tournament. The grand final, a best of 5 between Team Spirit and Paravision. Waga. Oh god, I had it open just a second ago. 1 hour 16. So yeah, 76 minutes. And then that's also with the 2 prior games being around 26 or 27 minutes each. That series was shaping up to be a pretty quick one, and then we got that third and final game.
Personally, I feel better when crowd cheering for you. I get additional
Little opening.
power, let's say.
Playing versus Paravision is gonna be tough. Just need to prepare like more teamfight heroes or something like that.
Playing against Team Spirit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, now is the difference between, what, 250,000 for first place or $130,000 for second place. And of course, looking at EPT points, 6,400 for first and 4,800 for second. Although both of these teams are already qualified for EWC, Esports World Cup. So the points, you know, it's more about stealing them away from other teams than having it themselves. That's interesting. So if you guys can't hear Waga, we're going to try and get him back in. I can hear him perfectly fine, and so can everyone else. So I'm not sure what the problem is there. Production's on it.
I'm refreshed.
They'll figure it out.
We should
quickly.
be good. Some tech issues. Yeah, I had I think my little fridge tried to assassinate my headset here, but should be fine now.
The electrical interference.
Yes, very random interference. Oh, look at this. They got an entire opening ceremony going on.
Yeah, the orchestra, the trophy. Impressive opening.
So we have, of course, Team Spirit already have gone into the lobby, but the teams need to have their ceremony to enter the stage. This isn't the teams. I've been scammed.
Oh, slacks. What are you wearing? We've seen a lot of Ringmaster in this tournament. Slacks is our very own Ringmaster, the clown of Dota 2. The star-spangled hat, the red jacket. Very, very American. Was that a denim shirt as well?
Very poker owner, you know, kind of vibes I'm getting from him here. But yeah.
And lyrical, of course, hyping it all up. And we'll bring out the teams momentarily. We'll get the 10 players on the stage, show them off, get a handshake as well. You know, we've got a little trash talk segment as the series starts, which we've obviously missed here on the Newcomer stream, but we might be able to take a peek and hear into what they're talking about when that starts off. Because these two teams, you know each other very well. Both from the same region, both with players that have played with and against each other a ton of times throughout history.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And this is going to be all coming down to the final part of the tournament. We have seen a lot of sort of evolution in the draft coming forward, you know, in the start of the tournament. It was a lot of PA. Things have changed up a lot. The teams have fallen into different drafting ideas, and I think it's more support focused now.
Yeah, I was listening to the mainstream panel. They were saying the same thing. Supports are the carries nowadays. You pick these, 4 or 5 heroes from the support pool that are just insanely broken, and you find ways to carry and win lanes and win games with them.
Here we have Paravision walking in, feeling good about themselves, getting out of that lower bracket, getting to the grand finals.
The youngest player on the stage at the tournament, Satanic, 17 years old.
That's his age, actually, on the back of his shirt.
And then you've got no one who's, getting to his 30s. He's late 20s. There's a big old range there. But yeah, we've figured Satanic wasn't born when we started playing Dota, was he?
No, no, yeah, he wasn't even thought of when I started playing.
Not even a glint in his father's eye.
No. But, you know, he's
Oh.
here, shining on the big stage. Obviously, has had a fantastic tournament overall. Played some very impressive Dota, but they are not done yet.
So he moved over. He thought the trash talk was starting, but they've obviously got to bring out Team Spirit first. And it's like Satanic got told to go stand with the rest of his team, as we'll bring out Team Spirit in a moment. A team who have done incredibly well since their formation. Winning 2 TIs, being the best team in the region for a long time, world beaters, an incredible star-studded roster that has had minor changes, but for the most part, the core has stayed together.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit have gone through a little changes here and there. They've had some off times, you know. Collapse went to the gym to get swole, and you know, they've had time to live a little bit as well. But for most of these pro players, it is non-stop Dota, and finally getting to be here, improve themselves on the big stages. You know, just another event for Team Spirit. It almost feels like they're so experienced.
And Miposhka, the man at the back there, the captain, the guy with kind of humble beginnings on some of these Eastern European teams, finding himself on this massive roster and kind of building it alongside their manager. Every time a new player has come into Team Spirit, it seems like Miposhka's the one that puts them through the drills. Make sure they're all on the same page, because this is a well-oiled machine.
The players, they're spacing out. They're like, guys, we should be in front of our computers. Should be nicely spaced out. Little ticks gotta have it look nice. Coordination even in the walkout. And we
Here
get
we go.
the handshakes or trash talks.
Yeah, I mean, trash talk might be a good like have fun. Definitely a handshake. I don't know, what's the volume like for you?
It's pretty low.
Say another word. Hey Alan, I hope you remember what we discussed and what we decided to do if we meet each other in grand final. I hope it doesn't matter. Okay, if to be serious, this is the first grand final, CIS grand final for the last few years. So I'm really excited about this, and let the strongest team win.
Absolutely fantastic. What a treat.
So a bit of a joke there, because Satanic was an academy player for Team Spirit.
Before you dethrone him.
Yeah, but
Nothing. Nothing. No one-liner. Just a man ready to go.
We're gonna let the Dota do the talking.
He's got, nothing to say to him. Gonna let the Dota speak for itself. So Miposhka was like, you know, remember what we said when we meet, what you've got to do. Having a little poke at him. Because Satanic was an academy member in the Yellow Submarine squad, joined Team Spirit for a little while, and then got loaned over to Paravision as they removed Crystallis from their team. So Satanic, he's played, you know, on both sides. The double agent.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, like Miposhka said, pretty big moment for CIS Dota here to show that they can have a finals where the top 2 teams in the world right now is 2 CIS teams making all the way here. And we'll see which one is going to be the one to actually get the upper hand against each other. Nice jokes between them, of course, as these players know each other really well.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the draft is going to bring us, because we were talking in that previous series throughout the whole tournament about Paravision 9 class, their ability to flex a lot of these cool heroes, bring their own identity through Astini, their coach. The Brazilian coach has done a lot of cooking in their drafts, finding these nifty little avenues with individual hero mechanics, but obviously this overall game plan that has brought them to victory so tremendously through this tournament. But we also have to look at Spirit, who honestly are usually the kind of safer team outside of Radan, who picks up some funky heroes. But even Team Spirit have been going a little bit out of their comfort zone and picking up some cool new stuff, right? We saw yesterday
Yes.
Slardar and Underlord, Luna, Bane.
I actually do think that one of the big strengths of Team Spirit is that they have a lot of potential within their players to play different heroes. Yes, they have certain things that they're specialists on, but Radan is the absolute top example of a carry who's comfortable with literally anything.
Yes.
And their support duo will bring out different heroes if they feel like it's appropriate for the game. Rue has shown to be very flexible. And I think the biggest strength for Team Spirit lately, and every game that I keep watching them, I feel like Laurel, man, he is just having a huge impact on mid. time and time again, very rarely do we see him not shining. Very rarely does he not have some of the biggest impact in the game. I think this guy is just an absolute monster. And then somehow the guy that we don't end up mentioning, Collapse. I mean, you know, like he's doing stuff.
An incredible gamer. Absolutely. I just want to come back to Laurel, though, because I fully agree. Confidence has also, it's felt anyway, played a massive part in this, because when they've given him his comfort hero, primary comfort hero in the Storm Spirit, which has been quite a lot in this tournament, I think 60% of their games, they've actually managed to get him Storm, and then there's also Ember Spirit in there, so it's like 80% of the games they've given him Storm or Ember. Two of his comfort heroes, given them victory, and he has the confidence just to go in. In the previous series, we saw no one do a very similar job where you're breaking vision, diving in, finding targets, and that's what Laurel is very good at. So this clash of the mid lane and the Spirits battle might come out in the draft as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not really capable of saying who I think has an edge over the other between No One, who's been looking fantastic lately, and Laurel, who has just been owning so much. It's going to be a tough one. I think the mid pick is going to be very important, and that's where, in this game, Paravision do have the last pick. We're soon going to go over and see what the teams are going to draft up for themselves, getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I think last pick is a big buff, honestly, maybe more so than first pick in this series.
Yeah, it feels like there are so many first pick heroes now, whether it's the TA or the Ringmaster or the Kotl or the Beastmaster or the AA. You ban a few of them, there's always going to be a few left, right? When you have a smaller hero pool of broken heroes that are like 3 or 4, you can ban all of them, remove all of them. But when it's this large, you have to let some through, and that's where you can start thinking about, okay, if I let that through, why don't I just let... If I let Ringmaster through, why don't I just let Ringmaster and Jakiro? Then maybe I can get one of them when they get the other, and then ban out something like the Storm or the Ember or some of these more niche, high-profile heroes to ban.
Exactly, yeah. And Nature's Prophet, Mars getting taken out pretty early by Paravision, respecting that he can play, you know, some good teamfight control. It's a hero that they're less likely to use. Collapse is a Mars specialist. It was a hero he added after his big Magnus days, I want to say. He started doing a lot of Mars gameplay since he had to expand his hero pool a bit more and get alternatives. Similar playstyle.
Yeah, they go in, displace your enemies kind of playstyle, move the enemies around with your abilities. And when you blink on someone to play aggressively, it gets pretty nasty. Right, here's an example, right? The niche Clinks pick, something that a couple of Chinese teams have done. Shiro did a little bit in the early group stage. Radan also did recently in this tournament as well. Something that Paravision don't want to deal with.
Yeah.
A rare hero, but still banned.
Yeah, surprising to see the Clinks prioritized that hard, but that leaves a lot of stuff open. I'm banning Mars, Murta, and Clinks are 3 sort of non-contested heroes. And by doing this, you're flooding the hero pool with a lot of strong stuff available, making it difficult for Team Spirit to say what they want to go for. Obviously, they have the Ancient Apparition if they want it, but there are some fantastic other heroes available. I mean, we have Beastmaster, we have Darkseer, we have, you know, PA is still there if you want to go through that, but... Yeah, AA, exactly.
Yeah, there's loads left. And Team Spirit, you know, we've seen other teams ban Slark in this position. They don't. They go for the Darkseer ban. Pick up the Terrorblade as their first pick.
Ooh.
That's an interesting opener. With all of the, you said right, flooded with all these very strong meta heroes, they go for Mr. Metamorphosis himself.
How much do you think they're taking a page out of the lower bracket finals game there? With the TB being the flex hero we saw, we said, oh, it could be 9 class, it could be this, it can be that.
We don't have the teams the wrong way around, do we?
Yeah, exactly. Are we sure that this Team Spirit? But I do believe that this is partly blocking Paravision from doing the same thing. But Team Spirit saying that we can also do that flex. This could be Yatro, it could be Collapse, it could still be Rue. I mean, don't put it past him to play it as well.
No. I mean, absolutely. So we get the Ringmaster, who has quickly become the highest priority support. You know, it was Jakiro, but now it feels like Ringmaster is up there. Even ahead of Kotl and AA for Paravision. So that leaves Ancient Apparition and Keeper of the Light in the pool. Beastmaster, you already mentioned, is out there. Sand King is finally banned. But there's also the high priority heroes like Kunkka, who are available.
Yeah. Kunkka, good teamfight hero that we might see come in. Paravision have rated it really highly, so has Team Spirit, honestly. sometimes by banning more so than picking.
Yeah, then there's Tiny, we've seen him as a catch hero, that flexible mid to position 4. Bristleback, that guy who can play across all 3 core lanes pretty much. And I just want to keep coming back to the spirits. I still feel like Ember Spirit and Storm Spirit are a very important head-to-head in this kind of game. Team Spirit are the ones with that 18th pick that we've been going on about. A good place to pick a Spirit hero. So they could be the ones to take it.
They leave the AA again. Is this some agreement? What happened to AA? He's been so highly rated. And somehow Team Spirit are saying, nah, if you want it, you can have it. And AA would work really well with some of the available heroes. Tiny is not banned. Beastmaster is not banned.
Will there be the same awkward items on TB? We don't know.
I think
unlikely.
Yeah. I don't think we're having drums being purchased and being sold, armlet being purchased and being sold, armlet in the first place even. We will see though.
Yeah, more likely it's like position 3 with Orchid Pipe kind of deal, or position 1 with a Dragonlance Manta Skadi. But we'll see where he goes. A bit of deliberation here from Paravision after the PA ban. I've got to consider what direction they're going. Now, what we're looking at now, Satanic has no access to TA or PA, so we might have to start thinking about the Medusa as an option for both teams in terms of offlane and carry.
Yeah, those sort of the prime heroes that he has been playing a lot. Satanic really hasn't had the same flexibility that Radahn has in his hero pool, and that could be a bit of a weakness. Even Terrorblade being gone, a hero that Satanic can play very well. TP being block picked.
They're focusing him a bit, huh?
Yeah, this is putting him in a bit of a shoehorned situation, and you might not want to play Medusa into a Terrorblade as well. With that reflection, you would just destroy your backline supports in this case.
Yeah, then there's some of the kind of cheeky picks he's been going for, like the Meepo. We might see that, but that's very game dependent if he finds a good spot to pick it, because they do have that 24th pick, that ultimate pick of the draft.
And Miposhka is already on it, actually. The Silencer is preempting a Meepo pick. It's not fun to play Meepo into Silencer and getting global ultied. It can stop you from poofing out. It can be very obnoxious. It is great against Terrorblade, though. Meepo is one of the stronger heroes against TB, since generally you just kind of destroy him. You do a lot of magic damage, and you don't care about him getting a Sunder off on one of your Meepos if you can just burrow them immediately or pick them up with the Aghanims.
So the last couple of times they've picked Terrorblade, it's been alongside like a Bane or a Jakiro or something. So we'll see where they go. And yeah, the position 4 very often comes next. Muerta has been the one they've gone through like every single time they've played TB. But with it being banned, they opt for the Bounty Hunter this game. So that's likely to be Rue's hero. Yep. And I feel like this Terrorblade is just like Radahn position 1. They picked his hero first and saying, deal with our TB.
Yeah. And last time we saw Rue playing Bounty Hunter as well. He looked really good. He had good understanding of how to play the game. Didn't need a lot of items or gold necessarily, but he created a ton of space running around. This was against Tundra in the first or the final game, and he had massive impact. Him and the Slardar were just shutting down people together. And Bounty can abuse some of those heroes like Ringmaster and AA who want to sit back and also not really fully commit into the fight.
Well, a great duo there to come out. So Ancient Apparition has a long-range ultimate, which sends a massive ice ball at people from across the map. You can do it globally. Very often wants to be paired with some kind of hero that can jump onto an enemy, stun them, and catch them. Both Tiny and Beastmaster do that job perfectly. So now, Paravision have 4 heroes that can all play together in unison, in pairs, in triplets. Whichever way you look, you've got aggressive potential and save potential from all of these guys.
Yeah, but this must have been understood by Team Spirit. It was the first thing I said in the second, in the ban phase there. They didn't ban the AA, and there's Tiny and Beastmaster available. They picked all 3 of those heroes that we called out here on the newbie stream, and we're the noobs, Gareth. Or I guess we're conveying the message in a more noob-friendly way, at least. But that means surely Team Spirit understand this as well, what's going on. So they go for Medusa, a hero that doesn't care about the AA much. The Shatter doesn't really bother you, and the damage is kind of whatever into a Medusa mana shield. And I honestly think the Tiny pick may have been a mistake, because you're against Terrorblade. Terrorblade can sunder you, and this looks now to be quite likely. You know, it's either mid or carry Tiny. It can't be a support anymore, at least.
Yeah, true. That's very true. I'm still trying to figure out, though. I don't know, my gut was telling me that TB is the carry, but now you've talked about the strength of this Medusa. Do you have an inclination or a feeling which way these two fellas are going?
Yeah, I actually like the idea of an offlane Terrorblade here, but it depends what the last pick is going to be as well. It's a bit tricky. I think it's more... Maybe it's more likely that they do an offlane Medusa just because it's too greedy to have TB and Medusa for both farming. But I wouldn't mind Medusa carry here. It's a good Medusa carry game right now. The problem is that TB, it's not as good on the pos 3 as it used to be. But I mean, a pipe build here would go extremely hard. You block the damage from the Aghanos Beast, you protect people from AA Shatter. It looks good.
Storm and Ember both banned against Laurel. So now we have to think about his hero pool. Now the Dragon Knight, the Sand King, some other Blink Stun, but Sand King was already banned by themselves. Not sure if Dragon Knight fits in here. They might have to find something different.
No, not DK. I don't think it works. Not into AA and some of the lockdown they have from Paravision. Even the percentage damage from Ringmaster, I think is bad for you. Laurel might have to pull something else out of the hat.
What does Laurel play? Like the Sniper? Like that would be a Paravision draft with Sniper, Medusa, and TB.
Please, no. Yeah, they need some controlling hero.
Earthshaker?
Shaker's alright. It's playable for them. They don't have the best combinations with a Shaker jump, though. Like, late game, yes, with Silencer ulti and Shaker, they could have tremendous team fights, but I'm just looking for the pick-off. And right now, the pick-off on Team Spirit is basically just if Bounty gets creative. That's all there is.
Well, they banned the Monkey King, which kind of indicates a melee hero. That was a no-one specialty for sure, and a strong hero in general in the patch. Monkey King dominates mid lanes against a number of heroes.
They didn't ban the Puck, otherwise I would have said, you know, maybe ban Puck, pick Queen. Get some damage for yourself here, but they ban out the Monkey King.
And not much time. They run through a lot of that time and they come out with the Earthshaker.
Always spins back to what we talk about first, huh?
Yes, I mean, no one has any stuns on this team, and I was just like, who brings a ton of stuns? It's the Earthman.
Yeah, that does make sense then, to ban out the Monkey King. It's a pretty tough matchup for the Shaker. And hear the applause of the crowd as we're getting ready.
Well, that's the Earthshaker meme, right? At TIs, they had the 3D models, the yeah, what is it called? Augmented reality heroes in front of the teams, and he's got, you know, banging his drum, going doo doo doo, and everyone would clap along with him.
Of course, he's a crowd favorite, Mr. Shaker. I still think that they have the option to just put the Tiny towards carry, because I don't like Tiny against Shaker mid, and Beastmaster kind of bad too. They should last pick a mid hero, and they have a lot of options they can go towards. They can take the Queen now. Great matchup. They can take Kunkka if they want to play more about control and team fights. They have even the possibility to go for like something greedier on the mid lane if they want, since both Tiny and Beastmaster are very high tempo heroes. It's really
no one hasn't been that greedy player though, right? He's been that playmaker. So I'm kind of looking at what they can do here.
I mean, it could very well just be a carry, yeah.
So Tiny mid, Beastmaster off lane, Morphling carry.
Yep. Can be Satanic Morph. Makes sense. I mean, they're good targets again to morph into. You can become Shaker, TB, hell, even becoming Medusa ain't too bad. Morphling has an abundance of good targets.
So it is the Radan carry Terrorblade. They picked that up, collapse off lane Medusa. And then, of course, the Laurel mid Earthshaker, Rue position for Bounty Hunter, and then Miposhka Silencer. So Earthshaker is going to bring a ton of tempo, like we've been talking about from the mid lane. The blink buying heroes very often do. Very good at jumping and stunning people. but he also brings stack clearing. He loves to hit level 6 and clear a bunch of stacks, which are obviously going to be made by the bounty hunter non-stop.
Both the teams are going to be very focused on those stacks this game. We have, of course, him wanting to clear the Ancients on the Shaker, but at the same time, you got Beastmaster. He wants to go over and get himself his items as well. There's going to be DM on the Beastmaster, going for the Wild Hunt facet. We've seen a lot of Beast Mode facet from Beastmaster, but this is a nice one as well. Get a bunch of summons, so this kind of tells us that he should be going Helm of Dominator build. Getting extra summons, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there is a kind of weird vibe about Team Spirit's draft, right? They don't have very many stuns. They don't have a great amount of team fight outside of the Earthshaker and the Medusa. So it kind of feels piecemeal, one by one, going for ganks, rotations, looking for individual hero snipes alongside the Bounty Hunter, and buying time for the Terrorblade to be ready. Team Spirit going for a slower draft? Like, is that how it's going to play out? A slower draft and Paravision play faster? Or is there a way that Team Spirit can actually match the tempo of a tiny Ringmaster AA running around?
I don't necessarily think that they are going to be slower, because a lot of it comes back to Medusa for me. Medusa is great against the two supports. They both are operating with percentage HP mechanics on the dagger from Ringmaster, which won't do anything to Medusa really, and the Shatter from AA, which again is unreliable, doesn't do anything to Medusa either. With Medusa having that good of a game, I believe that there's a big chance... Wait, did they pick the wrong heroes? What happened?
I have no idea. It looks like yellow didn't load in.
Oh. But 9 class... Yeah, 9 class just straight up didn't load in. A remake is being called. I believe we gotta head out and get into the new lobby.
Well, we'll jump out and do that. It's been a while since we've seen one of these.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I'm being asked, are you sure you want to leave this game? Oh my god, the panic sets in.
Yeah. The lobby is up. The players are here. Yeah, just gotta get out and get into a new lobby. Yeah, some strange... Must have been something with Dota, right? Like, he just wasn't there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened, but I'm sure we'll find out later. I hit this the scoreboard screen. It didn't even show his profile properly, so definitely looked a little bit odd on Dota's end.
Yeah, and he tried to reconnect. It seemed like he didn't load into the slot or something like that. A weird one. But we'll get back into it. They've done the draft. They're all ready to go. I have immediately forgotten all 10 heroes that they've picked, though. So we'll play the mini game now. Can Gareth remember the heroes?
Yep. No, but I think Collapse on the Medusa is going to have a good time, since there's Tiny and Beastmaster don't really do that much to him. The supports don't do that much to him. And finally... Yes, you can struggle a bit against the Morphling, but ultimately I think that Medusa can bring a lot of tempo with Meteor Hammer and will be hard to kill for them at that point.
Oh, I'm so skilled. I'm pretty sure I've got it. All 10. Terrorblade, Silencer, Bounty Hunter, Medusa, Earthshaker for Spirit. Ringmaster, Tiny, Beastmaster, AA, Morph. Oh my god, I got you on the slot. Sorry. I'm in. I was the first to join the lobby and the last to join the slot. I got distracted.
Gary B.
It's always my fault. Was Jacob shouting at me? I'll
well,
give him the sorry. He deserves it.
It's not our... yeah, you even get the eyebrow raise from Laurel there. Watch out. He's in the mid laner on you.
He's going to come and get me.
Teams are ready, and Gareth is done hostage holding the game here as he wants to drag out this grand final.
Well, it's all the times that people in chat would be like, casters, start the game. And I'm like, I don't control that. Now I do. Now I control how the game starts. I'm the one in control now, and you can't do anything about it. But yeah, basically a little bug happened. They've had to remake the game. It's going to be all picks, so we don't have to go through the whole drafting business again. They'll pick their individual heroes, and we'll be into the game momentarily as we get ourselves ready for game 1 in a best of 5. So the first team to win 3 games is going to be victorious. That's how best of 5s work.
And yeah, the players are all loading in all the different heroes in this all-pick remake, so no need to take a slow drafting phase. We'll have things quickly go under the way. Miposhka,
oh, right.
Get your hero.
I wanted to come back. Sorry?
Miposhka, get your hero. Everyone else has picked a hero. I see Miposhka hasn't picked yet.
Oh, I beg of you.
Please.
There we go. He's done it.
He got it.
He couldn't find Silencer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to come back to Earthshaker because he's iconic. Absolutely iconic. You know, a TI has been won with Earthshaker. His Blink Echo Slam. So you buy Blink Dagger, that ability, the item, sorry, to give you the ability to jump on top of people. And then his ultimate at level 6, Echo Slam. The more units that are around him when he casts it, the more of these little earthquake shatters go out and spread onto people, doing massive damage and stunning people through his other abilities. So when you are able to jump onto multiple heroes or a hero in a creep wave, or like we mentioned earlier on, a stack of camps, creeps in the camps, you can clear them very quickly and then move on to other business straight on after that.
Yeah, importantly as well, Shaker is one of the best disablers in Dota. Not just about the jump and the damage, but against something like Morphling, you now have a ton of ways to stun him from Fog of War even and try and catch him. Some of those heroes that can be hard to bring down, Shaker can be the solution towards, as he has instantaneous disable with his ulti, or just Fog of War disable with a Fissure. Two great ways to deal with survivable heroes.
So Satanic in a... That's not asking for physical violence. That's because Satanic in a previous series said, can't beat Satanic. Can't be defeated. In the third person, about himself. So he's been taking a little bit of flack from everybody about that.
Yeah, people are having fun, you know. He's a classic young star kid in high level. Gotta be a little bit cocky to get there, right?
Yeah, you've got to have the confidence, the ego. Let's see if he's able to use it in this game. And so far, Paravision kind of setting up around that top bounty rune. Team Spirit with a few heroes there ready to meet them. They've also spread out. Bounty Hunter has a deep ward down in that bottom jungle. So this kind of observer ward, multiple purposes. One of them is to watch couriers as they run from the base to the lane. So Bounty Hunter can see couriers coming and then go and kill them.
Yes. Exactly. It's a sneaky ward, very unlikely to get dewarded as well in the waterfall there. Kind of rare spot to put a ward or dewarding. But this is game 1 of the best of 5 grand finals. If you're just joining us now, this is the Newcomer stream. If you have any questions or anything that you would like explained deeper in detail to enjoy this game, feel free to just ask questions. This cast is here for you guys. And yes, this is indeed live. Game, well, I mean, right now it's paused, but it's live paused.
Great. Fresh frozen. Just like Gordon Ramsay wished for.
My favorite.
What do you mean it's live paused, you donut? Off we go. Hopefully no more interruptions in our gameplay here. And of course, we'll start out with Team Spirit up on its high ground, scouting to see who's coming. And Radan's Terrorblade getting walked at, but they've decided to go onto the squishy target in the back. The Miposhka Sansa being blocked up by 9 class. The Ringmaster puts his body in the way so Sansa can't run away, and they chase him down to get a kill on Tiny. No one picks up that first blood, which is a big advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah, fantastic. That will bring him closer to his first item. Gonna get the bottle a lot faster so that he can get his regeneration going. This mid lane, like I said, I think the Shaker has a bit of an edge overall, but getting a first blood can offset that quite a bit.
Earthshaker notoriously good in these mid lanes with his enchant totem. Great at denying creeps, getting last hits because it amplifies one of his physical hits every 5 seconds.
Yep. And bottom lane, a lot of HP being traded as Rue was just going in and auto-attacking down the Morphling. It's Bounty Hunter and Medusa. They know that lane is going to get difficult if Morphling is allowed to just stand in CS. Morph can have crazy amount of last hit damage. And we haven't spoken about how Morphling works, but, you know, can you tell us why Morphling is called Morphling? What does he do, Gareth?
Right, so there's the 3 stats in Dota, the intelligence, strength, and agility. Intelligence giving you the mana regen, and magic resistance. Agility giving you armor and attack speed. And the strength giving you health and health regeneration. And Morphling is an agility hero with this facet. And he's able to shift between strength and agility. So he can turn health into armor and attack speed, and vice versa, turn it back into health. So if he gets gone on, people are attacking him and doing, spell damage, hitting him. He can shift more stuff into health to be tankier and last longer. And that's why the first 2 levels on Morphling are very often the most exploitable when he's at his weakest, because you can do a lot of damage and he can't shift.
Yeah, Essentially, he has HP on demand when he wants to, or otherwise he will all in on higher DPS. And sometimes you see him back up like this, get to 1 HP. It's him trying to print up a bit more HP by going all the way down to 1 HP and then shifting even further into agility. He is able to generate HP out of nowhere, essentially. Making the hero very sustainable in lane and tricky to harass.
Yeah, a hero that exploits that mechanic, which, like, every hero can kind of use this as well, right? So the Bounty Hunter currently is holding 3 branches, which give you stats. If you're healing up, you know, kind of percentage of what your health is going. So the more health you have, the less valuable your heals are going to be. And you'll see very often players putting their items into their backpack or on the floor before using a heal item, because you get a higher percentage value from it.
Exactly. So, great question in chat. What are your top synergies on each team? They both have global through AA or silencer, but what else is there? I would argue the best synergies that they have in the teams for Radiant is probably between Beastmaster and Ringmaster later on. Not because they're 2 masters, but because their ultimates are very great in tandem. You have a single target lockdown from Beastmaster's ulti, holding someone in place, and then Ringmaster can have some area denial or chain stunning with his big Wheel of Wonder that he throws in. That's some fantastic pickoff or team fighting capabilities. Whereas on Team Spirit, I would argue it's more around Shaker and Bounty. Bounty providing vision walking around later, and then Shaker, once he gets Blink Dagger, can exploit that vision. Vision is massive in competitive Dota.
Yeah, this very much feels like Paravision getting a taste of their own medicine. Having this position for Bounty, which scouts and give information. Terrorblade with his illusions that do the same thing. Pushing waves, giving info by scouting with the illusions, and then playing aggressively from that vision is something Paravision have used a lot, and Team Spirit are trying to exploit here. But yeah, there's also a synergy between enemies. So another reason they picked this Morphling, right, is because he's against the Terrorblade?
Yes. Yeah, the Morphling against Terrorblade is really good because Morph can become an enemy hero essentially, take their abilities and use them against them. And becoming Terrorblade is really, really strong because you get access to some fantastic spells. You get all the basic abilities and Metamorphosis, the shapeshifting of TB, Conjure Image, and Reflection are all super, super strong abilities.
And so far, so good for everyone except this top lane. They're getting farmed, but it's not as clean as elsewhere. Morphling having a good time. Earthshake is great. Medusa and Tiny pretty happy. Ancient Apparition might not be so happy in a moment, though, as he is found there by Rue and Collapse.
Always dangerous for supports, and I've seen this overall throughout this tournament. Ducalis sometimes struggles a little bit in the laning stage, keeping himself safe. AA is one of those heroes that can be very oppressive at range, but once you step one step too close, you get punished.
Aggression top. Wow. A ton of damage. It came out of nowhere. Was that the whip from 9 class? Who did that? Yeah, look at that magic damage from him.
Yeah, a large part was the whip coming in. 203 damage, and of course Terrorblade, a really low HP hero. He has fantastic armor, but against the magical damage coming in from Ringmaster, not that durable.
And in the mid lane, Tiny and AA, not quite able to finish off Laurel. A dagger is going to get dodged as well, and Miposhka's arrival might be able to turn around. No, Laurel doesn't want to get too heavily involved. Ancient Apparition surviving, and Rue did get scouted under that sentry ward. They actually turned back and play aggressively onto Laurel again, but a Fisher stun and block on this no-one Tiny forces a toss on the Bounty Hunter. A lot of poking and prodding here. Pre-minute 6. Paravision begging for the top rune as Team Spirit control the bottom, which is an invis.
Wow. Bounty is now double invis. Got the Shadow Walk as well as his invis. No real gain there for getting that rune, but taking it away from Tiny is even bigger. Just making sure that he doesn't get it. Tiny, who is going for the bottle, Soul Ring, kind of spammy build on mid lane. Just push out the creep wave. Get to the face boots and then Blink Dagger.
Going on no one. I mean, you push a lot of damage on this Tiny, but you're not going to kick him out of lane just yet.
Yeah, I think a big thing for Radiant Paravision here is that they managed to get that 1 kill on TB. Looking to make it a second up top. Chasing after him.
But this Beastmaster is monstrous. He's right on top of this Terrorblade. They've got the whip again. Radan, the Hawk,
He's
lands
just going.
on him.
DM is
And DM is just
angry.
diving this tier 1 tower to finish off the enemy carry. I mean, not only has he now got 2 kills on the TB, but he's 33-18. When was the last time you saw 18 denies minute 7?
Yeah, especially on an offlaner, like having this strong of a start. Sometimes we see safe lanes taking over completely like that, but this is impressive. Into a TB who was farming really well, but he cannot be left alone up here, dying before the level 6 of Beastmaster.
But then a similar story bottom, apparently, as Collapse and Rue pair up to kill Satanic. Mid lane, no one being dived by Miposhka and Larl. Tiny still with 400 health, 6-1 charges, but there's Larl's Echo Slam. The damage is good, but the turnaround from 9 Class and Ducalis, the 2 supports of Paravision, will come in and clean up the mess that's been left by Team Spirit. Or will they? Yeah, 9 Class to the high ground, gets the takedown there, as Rue is scouting and lurking, but unable to continue.
Yeah, Rue just wants to keep tabs of his opponents, can grab a little bit of experience mid while the Shaker is dead, and also control the rune spawn. Gonna be bottom this time though, so he doesn't get it. A regen rune towards the AA. Of course, both see Radiant already stacking up their Ancients, as the Dire team have done the same.
Rue might be paying for this one. Doesn't get there in time, but they've got no reveal. They don't have sentries or dust to see the bounty hunter. That sentry ward there was out of range, so they couldn't finish him off.
He's gonna be quite happy to get away with his life, and he's got Tranquil Boots, so his HP will come back over time.
Shaker being gone on again. There's a lot of long-range poke damage here through the darts and that chilling touch from the Ringmaster and the AA.
Oh no, Rue is gonna murder Courier, Satanic's Courier. It dies on the way back though, so he already got the item delivered. He's closing in on a Vladimir's, but gonna have to wait for the respawn before he can buy the recipe. Or buy the recipe for the Bassi.
So we watched the Terrorblade dying top. We didn't see the Morphling dying bottom. Kind of an unexpected death, would you say?
Yeah, I think I didn't see the death they had, but I think Bounty Hunter just caught him in a bad moment. And by the way, speaking of bad moment, the Medusa having Meteor Hammer and Double Null already starting to open up on that one tower.
And then no one's attempts there cut short by the Fisher. So not only does that big golden line stun people that are next to it when Earthshaker launches it, but it also blocks the path. You can't walk over it, you've got to go, you can't walk under it, you can't walk through it, you've got to go around it. But this push into the mid lane, DM brings the Hellbear, his neutral creep, in to push the tower, but the arrival of Collapse and Rue, this offlane duo of Team Spirit, absolutely annihilates him. And you were right, this Medusa, bringing some early game tempo with the TB joining in and his metamorphosis. Team Spirit are matching the attempts of Paravision. Paravision are trying to scramble together, find these openings, and Team Spirit are shutting the door on them.
Yeah, Medusa showing up and chain stunning beautifully there with a maxed out Gorgon Grasp into Meteor Hammer. And this is before she has Rod of Atos. Once she has that, it gets even trickier to play the game. All this buys a little bit of time for TB to go back in jungle. I wouldn't have minded seeing Medusa just stay mid and keep Meteor spamming the tower. He might actually do that right now. So he was heading down bottom, but yeah, if he sits mid, they can't lose mid tower that easily. Since Dire tower is already low, he cannot act as a block. They gotta get through Medusa to get that tower.
Yeah, the barrier to entry is one Medusa.
And he'll start sieging the other tower. Just goes up, channels Meteor Hammer from a safe distance. Again, for newcomers, this item, just don't buy it straight up. Do not buy Meteor Hammer is my biggest recommendation. It's really a shit item, but Medusa specifically can be played as a control build in high level Dota. It is being played, but it is sort of an all-in for the early and mid game.
And we see the roar from DM get the catch on Rue. Kill on the bounty hunter's nice, but in the end it's Terrorblade who has been kept safe through the actions of his bounty hunter. We also have Earthshaker who just picked up a Blink Dagger. So this is where, with his ultimate ready, he should be looking for a kill on a high priority target.
Oh, the Morphling. Has he sensed that he is pretty low HP? He morphs up a little bit. Oh, a good read by Satanic. He's too high HP now. You can see his HP bar get a little bit more detailed as more and more bars show up there. You can see it's morphed up. He's at 1600 max HP now, well within safety range. That was the high five out even, saying, yeah, I know what you're doing.
Yeah, he saw them coming. Nice little lane ward. The Dire Sentry isn't in range to find it. So Satanic has good info in that bottom lane. And with that attempt, not necessarily failing, just not working out for Spirit, they repurposed their move. They TP mid and then smoke from that tier 1 tower where they know there is no vision. Now hiding under the smoke alongside the bounty hunter. So they don't wrap around into mid, or they do.
They're thinking about it. I think
starting to go
still.
into that Morphling area.
Yeah, I think mid is the play still. If you go once more down bottom and Morphling just dodges it, it's going to be disastrous for you. Mid, you can at least have Medusa force the issue, push the tower, and then you can play around that. Now with Ringmaster coming out, I think you just jump that, get the kill on him. They saw him walk into that corner.
Yeah, you don't have to Echo Slam, you don't have to spend your ulti, just a few other spells to get that Ringmaster kill. And then the damage onto the tower. Meteor Hammer cancelled by the Avalanche because it is a channeling item. But they've still got the right clicks to punch through the tier 1 anyway.
We're finally brought down. Tiny can't do too much to stop it, but he wants to farm the next creep wave. He just wants his own Blink Dagger. 500 gold off it right now. But yeah, not the craziest early game aggression type of game, but still I would say that Dire are building a slight lead with this Medusa being the more active hero across the field right now.
And Medusa Terrorblade being a pretty fearsome duo as well as we get into that mid game. DM's Beastmaster is close to finishing off this Helm of the Overlord, so he'll be able to upgrade from the large neutral creep, the little red tomato hellbear that he's got now, and start picking up ancients like the Black Dragon.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it right now, and I think he's going to go and farm the ancients as well with this. He could use the Black Dragon to kill the rest of the dragons. One dragon to slay the entire ancient camp. He's going to head over. Bottom tower does fall, so finally opening up that part of the map. And that does settle in Team Spirit with a bit of a lead now, having taken the mid tower as well. Wow, that's actually a really impressive amount of damage coming out when you put down the Ice Vortex from AA on the ground, which increases magic damage on the enemy in that area, and then pair that with the Fireball of the Black Dragon. Basically clear the ancient camp in no time at all.
Jeez. Big old damage. And for now, Team Spirit kind of scouting out Satanic in that bottom jungle with the Bounty Hunter, but knowing they don't really have a way to get there, Rue is going to rejoin the rest of the team in towards mid. And this is where Team Spirit, with a track on Bounty, could start printing money. They need a fair amount of damage to get through DM. The tanky Beastmaster is going to walk away from their stuns, but it means he's unable to continue pressuring mid. And yeah, the dragon is dead.
Yeah, but the dragon sacrificed its life to save the Beastmaster because it was on the Shaker, preventing his blink. He could not blink in and get onto the Beastmaster, so couldn't follow up on the initial jump on him by the Rod of Atos there.
And DM going to show mid. The rest of his team are smoking down south, but Team Spirit, I think they've read this move. We had a line drawn by Collapse showing from Ancients down towards bot the exact path that Paravision are taking. And when Team Spirit step up like that to break the smoke, a pretty good indication that they've felt this one coming.
Yeah, for sure. They felt it coming, but there's also still the Tormentor on the menu, so you want to go for it, but at the same time, we might see sneaky contests with the AA ulti. It seems like they know the Beast is not there. He's showing himself on the mid lane, so they're going to be going for the Torm, but the AA ulti is well timed. Oh, that doesn't feel good. They're committing.
They're going to go finish it off. Okay.
Ooh. Spooky.
Everyone's alive.
The reason we're so scared is because the Shatter comes in on that AA ulti. If you drop below 12% of your max HP, then you will shatter from the next bit of damage. So all of them were not too far away. Could have been very dangerous for them. I'm almost surprised that Tiny didn't go down there to try and play with the AA ulti.
That could have been massive for them if they'd committed for it. But then that commitment, it can be hard to judge whether or not it's the right decision. And quite often what we've seen from Paravision, and I guess Paravision and Tundra in that previous series, when one team is doing the Tormentor, the other team is trying to steal the Roshan. But this is too early on for Paravision to kind of go in there and feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah, also they didn't go for the Aghanim Scepter build on the Beastmaster, which is usually what makes Rosh so easy for Beastmaster lineups. He does have the Dominator, which isn't terrible, but without Aghanim Scepter, the Rosh taking is a lot weaker. He's going for the pipe build next, so damage mitigation coming in for him and his team. This will block a lot of magic damage. Great against Shaker.
And that single target stun is going to put a stop to this Bounty Hunter, opening things up on the Beastmaster. But again, it's DM being very defensive and very scared about the way he's playing, and I kind of see a frown on his face there. Overreacting to the bounty poking at him, and this is the threat, the Bounty Hunter, the Slark, these position 4 annoying heroes that we've been hammering on about really does bring. They show up, and you expect that if they're there, there's people behind them to follow up. So if they hit you, you're expecting to get hit by a truck around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough. You're playing with limited information. That's why Vision is king in top-level Dota. And DM not going to be too happy because now he can't make a move. But Tiny on AA, though, could possibly combine. Not on the Medusa, surely. They were eyeing her up, but Medusa is a super tricky hero to burst. She has 1700 mana. Every point of mana blocks 3.4 damage. So yeah, you gotta do some 5000 damage just to get through the map. Good luck.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We haven't really got into that topic, I don't know if you want to, about effective health. Because it gets pretty squiggly when we start talking about it. But effectively, she has 5000 health, even though it says 856.
Yeah, I mean, effective HP is just a term that's referring to how much damage you would have to put out to deal with a hero. And Medusa has a lot of that.
Everything from that pipe magic resist, to armor, to mana shield, lots of stuff, to negate and block damage. I mean, melee heroes also have damage block built into them.
It's true.
One of the reasons why melee bodies have been more popular in pro Dota the most recent while.
Yeah, that's very true. Melee heroes are quite good for that reason. Oh, Tiny. Tiny's gonna get spotted here. He's in way deep.
Nice blast is thrown out though, and they haven't finished this Tiny off. Laurel is trying to go back in to take him down and will get it done. Collapse joins in, but Laurel is dead, so they trade out mid for mid and support.
Yeah, but still pretty happy he got the kill onto the AA before he died. And that's also an important little detail. If you kill the enemy before you die, and then they kill you, but from beyond the grave, they don't actually get experience for that. So the AA may have gotten a big kill on a mid hero, but did not get any experience at all.
And then on top of the kills, it's map space as well. Team Spirit are then able to plant themselves in this top lane to push the tier 1. They get a bonus kill on 9 class as the Morphling's unable to take down Rue, but Paravision are starting to TP more people up here. Chain stuns onto this Medusa with the Roar, the Cold Feet, and the damage output looks good. A kill on Collapse is massive. Absolutely massive amount of gold there going to DM.
Yeah, very selfless play, but Collapse to ulti to try and save his teammate. But unfortunately, you're the offlaner, you're the core hero, and Bounty is just a support. Letting him die may have been the better play. As 20 minutes come in. Oh, unfortunate for Paravision. If it wasn't 20 minutes right now, they could have taken Roche on the back of the Medusa kill. No Shaker ulti ready, Medusa being dead. But Roche is currently on a journey down bottom. You cannot fight Roche when he's out in the open like this. You can only fight him in either of his homes. He has an apartment to the south and one apartment to the north. And that's where you're allowed to visit him. While he's traveling, don't talk to him.
Yeah. He's a New Yorker.
Headset on,
I'm walking
hoodie
here.
down.
Just starts chucking people across the street. Doubly bad, though. When 20 minutes hits, it turns daytime. And this was Paravision unable to go to Roche, because Roche was starting to move. And they were unable to find an opening onto Team Spirit, because it turned daytime, and Team Spirit could start seeing further. They could see where this Tiny was coming from. They couldn't then find a jump on the Terrorblade. Hang on, Laurel?
It's for the beasts.
He's
Risky
jumping
play.
on this.
He's got the pipe.
Yeah, Laurel can't break through him. DM's too tanky, and now Tiny comes in to clap down on this Earthshaker, bring down Miposhka. No one grabs a double kill, and Paravision now in a very strong position. Aegis on the Satanic Morphling. He is as farmed as the Terrorblade, and you have an incredibly strong Beastmaster to push and play the map with.
Yeah, this is gonna spell mid tower falling for sure. I don't think Medusa can hold this. She wants to delay it. She wants to do something. And the glyph. On the back of the glyph, they can defend, but Morphling doesn't look to be going anywhere.
he is here to kill towers and take names. I mean, Collapse, the Wheel of Wonder and the Roar on him. The damage output is so powerful onto a single target that even Collapse, the tanky Medusa, is close to death. 9 class, he has fallen while Collapse has survived. With Terrorblade's arrival, they're going to turn back, get towards the Beastmaster with a nice Fisher and jump from Laurel, but the turnaround. Satanic and no one turn and fight. This Morphling tries to turn into Terrorblade, then shifts back into Morphling. He doesn't want to face against all these illusions, so he goes back to the tower instead. But another whiffed attempt from Lars Earthshaker. Team Spirit are suffering. He wants to go in and nobody else does. A fear that you had in the draft.
Yeah, this is problematic. He doesn't really have someone who can follow up with a Shaker jump. We usually want to see like a Zeus in your team or something for more global damage, or the AA that Radiant have, of course. Great for following up. Silencer and Bounty, Bounty can provide a vision, but it doesn't do that much damage. And Medusa and TB are not contributing much in the team fighting right now. That's where Paravision are having an edge, and they're really, really hammering down on that lead. Rude. This is bothering them. This Morphling is like, okay, I'll go farm over here, I guess.
Fine. Fine, I'll go over here. And Satanic getting pretty big, though. And both him and Terrorblade, similar kind of items that they go for. Lots of stats to make themselves tankier, do more damage. The kind of carry builds that we see very often.
Ooh, so Collapse had the Hex queued up earlier to have more lockdown, but he changed his mind and is queuing up a Linken's next on the Medusa. This is not for himself. He definitely doesn't need a Linken's, but he wants to put this on his Shaker or on his TB in the fights, so it's all about utility for the offlane Medusas, control and helping out.
Yeah, try and block the Roar from the Beastmaster.
Random Dust is not gonna find the Bounty. Already snuck by.
Yeah, they've been scanning, dusting, placing sentries. Rue has been an absolute nuisance.
I like that Rue had no vision on what was going on as well, so kind of clueless to how much space he actually just created there. He didn't see... He saw the dust, but he didn't see the 3 heroes ran there.
The economic damage he dealt.
Oh my god, he takes the D to rune. Sneaking around and being annoying.
Yeah, and getting in on top of 9 class. I mean, Rue's bounty hunter here. If the team is starting to come to join him and they want to play together, he has the perfect backstab kind of pincer movement in here. He sees the courier and decides it's not worth going for the courier. He is under vision, you're right. So the sentry spots him. He was looking for some kind of support snipe where he brings them low, the team comes in. But these sentry wars are everywhere. He's trying to escape. A little bit of a breakaway here, but he's been dusted. So that will reveal his position. His invis no longer works. It did take 3 heroes to come and kill him, though.
It's like 3 heroes busy for like, what, 90 seconds it feels like, chasing him, taking him down in the end. But this is giving so much time for Terrorblade and Medusa to farm, try and get their item progression going. The Shaker also going for the Kaya. This Kaya Yasha build. I have to say, I'm still missing the Aghanim Scepter days of Shaker. Everyone has gone away from the Aghanim Scepter, and I can understand that Shaker Aghanims or Shaker Kaya for the spell amp with the ulti is really, really good. But I'm still not fully sold on the Kaya Yasha build, Gareth.
No, me neither.
I've seen lots, but I have yet to be impressed by it.
I was honestly, I was fully expecting to go Ags. I was ready to start talking about his Ags, and he just doesn't have it.
No, this is normal. I've seen like, I mean, the last 6 Shakers I've seen, all of them have gone for this build, so this is the meta build right now.
I've missed that.
Yeah, so the Aghanim Scepter, for those who may not know, is a massive mobility focus tool. Allows him to jump around every time he clicks Enchant Totem. The reason it's so strong is that even if you have taken damage, you can jump away with it. Unlike the Blink Dagger, which if you take damage, you cannot blink. That can allow him to jump around and be very active. But people have prioritized going for this Kaya build that gives you spell amplification. More damage, more burst.
I guess it's also more stuff now, right? We've talked about the weakness of Aghanim Scepter being there's a lot of kind of smaller incremental items that don't do anything until you've spent the full, 4,500 basically that you have to pay for it with. Whereas Kaya is less investment and more, here's a bunch of shit right here, right now. And I think Earthshaker is a hero who wants to keep that steam going. So maybe that's the ideology behind it, where you don't want to be sitting and waiting for your next item. You want to keep buying stuff that gives you the here and now.
I'm a bit of a fan, at least, of what he's doing here. He's going for the blink into Kaya, into then going BKB and then Yasha, which I like that. The casual Kaya, as we see, by the way, as support dying, but you know, it's Miposhka dying, it's not the biggest consequence right there. Tormentor was also taken down bottom, went to the AA, he got himself his shard upgrade. But yeah, a little pit stop for a Kaya and then back for a BKB. I actually think this is really strong.
That's pretty nice. I'm still looking at this game and thinking Paravision are happy with the way things are going. They're the ones being the driving force on these lanes, finding openings, getting this Morphling really big. What does Team Spirit see in this game? Like what is their plan? Where does the TB come in?
I think maybe after I have Skadi and Bloodthorn, they're gonna try and activate TB a lot and do things there. As the game progresses later, it all comes down to initiations and who gets the better jump on the other. And I do think Paravision have a draft that favors those conditions a little bit, as they have both a save and Ringmaster, putting someone in a box, saving them, or the initiation from having Beast or Beastmaster and Titan.
And I guess the question I posed to you after the draft about the speed and my worries about Team Spirit, I guess this is what I was envisioning. Minute 30. You know, I didn't really think about the prior fights where they were able to come and match it. But this is the lull in their draft where they're kind of waiting for their time to shine. And it's Paravision that are going to be out there taking the objectives, taking Tormentors, Roshans.
The game fell off from what Team Spirit wanted the game to look like. Medusa wanted to siege top tier 1 and take the tier 2 towers easily and get Tormentor. All these objectives, normally when you play offlane Medusa, you want to get them. So the fact that they haven't been able to be in control of the game is not according to script for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And this is Paravision getting a big win from some early good fighting, good choices on where they took the fights. By the way, this Rax is just, or this tower is just gone.
Solar Crest on the Morphling.
His range, man. He got a 110 range on the serrated Shiv plus the Dragonlance. He hits people from far away now.
They're looking at him, though. So he's got Manta Style, which he uses now. Illusion's going to move to Scout out. He has BKB and that Morph to shift into Strength. So a couple of defensive tools for the Morphling there is the reason Spirit don't just jump on him. They don't have enough to kill him. And it looks like Team Spirit going to give up any attempt of playing aggressively. Yeah, blinking back into their base, getting away. Rue, though, has been dusted and slain. But this is where the Terrorblade gets to play his game. He's out there with illusions, cutting waves and stopping the push from coming.
Wait, TP's back home. He's wanting to join his team. Are they looking to take a fight? I thought he would stay out on the map for a little bit more, as they're not on high ground yet.
Avalanche toss. Medusa sent into the middle of Paravision. It looks like the Stone Gaze there from Collapse, though, is going to cause problems for them. And this is where the Terrorblade is at his best. One target isolated, focused down. The blink into stun there from Lal finds Ducales. Team Spirit, they brought Terrorblade back to fight, and they show Paravision there are no pushovers.
He's
The
become
Morphling is
Medusa.
annoying, but the rest of the heroes are being picked off one by one. The Global Silence, the move onto 9 class. Radan will kill that Ringmaster, while the Fisher block has trapped this Morphling. So Manta Style used with the waveform. He doesn't have BKB, and he's trying to run away, but the chain stun's very annoying. They don't have many of them, though.
Fisher a little
Catching
bit off
up.
to the mark.
It's difficult, the Morphling. And he's going to get caught up in the disables from the Medusa, and now Rue comes in with even more stuns to find the finishing blow. Radan is dominating on this Terrorblade, and like the dominoes toppling over one by one, they start falling. A buyback from 9 class, the move in from DM. Looks like that's going to be cut short as Paravision try to regroup.
Wow, a quick Sunder there to save his friend as well. He saw that the one Impalement Arts coming in from Ringmaster would have been problematic for a Shaker, but he gives him a quick Sunder to heal up his ally. You can use it on allies or enemies, but yeah, look at the damage done. Radan showing why he's the boss, right? He's the carry that everyone looks up to.
It was your own damn fault.
A decorated veteran going up against the young talent of Satanic.
Showing who's boss. And Roshan is alive in that southern pit. And Team Spirit all around the area, hugging the vicinity and finding stragglers. 9 class wanted to come out here to take the Watcher, to get some vision. But he is sniped and dead for 70 seconds because he bought back previously, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He bought back to save Morphling and was unable to do so. And Beastmaster, pretty slow and immobile. Can't get to safety.
The Skadi, that slow effect on the attacks of the Terrorblade, really just crippled the Beastmaster. Incredible damage, incredible slows there. And Team Spirit, very good at these long chases where they just get +1, +1, +1. The track from Bounty Hunter unlocks this capability so nicely.
They have played this really impressively, and this is where communications and coordination. Team Spirit are showing why they're some of the best in the world at this. Just absolutely amazing how they pick apart Paravision, even when they were that far behind. I thought they would have a really bad fight, but it all started with that one time they locked out the Tiny, and then locked him in place with Medusa ulti and the Fissure, synergizing their abilities beautifully.
I'm going to be real. It's all because they tossed the Medusa. Like, how many times this tournament have we seen them, people, like any team, any player, Tiny tosses Medusa into the middle of 5 enemies. You're like, oh, we'll kill her. She presses Stone Gaze, you get turned into statues, and then the enemy team shows up.
You know, the bait is that TB had already TP'd before that. If Terrorblade wasn't there, then that play is maybe acceptable, because Terrorblade won't be there dealing damage. But if you go on Medusa and all of her team is nearby, that's a problem, because Medusa is the worst target possible. It takes way too long, way too tanky. The only time you want to focus her is when she is isolated. But she wasn't.
A whole calling your bluff situation, right? Because you were kind of surprised the TB TP'd and didn't stay on the map. And if you're thinking that, I'm assuming Paravision are also thinking it.
Not as surprised as Paravision was. They felt that immediately.
And now, yeah, systematic destruction of objectives from Spirit. Moving on to tier 1s that are left out there, tier 2s to follow. I've got this Aegis on the Terrorblade for 4 minutes, so plenty of wiggle room here to go and do what they want. And it comes down to Paravision now just trying to, like, weaselly plays. Push out waves, cut waves, and try and get the creeps to the other side of the map to give themselves some space.
Yeah, they want to drag the game a little bit more, get towards the later stages, get more item progressions in. Of course, 3,000 lead now for Team Spirit, and with that Aegis for 3 more minutes, they're definitely going to look to try and make more happen. There's a dragon cutting every creep wave top, though. Sneaky little dragon. Tucks into a tree line, sits and waits. Next 30 seconds come by, kills a creep wave again.
And we've been calling this ghost pushing for a while. I think that was coined by the coach of Falcons, Aoi 2000. And you're pushing a lane without showing your hero. So not committing your hero, you're just kind of a ghostly presence pushing waves without committing to anything.
It's apparition pushing now, dude. You can't just call him ghost generically, it's an apparition.
He's got a blink dagger to jump away from there, huh?
Ducalis is one of the few players who will do this. Like, the only AA who will actually go for this one. Oh, Radan somehow didn't get comboed.
He's got Sunder. So back to full HP, then immediately loses half of it again. The blink echo from Laurel, the global silence comes in, but there's the pipe. The defensive tool from the Beastmaster to save up an ally. Now with the second life of the Terrorblade, the toss up in the sky, they've got plenty of stuns to kill him off. And Team Spirit, we're talking about calling each other's bluff there. Terrorblade was pretending he had everyone behind him, but he only had the Earthshaker. So Paravision bring 5 and slay them.
Yeah, Radan has overstepped, and 80 seconds with him dead. This is a massive moment. They can just go and do whatever they want. The Shaker used ulti as well. Global silence was expended. Everything is gone. This is green lights go for Team Radiant. The only one who can stall and delay here is like some fissures with the shards can stun around the fissure. And Medusa can try and hex up and delay, but the base is open right now for Satanic to do what he wants.
Yeah, they've got a glyph, but it's multiple waves. They need to kill off catapults, dragon, the Morphling's doing damage. So many threats in this dire base already, and the barracks start to fall. 45 seconds until that Terrorblade is alive, so Team Spirit, they don't want to fight 4v5. They're going to try and poke at no one here with a jump from Laurel. Ducalis comes in with his Blink Ice Blast, and they've got that little box to put the Tiny in to save him from danger. Now collapses in the middle of them all, and Laurel's been killed by Satanic. No buybacks here from Team Spirit. No golden borders on their death timers, and there's Medusa, yes, in the middle of 5 and tossed around, but this time no backup is coming. The cavalry isn't over the hill. The Stone Gaze is annoying, but Satanic cuts the Medusa down.
She's dead for 80. She doesn't have buyback either. What is going on, Team Spirit? They're feeding one by one, and now a bad situation turns even worse. I think they might just lose the entire game.
Yeah, Paravision are going for mega creeps here, expecting some kind of buyback to be available for Spirit. If they knew what we knew, they'd be going for tier 4s and Throne.
Still doing it very cautiously, but they're getting so much value already. Barracks just dropping. You can't beat Satanic, man. He's going.
Incredible attack speed, the damage from this Morphling. All the buildings that are important in this base crumbling as Team Spirit are left with a couple of tier 4s and the Throne. And they're not long for this world either. There's no Glyph. There's still no Medusa for 30 seconds. Earthshaker in 10. Satanic taking a lot of damage from this Terror Blade, but a Blink, Avalanche Toss, Global Silence gives Radahn protection. Goes into Metamorphosis, tries to turn and fight, but cannot stand his ground. Now the Spotlight from this Ringmaster destroys all of the TB illusions. So Radahn doesn't have his strength anymore. While Paravision, they've got a Metamorphosis Morphling from infinite range, just launching and hurling projectiles at this Throne. Oh, can he finish it? Doesn't look like it quite yet. Now he BKB's up though, and GG's called. They just tap out. Team Spirit cannot contend with Paravision and their aggression. The swings back and forth in this game were really impressive.
Wow, impressive, but Team Spirit, what happened? They just imploded there on the back of one push mid by Yatoro, Radahn getting isolated from his team, dying, Shaker dropping the ulti and not getting anything for it, and they couldn't back out with a Global Silence even to save them. What just happened? The buybacks even.
And they just all slipped away. An avalanche of errors and mistakes there. Team Spirit were, riding the high from that Roshan, playing on a knife's edge. The Satanic Morphing
building damage.
30,000 building damage. And all of that
Holy.
came in the last, 3 minutes of the game? 2 minutes of the game.
That has to be some of the highest building damage ever done in that amount of time, honestly. 37 minutes, 30,000 building damage is absurdly high.
That's
He basically
incredible.
took down the entire enemy base on his own.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He went from top to mid to bot, killed all the barracks, killed all the tier 3s. Oh, incredible. Incredible performance from Paravision there. You know, it felt like it was their game to lose. Then Team Spirit made them start to lose. And you're thinking, oh, Team Spirit, they've got this one heading into mid-game. But that comeback, around the mid lane, the errors with that Aegis, the aggression from Spirit not paying off. So Paravision, game 1 in this best of 5 goes their way against Team Spirit. These absolute gods of Dota, the old Academy player, Satanic, defeat his old squad.
Yeah, very impressive stuff by Satanic. He even finished the game. They called GG. He's like, nah, I'm destroying that throne before the 10 seconds of the GG call is done. And he finished off the job. That must have been a very, very big moral victory in game 1 for them. And could be monumental for the rest of the game to follow. But of course, this is a best of 5, Gareth. Only game 1. Mistakes happen, Team Spirits. If any team knows how to bounce back from a mistake, I'm sure it's these guys.
Yeah, tons to look at. Of course, we can do that through this series. So we'll take a break and come back with game 2 right around the corner.
Come on and
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh here, as this is the Newcomer stream on the Ember stream. I'm Gareth, joined by Wagga, and we're about to head into Game 2 of a best of 5. Paravision took Game 1 against Team Spirit and are readying themselves for Game 2. And the first game was pretty back and forth, kind of interesting how it ended, though.
Yeah, it was very, very awkward almost how Team Spirit, they were in a pretty damn good spot. They managed to take some really impressive team fights, and then that one moment with the Aegis, Radan getting too close to a tier 2 tower mid, gets caught out, and ultimately could not be saved despite the efforts of his teammates. And a lot of it just comes down to that one singular mistake that was capitalized upon. And then, obviously, you can say they reacted poorly to that mistake because they ended up chain feeding in their base and losing everything in one sweep. They truly could just not put up with the, playing with one hero down. I think they just had to accept that, okay, we lost 2 lanes of racks because of the mistake that came out from Radan, but they overcommitted and tried to defend, lost the game because of it.
Yeah, like when your, whatever, 30,000 net worth hero is dead and the enemy's 30,000 net worth hero is alive, you kind of just got to avoid and dodge away from that aggression. But yeah, the Satanic Morphling, monstrous in that game. At the end, 30,000 building damage in one fell swoop, going through that entire dire base very quickly, was incredibly impressive. I mean, this entire game, the draft from Team Spirit seemed kind of crafted to deal with Paravision's early aggression and try and drag this game out to get to a point where Radan's Terrorblade was super strong. But Paravision had also drafted good heroes against this Terrorblade. That last pick Morphling turning into the TB is super nice, but the Ringmaster also brings this immediate killing of the Terrorblade illusions that he relies on to do damage.
Yeah, the Ringmaster Shard is an ability that gives you normally a bit of vision, gives the enemy a bit of mischance, and it also reveals invis enemy heroes. But on top of that, the most important thing in that game was that it kills off Terrorblade's illusions very rapidly. Any illusion except for Medusa illusions will get super quickly cleared by Ringmaster's Shard. So a great illusion hero counter from that support role.
It was huge. And Ringmaster in general as a hero has looked very good with his laning prowess, the mid-game saves, the team fight he brings. A very well-rounded hero there. And, it has to be said, looking at Paravision's draft, you're kind of like, well, how did they lose? How could they ever have lost? Where was the threat at all? Ringmaster, AA, Tiny, Beastmaster, some of the winningest heroes at this tournament, some of the best hero pairings of this tournament. We're kind of on the verge, on the brink of falling down. This Team Spirit brought the tempo. But then we saw why these guys are so good when you pick these heroes together.
Yeah, definitely. And Paravision, they sensed weakness for just a moment and they bit off absolutely everything. Team Spirit just couldn't stifle the bleeding. And I think it's important that Team Spirit going into the next game have a little bit of an easier lineup to play combinations at least. Because they did have some strong stuff going with the Shaker jumping in, and their team fight was arguably good with the Global Silence. But we didn't see them going for non-stop pickoffs, and honestly, I kind of want to see Team Spirit have more kill threat onto Paravision. Otherwise, they have too safe farm. No one, Titanic and DM, all of them were happy to just farm away.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely questions to be thrown out about Terrorblade as a first pick. They were absolutely confident with it. Team Spirit are a team that can pull it out, but it felt like that made their game a little bit harder. And finding Larl's hero, I think, the most important thing there. The 23rd pick, kind of picking it blind into a response from the enemy. Already having Ember Spirit and Storm Spirit banned, which I was looking at as 2 heroes to be highly contested in this series. Earthshaker was like the best of the rest. Not really a hero they wanted, but they had to.
Yeah, the Shaker was really good ultimately, I think, for a lot of jumping and punishing, but he just didn't really have that good heroes to play together with. I don't know if there was a single hero that solved their draft. You and I were kind of struggling to see what one hero would look better than Shaker.
We have a new lobby.
Oh, they created a new lobby? Let's go. Again with the lobby issue, huh?
Yeah, this time around, So because of the so what happens when you join a lobby is you do a coin flip at the start to decide who gets to choose the pick and the pick order and decide if you're Radiant or Dire. But because we had a bug and had to remake that, the whole automated coin flip got broken. So they did it manually and they gave them the wrong one, apparently.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, they'll get the lobby restarted. The people are getting in. We'll get this ready soon. We'll have to be ready to join our slots, or you're gonna get yelled at again.
I'm watching this time. I'm not moving my screen away.
Or
Join the lobby,
alternatively,
join
hear
the
me out
slot.
here. Good chance
There we
to
go.
hostage keep the game again. We could.
No, we're
We could.
straight in there this time. Now we're waiting for, I think it's Cap and SVG, the mainstream casters, to jump in. Hopefully they've realized, because I realized very last minute there that they'd actually remade. I'm like, why have they banned Arc Warden? What's going on? And that's what made me check to see what was happening.
Yeah, that was a bit weird, but yeah, hopefully they're not just standing there, talking nonsense forever as we're waiting for them to get into the lobby. They're just like, oh, analyzing this draft. It'll be a great VOD to go back and watch though and see what they have to say about the Arc Warden first ban.
Yeah, the panel going wild over the Arc Warden ban. We'll get ourselves in, waiting for the stragglers to join into the lobby. No one has already said he is ready to get things underway here for Game 2. And of course, we're here at ESL One Raleigh, the best-of-5 grand final between these two teams after a group stage, a lower bracket, and upper bracket run. And even before that, qualifiers to even get here, all wrapped up in the ESL Pro Tour, looking for prize money and points as we head towards the Esports World Cup. But right now, the important thing is first place. Yes. $250,000 and the ESL One trophy, what both teams are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. It's this one series is going to bring you so much more points as well if you win it. Not just the prize money immediately, but the EPT points. Obviously, both these teams fighting out for money and points at this stage, as most of the placements have been finalized in this tournament already. And yeah, the casters, are they in the lobby yet? Yeah, they're finally
they're joining. They're joining. I'm just laughing because it's not me for once. Usually it's me forgetting to join the slot or join the lobby. But
I feel like there must have been some funny casting there. I'll have to go back and look at the mainstream for that later, see if they had any funny takes on the draft.
Yeah, I don't know who's on the panel, but earlier on it was Fly, Gunner, Fear, and Tsunami. So yeah, I'm sure they're chatting up the American crowd and building things up for sure. But we're in the lobby. The draft is about to begin. We've got a proper one kicking off momentarily here. And this is game 2 in that best of 5, already having Paravision a game ahead. And I guess that's one thing as well. Once we get into the game, there's a couple of little boxes. Very often people come into streams and they're saying, what's the score? And you can see it in the draft and in the game. In the draft, next to the two teams, there are little boxes which are black for empty games and golden or yellow for victories. And the same thing in the game, just below the clock. We'll see that score as well. But we'll get there in a minute or so and see what we're actually dealing with.
In a moment's time. We'll see what the teams are going to go towards as well. But yeah, here we can see what you were talking about as we go in. We actually have the draft full screen up.
Oh yeah, we have this
1-0. This is the official broadcast for the picks and bans.
Right, yeah, you're right. Next to the team name, the 1 and the 0 there. It's different on our screens, depending on where you watch it. There's always a way to find this information, right? You were talking earlier on about the buyback status of people, little gold banner. There's lots of design details that have gone into giving as much information on the screen as they possibly can.
And we see the
they named their daughter Maresca.
Wow. That's a cool name. Maresca has arrived.
Yeah. Oh. It's adorable. But yeah, bans so far. Nature's Prophet continues to be first banned. The Clinks, that kind of surprise one, but Respect against Rodan on Team Spirit. Muerta and Mars yet again taken out. With Team Spirit choosing the Enigma and Darkseer so far.
Yep.
So nothing has changed.
No, still leaving this everything wide open approach from Paravision with targeting out specific heroes they don't want to deal with, which is always what you do in drafts, but they're not really picking the conventionally most broken heroes. This is very custom tailored to Team Spirit. There's a lot of prep that's gone into this. And Team Spirit are going to go back. They say it wasn't a drafts issue. The first big TB wasn't a problem. I would agree.
Well, they do change something. So previously it was a TA ban. This time they banned the Beastmaster. So they cover the TB a little better there. But they still allow this Ringmaster to get through who can deal with his illusions. But this is something that the highest level teams, I don't want to say they like to do it, because I don't think they like or hate stuff like this. They don't care. They do what they think is good. running it back. You know, they pick TB, they lose with TB, they still have confidence in the Terrorblade, so they pick him again, first pick. This is something that they know works. It just didn't work in game 1.
Yeah, we got a question. That's great for a competitive scene. Why is there no more one game advantage for the team coming from the winner's bracket? Was it too strong?
Right.
It was. Because the winning team that was already waiting in the winner bracket or in the grand finals from the winner bracket, they have more time to rest up and prepare. They can watch the game before. They can watch the series between the two teams in the lower bracket final. They have a lot of other advantages. Whereas the team coming from the lower bracket has to play a best of 3 and then a best of 5. It is a marathon of games, possibly going 8 games the distance. Could be really, really taxing. So I don't think you need one game advantage for the winner bracket.
Yeah, you've already got the built-in advantages. Look at that, priority selection. So we had Paravision picking Radiant. And not picking their pick priority. Whereas Team Spirit very often going for that first pick.
Yeah, they like to have this, and this obviously gives them this very highly contested hero in this matchup, the Terrorblade, which I do agree is a very pivotal hero to get your hands on. It takes away a lot from Paravision. But Paravision coming in again, man. Ringmaster, AA.
Very much why wouldn't we? You know, these are the two of the strongest supports at this tournament. We're going to pick them in tandem. They work well together. They work well with a lot of our heroes. And we're expecting another Tiny to come out, I'm sure.
Yes, but I could make one strong case for why you wouldn't. It's the Beastmaster is now gone. The most obvious combination is not there anymore. And the Tiny, for as good as he is with the Ancient Apparition, he might not have the reliable lockdown into Terrorblade later on to bring him down fully with AA ulti. And Terrorblade can still use his Sunder against AA ulti. So, yeah, Paravision, they're accepting the conditions and going back for the same things as before. But they're going to have to adapt a little bit.
I wonder if Lal's heroes start to become more of a priority. Because that can happen pretty quickly in drafts where you want to leave your mid until later in the draft to give him a cover hero, a hero that's covered by bans. But if they get banned too quickly, then you want to pick his hero a bit faster. And Storm Spirit could be an option in the next couple of picks.
Hear me out. Bounty Hunter.
Or Tiny.
No, they take Tiny. They steal a hero.
Someone playing
Balatro
Balatro
right
on
there.
stream.
Yeah, I see him. We got him. What jokers did he have?
No idea. I've never played that game. I know for sure it would consume my entirety.
Dota is enough to have, Dota is already one crippling addiction. You don't need to have Balatro as well.
Pretty much. A talkative no one there going through his options.
Yeah. Probably debating a little bit on the Tiny as well and speaking how much, whether he wants it or not. Paravision mixing it up with the Sand King coming in as they had to pick something else. Beast was banned, Tiny was stolen. So they kind of got shoehorned into having some other hero who can jump and start stuff for the AA.
Yeah, as good as any. And flexible as well. Both this Tiny and the Sand King can play a couple of roles each.
Next hero coming in for them. See what they want to pair with it as well. We're missing DM. Is it
Bristleback is a hero that we've seen a lot in this kind of situation where you're flexing the Sand King, then you want another hero that flexes with it.
Yeah.
But then Bristle into TB is kind of
yeah, it depends how much they want to lock in the no one Sand King or no one Sand King possibility as well. But if you see Tiny and it's gonna be a mid Tiny, you're happy to put Sand King against it. In which case you could put like DM on Wraith King if you want. That would though show every single core.
Or Centaur?
Yeah, Centaur is a hero that would also give them good burst together with the AA.
Hang on. Or Medusa?
No. I mean, they could steal it. They definitely could, but I think it's not ideal here.
The TA's left in. So they go with their carry now. So they keep that Sand King open. Let's see what they do. As they're the ones with the last pick.
Very tempting to be an offlane Terrorblade in this game compared to before, though. Very tempting. The Terrorblade matches well against TA. It's not as bad as some other melee matchups that can get pretty destroyed by her. Question is what they would run as a pairing and as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, I've not been a fan of position 4 Tiny, and I kind of don't want to say this could be a pos 4 Tiny. I want to see him go mid, but it also means that this last pick from Spirit is going to be a Rue hero, if that's the case.
Yes. Yeah, it's either Rue or it's going to be
Laurel.
It's going to be Laurel coming in. As we have
Yeah.
Medusa now, this again puts them where they are very likely to put Medusa towards the offlane. Medusa doesn't care about the minus armor of TA, doesn't care about the AA and the percentage, same with Ringmaster, same reason why they picked it in the previous game.
I mean, if it is a Lal Tiny, it fills my criteria of picking his hero earlier, so this doesn't happen. The Ember and the Storm ban remove his hero pool pretty much completely. So I like the fact they have the Tiny as a possibility. And now they look to ban out this final hero. So you like the Sand King mid? And we get rid of, what, an offlane hero? The DM specialty?
Yeah, I think you just take away something that DM would like to play here. To me, either going down the Wraith King or the Centaur are options. And personally, I like the idea of Team Spirit last picking a different support hero. Get like a Tusk in here. Tusk and Medusa on the offlane together. And then Tiny mid. I think that could be really great for catching the AA. Tusk is one of those heroes who abuses AA. AA has a tough position.
You don't want to see Bounty Hunter again?
I think it's fine. Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, they have 2 Invis heroes and then they have AA and Ringmaster. It's quite possible that they just pick it and run an extremely similar draft to their previous one. Only swapping out the one hero.
That is a big question for me. We've seen Paravision run Slark, Bounty every game. They can bloody run it. And this series they have not. Like, is this a strategy that's not going to work against Team Spirit?
Yeah,
Team Spirit just going to use this strategy against them over and over again.
I wonder if Paravision are almost respecting the support duo of Team Spirit too much. Not going for the 9-class Slark running around. Like, it's been first phase banned. People have been so scared of it, and now in the grand finals, they don't even want it.
Yeah, I'm a little
Spirit supports are extremely good at reading the map, so it can be hard to get away with the whole getting in there and dewarding everything.
I'm a little bit confused by it, honestly. Where is this Slark? Where is 9 class? Just picking this Ringmaster over and over again. It's not what we've come to know and love from him. And here's the last pick for Paravision. Solidify their draft. They've already got tons of catch and kill, loads of nuke damage, loads of stuns. A bit of tower damage from the TA is nice, but teamfight chaos and insanity is what they're going to bring with the Brewmaster now. So we saw him in the previous series, right? Yep. DM was running this.
Exactly. In the lower bracket finals, the Brewmaster was very, very annoying in that game. We saw some potential of Brewmaster split pushing going on. This game, more importantly, we have Brewmaster with a whole lot of utility out of his ulti, can get rid of the Terrorblade illusions along with Ringmaster Shard being able to do that. Later on, you can also just lift the Medusa and ignore her, because that's greatly been the story. Last game, they almost lost because they focused Medusa. But if you just tornado her using the Brewmaster ulti, put her in there, and then don't target her at all, deal with her team first, I think that's a great approach.
Tons of use cases for this Brew. A cool little pick at the end of that draft. And, you know, I like Team Spirit's adaptation here. They're still confident in this, Terrorblade first pick. But yeah, swapping things around to give Radan the Medusa, putting Terrorblade in the hands of Collapse now, maybe feels a little more comfortable. Yeah, Rue Bounty Hunter is that last pick. Be able to scout things out for Larl's Tiny. And the big difference here is Earthshaker kind of reliant on that Echo Slam with a longer cooldown. Tiny very good at playing with this non-stop track scouting aggression to keep chaining kills together.
I think the cool thing about swapping the Medusa and the Terrorblade here as well is the whole laning matchups. You have Medusa, who will do quite well against Brewmaster plus Ringmaster. It's not the scariest lane for you as Medusa. And then Terrorblade against TA. He has the highest armor, you know, in the game. Incredibly armored, and you cannot really bring him down that quickly if you try. 8.7 starting armor before you buy any stats. The Terrorblade is going to be very happy against TA.
But yeah, a bunch of the same heroes from the previous game really shows that the teams have kind of honed in on what drafts, what heroes they want to be playing in this best of 5 grand final. When you get it run back like that with the same bands and a lot of the same picks, you know you're in for another good game here. As Team Spirit looking to tie things up in this series. Paravision with 1 game to the good, as we'll get ourselves into the action and see if Team Spirit can get it done this time with a bit of tweaking on their draft.
Tips coming out from the players. Have fun, says no one. And, these teams 1 game into a best of 5 grand finals. Both of them have looked outstanding throughout the tournament. Team Spirit has been, of course, 1 step hotter as they came in from the upper bracket. If you're tuning in right now, you're watching the Newcomer stream, so this is where we will talk about stuff in a little bit more simple terms than the main cast, and we'll try and, you know, address anything that's going on that we want to share the knowledge on.
So yeah, you talked about the advantage, right? We used to have that grand final upper bracket winners advantage, and how now it's more about, you know, having time, having the ability to watch games and relax and chill. Is there also an argument that Paravision, having played today, are more warmed up?
There is, but I think almost like most venues will have some practice computers for teams to play. And if there's only 2 teams remaining, Team Spirit probably have been playing some games before this as well, I imagine. Of course, hard to look up now that Dota 2 Pro Tracker is unable to fetch data anymore from the pro players, but I bet you all of them got their games in before the finals. I know for me at least, first game of the day is absolutely spare, so, you know, maybe that is what happened. Maybe that was their first game of the day, that's why they lost like that.
The first pancake, yeah?
Yeah, it's always, you know, we don't talk about it.
Deformed, ugly, nasty.
You look at it like, what have I done?
Oh, DM on this Brewmaster. I'm gonna go and spit on the creeps. Exhale his toxic alcoholic fumes.
Quick TP, but he has no HP now, so yeah, you can get back to the lane, but it doesn't feel great. Leaving your core alone for quite a while, having to TP out like that.
Slowly walking back and burning through early regen already. 9 class has planted a sentry in the camp, so that's going to stop it from spawning, which then doesn't allow Imposhka to control the lane where it is. And 9 class honestly might just have a kill here. Seeing Imposhka come back into this lane, he throws the blood grenade.
I think he got him.
A ton of damage onto him. That final hit, not quite enough, but the secondary one will be. First blood for 9 class in that top lane.
Ringmaster can be so nasty. His auto attack is really, really good. Just hit and run. And Silencer caught in a bad position with half HP and doesn't have TP ready. Just a disaster of a start from Imposhka. He's gonna stay in base for 20 seconds and then TP out.
Now this Medusa, who is usually tanky, still needs to get to level 3 and feel comfortable. And look, the mana pool has just gone. You're now stuck here with 2 1 charges, no mangoes, no clarities, nothing to get your mana pool back up. Ring of Bassi is coming out, so that's going to help a little bit. But a real rough start in this top lane for Spirit already.
Yeah, mangoes are coming from Silencer at least. He has 3 mangoes in inventory, so he's ready to feed Radahn, getting the extra mana. Can give him probably 1 or 2 immediately, I would imagine. We don't want to leave him at that low. Can't even get a Mystic Snake out.
Still holding on to them, huh?
Yeah, maybe trying to bait, but... Okay, yeah, I guess he does get enough mana to throw the Mystic Snake. Only 80 mana cost, so... Radahn must have said, I'm fine, don't use it on me yet.
Don't waste it, hold it for a more important moment. Well, that gives Brewmaster a completely free lane for the first couple of waves, and we see that reflected in the last hits. 11 and 4 for him. That's Medusa 8 and 1.
Looking at last hits on some of the other lanes, the Sand King going up against Tiny. 14 and 3 for the Tiny. Sanking sitting at 12 and 2. And bottom lane, both the cores getting quite a bit of farm so far. 13 and 5 and 12 and 5 right now. Very, very even. TA actually going out and helping out, blocking the big camp. But they did not have a chance to control the Lotus Orb. Or the Healing Lotus. As it was taken by the bounty.
We kind of talked about that Medusa shift in terms of itemization in a previous game, right? In terms of carry going for stat items, carry items, Manta, Skadi, stuff like that. Whereas in the offlane, that Medusa is buying Meteor Hammer, Rod of Atos. Is there a similar story with the Terrorblade in terms of itemizations? Because this is now an offlane Terrorblade, not a carry one, right?
Yes, generally we will see a lot more pipe, and in this game, you look at the amount of damage coming out, magic damage from the Radiant team. Sam King has a ton of it, Ringmaster has a fair bit, AA has a lot. I would say this is definitely a game where he should get pipe eventually, but a lot of offlane Terrorblades like to get power treads into Orchid. Boschka stepped too far out.
Yeah, far too much damage. 9 class. The Blood Grenade is ticking him low, but he's got a Fairy Fire, so he has a burst of health regen from that. He survives it. Radan doesn't quite get the finishing touches on him, and that lane just keeps getting better for Paravision.
Got his healing tonic as well. The Ringmaster gets his little trinkets. Every time you murder an opponent, you get little trinkets to use, and they're really, really good for him. Tonic comes in and saves the day.
Satanic trying to punch back onto Rue. Bounty Hunter is a real nuisance in this lane, though. Stepping up, harassing people, making it a little more difficult for Ducalis, who on this Ancient Apparition loves to be launching these projectiles to harass people from long range over time. But when the Bounty Hunter's there, Ducalis kind of tucks away in the trees and hides until the lane has pushed up enough for the AA to show his face.
Bounty just stunning and messing with Satanic a little bit, making him have to use his refraction. But this lane is overall a pretty passive lane. I doubt that we're going to see too many kills on the bottom lane. More importantly, I mean, Brewmaster onto the Medusa again.
Mangoes from Miposhka onto Radan. I think that's 3 mangoes he was handed over there. A ton of heal into that mana pool to keep him alive. It costs quite a lot, though.
Even as the healing Lotus ready, so could heal him more if required. 30 seconds until the power rune's coming out, and no support making the way yet. Bounty's starting to move away. Radan, that is not enough mana.
No, he's dead. Straight up done for. Now Miposhka out in the open, getting run down and dived under his own tower. 9 class steps in front of him. The long-legged Ringmaster blocks up the silencer. Our short king has fallen, as DM gets a double kill. Just an incredible start for the Brewmaster. Now, no one in the mid lane trying to go for a play around the active rune. 6 minutes hits, but the rune spawns top, not at bottom. No one, his ulti may have seemed wasted there, but it kept Laurel at bay. Might even get a kill on Rue. Oh, but he doesn't get the Invis rune.
Oh no, and Rue isn't even forced to take. It's not Tiny can get it. I think it was a mistake by Sanking to walk away there.
I thought he was just going to go for the rune and get it, honestly.
Yeah.
So now they move up top. Tiny rotates to help out Radan, which is desperately needed to get the kill on the Ringmaster. Well, this is dominoes toppling over because they've tossed this Radan Medusa forward. A fair amount of damage onto Brew, but the snake doesn't bounce onto him. The catapult cuts it short, so DM survives.
Yeah, limited amount of targets that you can hit with that snake. Only 5 targets, and the catapult made the 5th creep in the creep wave. Unfortunately, can't bounce over to the Brew. A lot of aggression early on, but they're not going to invade for the Wisdom as well. Bounty Hunter backs out.
How much does that green glowing circle thing cost under the Dusa? Thousands. I've not checked recently. I know a couple of years ago they were going for about $2,500.
Yeah, I think about $2,000, but it's a temporary thing. It expires as well, and it doesn't do anything other than look cool and make your attacks look cool. So if you have a few $1,000s to spare and you want it for a limited amount of time, then you can get it.
That's like the nerdiest thing I've ever heard you say, by the way. It doesn't do anything except make you look cool.
Yeah. That's it.
That's it. It just makes you look cool. That is a dream, Wagamama. That is a dream for a lot of us.
Yeah. Well, you know, the cosmetics. I'm okay with cosmetics, but I generally, you know, I would spend maybe like $20, $30 if it's something I really want. Maybe not $2,000, but I'm also not a TI winner with money to, you know, splurge on stuff like this, like
Infinite checkbook, yeah. Deep wallets. Yes, Team Spirit, previous TI winner, and one of the big TI prize pools.
Imagine writing down that you want a $2,000 cosmetic thing under your hero as a company expense. Yeah, I need this. This is a deductible.
Dear Santa. A green pumpkin cosmetic, please. I saw that Radan has one, and he's my favorite player in the whole
My
world.
idol. Oh, dear God. They have way too many expensive items. I think the Chinese players also are crazy with it. There are a lot of Chinese players who have insane inventories.
I mean, Radan is being run at again. Night Class with some really nice body blocks. Allows no one to close the gap onto this Medusa, and they've shut him down tremendously well. While Satanic is being walked at by a bounty hunter, but not much the Rue can really do here.
Paravision, though, bringing 4 heroes top, I like it. The top lane has been a liability so far for Team Spirit. Every single death they had was on that top lane. The Silencer and Medusa just not off to a good start. And meanwhile, TA is doing a great job holding bottom tower. You see Satanic has set up paranoid level traps around her own tower, but it is full HP still. So
The Bermuda Triangle.
yeah. If anyone steps over those traps, she can slow them. Doesn't do much more than that. A little bit of damage and a little bit of slow. Later on, he can maybe get silence as well once he gets his shard.
Medusa's farming area becoming smaller and smaller. The Sand King kind of farming that top jungle cuts the map, so Team Spirit have to bring resources, have to bring heroes up there just to get the gold from the creeps that should naturally be theirs. But at the same time, Collapse is cutting waves down bottom, so getting bonus farm, which he shouldn't ordinarily be getting. Which means that overall, you know, Team Spirit pretty dead even in this game, even though it's been Paravision having this driving force of aggression.
Yeah, but map control is something that is not really represented in the net worth difference. Getting a tower opens up that part of the map, and eventually we will see, as a result, you usually lose a bit of access to gold from this. Sand King wants to start farming the Ancients at the big camp. Is he gonna pop an ulti or no? Nah, doesn't need to. But Bounty is here to leech experience. He doesn't kill the creeps, but he actually does get experience for just sitting here. Staying out of vision. And this will help him get to his level 6.
Even placing sentries
Unless he
down to
gets
try and
found.
block the camps, but he has been found. 9 class here with a sentry of his own. Rue standing in the middle of the Ancients, hoping that one of these dragons or golems would have killed him instead of the enemy heroes. But it is 9 class to get the kill in the end.
Yeah, that's a little bit costly for him to go down, but at least he's keeping tabs on what his opponents are doing, allowing his team to know that, okay, they're investing a lot of heroes there, we can farm safely, know that nothing else is going on, really. The Terrorblade has opted to go for pipe first item, by the way, so TB, who was played as a carry in the previous game, is now played as an offlaner with a different item build altogether. He's going for damage, block against magical damage, giving him a lot of resistance and can also help teammates with a barrier later on once the item is complete.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fills a big gap that TB has. Stats and armor's nice. Get that magic resistance. Here, though, an important part of the game. Both Radiant supports are level 6, so you want to use their ultimates and pretty much use them whenever they're off cooldown. Whenever they're ready, you want to be utilizing them, because if they're on cooldown, it means you've done a good job. Cast your spells, use your mana, and get jumps on enemy heroes. But you see Lal very defensively positioned, clearing wave from a long way. They'll go on the Silencer instead, who try to sneak out that amplified damage rune up at top.
And that's the value of the Blink Dagger. We do have Tiny getting his Blink as well delivered just now, so he'll be looking to do the same thing. Finding those pickoffs, but right now it's Radiant to have the better lineup for going for kills, and they're gonna do it again up top.
It's just non-stop. 8-2 right now. Brewmaster is 3-0-2. Ringmaster is 4-2 and 4. This offlane duo has had a great time from Paravision, and we're seeing the rewards with these early items coming through so quickly from them.
Yeah.
Look at no one as well. So when you're really pinching Team Spirit, right, you're blockading all of this high-value area on the map by stealing farm.
Yeah, and Silencer wants to leech level 6 on mid lane. He is too low level, but he is gonna get jumped by Sanking immediately. The moment he shows himself, here it is.
Yep, there it is. Not much commitment either. A blink and a stun, and then you're dead. Larl tries and thinks about going on Ducalis, but nowhere near enough damage. So in the end, that's going to be a tier 1 for Paravision.
The tower is not being defended, and that's the problem with Team Spirit's approach. Sometimes they do this a lot, and it gives me a lot of anxiety watching them, because they play these little bit slower approaches with heroes that want to farm, like Medusa and Terrorblade together, and it can be concerning to watch. But their idea in this game is to hit a strong power spike around the pipe timing, and then start trying to turn the game around. But meanwhile, that Radiance is complete on Brewmaster and DM. I think for Paravision, DM has been the standout player this tournament overall. Like, he has absolutely been leading them to success a lot in these teams.
From the beginning of the tournament, right? We were casting, maybe even we were casting their first series in the tournament in the group stage, where he pulled out this Wraith King, and he was top of the net worth in multiple games, just owning with these Radiance heroes. And he has an incredible sense of the game. Very difficult to contend with him when he's off to a great start like this as well. You know, with early first blood, early kills in lane. A tremendous beginning for them.
Yeah, this is a really comfortable start, since he can be farming, the Sanking can keep ganking, and TA can keep farming. So they have basically two farmers and one active core setup. And now we see that as well. 9 class pairing up together with Ducalis, following no one and looking for a kill on the TB.
Well, they'd love to find him. With that lane ward, they spot him, so no one channels the ultimate. It doesn't go in, though. Instead, blinks away.
Thought better of it. It's a little bit deep. He saw the cloak and the strength threads. I think they realized that he's not gonna die, and he will get that Sunder off unless there's more chain stun than just a burst strike. It would be too much HP to go through. That's tough, though. I mean, and also the fact that he got the ulti out on Sanking is a bit of a mistake. You can cancel that as long as you're channeling. So, a bit of a misclick using it. He did farm the enemy ancient camp at least.
Yeah. Well, they'll go get the Tormentor now, so straight into an objective, even though they didn't get the kill. Team Spirit starting to move into position to fight around this bottom tier 1, but it's full HP, there are traps all around, and it's a difficult approach. They do start in the correct manner, though. Silencer comes and takes the Watcher, gets Observer Ward down to give them vision, so now they can at least play here with a hero or two quite safely.
Yeah, but they're not very strong as 4. They cannot push into 5 heroes alone. The Medusa has not opted to go down there. Obviously, we've talked about carry Medusa before. She wants to hit the butterfly timing, where she gets evasion, especially against TA, who is a right-click based carry. She wants to auto-attack into the Templar Assassin, so once she gets evasion, it's going to be very annoying for TA.
Yeah, we very often kind of look at the synchronization of players and of heroes, right? Like, Medusa is kind of a 20-minute hero when she's starting to hit her stride. Terrorblade is kind of ready now, 16 to 20 minutes, so he's buying time for that Medusa to get there.
Yeah, with global silence and having the pipe, they feel like they can siege up, but there's that spotlight coming out from Ringmaster. He's operating the stage, making sure that these illusions disappear.
It makes it a little more challenging for Collapse, but Larl is here to help his buddy. So tier 1 down. Now Team Spirit have access to some of these southern and western jungles. They get some more wards down as well, so they can have this vision coverage to allow the Bounty Hunter and Tiny maybe to play a bit more aggressively. And that's going to allow Rue to come in and scout Satanic. So TA under vision, spotted by the ward, seen by the Bounty Hunter, and 2 Spirit heroes are moving into position. She's right on top of that Observer. They're setting up on this TA. They jump in with Larl's Tiny. Rue here on the Bounty Hunter tracks and stuns. Terrorblade is coming in from the northern side as well. The TP reaction, though. Ooh, that Sand King gets a nice stun connection. The TA is still alive, can meld and hide. Burning down to the Arcane Curse, though. Refraction is up, and she stayed alive. Barely surviving.
Larl not committing one more auto attack there. The Tiny turned very quickly, saying that he didn't want to keep going, didn't want to keep bursting. The refraction blocked a lot of his avalanche damage as well, because he didn't get to jump on TA before she popped refraction. A lot of things going wrong for them. Maybe even, you know, using the global silence before the jump, before the refraction could have been good for them. But everything backfiring. The first big move of Team Spirit gets taken out.
Just from so good to so bad in the blink of an eye. You know, this is Spirit making a move, killing off the TA. They don't get that kill. They lose 2 supports. Lol will snipe out 9 class, though. His killing spree taken down. His reign of terror put to an end.
There's a huge break for Bounty Hunter to catch. Not necessarily for the Tiny. Tiny is going to be happy getting kills, but Bounty is ecstatic that anything died. Running around and being part of 0 kills for 18 minutes as a Bounty means you have no gold at all. But this puts him closer to a 4-staff, getting some item progression.
Collapse simply TPs out that bottom lane. And without the Sand King, they are a little lacking in the stun department. Brewmaster would have to ulti. And if someone has already started TPing, you can't ulti and then stun them as a Brewmaster, right?
Depends how fast you are. Like, if you come around the corner like he did there and see that they're already channeling, then you shouldn't ulti because you probably don't have time. But if someone TPs next to you when you're Brewmaster, you do have time to ulti and throw a stun or a cyclone them.
Okay.
If you're right next to them, yeah. So, it's just about quickness.
Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King now as well. No one. Pretty nicely farmed. And minute 20 is here. We talked about timings for Tormentors and Roshans, and this is pretty much it. Minute 20 is when you should be thinking about Rosh, but when you have a Templar Assassin on your team in particular, you can think about doing it for sure if you've got the safety.
Yeah, I got that minus armor from the meld built into TA, but also the Deso that she purchased lowers the armor even more. But look at them coming over. Global Silence available too.
Roshan very low. DM is going to harass back this silencer and zone him away. And it looks like Team Spirit have given up on the poking. They threw a few tracks and spells here and there. They don't lose any lives for it. I'll slow down the Roshan take, but it is going to be satanic having that backup life.
Gets the Aegis. Very good feeling for the TA now. She is ready to start sieging up on the tier 2 towers. Get rid of some more buildings. Maybe assert herself as the strongest core in the game. Psyche gets jumped on mid.
Oh, he got the Burrow Strike.
Late.
They got the Burrow Strike as the Global was going, so he got the distance, stuns away. Now Global wasted, the Tiny Jump not paying off. And Paravision are able to... Oh, there you go. The spotlight on the Dusa Illusions. It looks like it does kill them in the end, but does very little to begin with.
Yeah, I've been looking at it a little bit on top lane. It happened earlier. Compared to other illusions where they basically die from 2 pass-throughs always, against Medusa, it's not very strong. It's significantly weaker. So, yeah, the Ringmaster, not a hard counter to Medusa Manta style.
Oh, no one has found Rue. Throws the dust out onto this Bounty Hunter. I'm not sure how he found him or how he knew he was there, but passed through some kind of Observer and Sentry Ward combo, then dusted and killed.
They have a Watcher that is Radiant, and they have Sentry nearby, so very difficult for the Bounty to sneak by that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TA finally going to be bringing down that tier 2 tower. Some split pushing was done bottom as well. Certain amount of damage to the tier 2 on the safe lane for Radiant, but it stays alive.
An annoying amount of chip damage from this TB with his illusions, though. It's kind of hard to stop him from doing that. And this is all time for this Medusa to be ready. The butterfly is coming soon. A bit past the timing, maybe a minute, 2 minutes past the timing you would ideally want it, but still going to be hitting her stride now.
Yeah, I mean, after the start to the laning stage, I think she has a good timing on the butterfly still. But the problem is, the TA is already getting close to the MKB. The counter to evasion is getting True Strike, and Monkey King Bar, the best item in the game for having True Strike over multiple attacks reliably. Different methods of getting True Strike, I guess, like Bloodthorn, but MKB is the most reliable. And TA is right now only a few hundred or like 1,000 gold away from it, having the entire thing.
It's always interesting to see this Aegis power play, though. In the top left, You can see that's the duration they've had the Aegis for and the gain they've got in terms of net worth, monetary value. So they've not gained.
As sneaky as you think you are.
Oh yeah, he's been found. It's not that much of a gain. You know, you've had this Aegis, you've played the map, but only a 2,000 advantage. Yeah. And then after that kill, not even that, less than 1,000.
Yeah, finally gonna go back and take the wisdom as well on the bounty. A big kill to find. Getting a kill on the back of Medusa. Normally not the hero looking for kills. Bounty set that up really nicely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Radiant does feel like they've slowed down a little bit after what was a pretty dominant situation. 5k gold lead is, you know, it's good, but it's not really massive, and Terrorblade and Medusa are farming to become stronger and stronger. TD going for this sort of semi-carry build, pipe back into Dragonlance, going for Hurricane, and then Nullifier is his next item.
This Brewmaster is getting pretty spooky. Very difficult to kill him. He tons of ways to protect himself.
He's getting really tanky. Massive evasion as well on this hero when he goes into the storm stance.
Radiant are scanning.
And Paravision, though, the ones to smoke up with a remaining minute on that TA's Aegis. The Tiny, well, he's jumped in to bottle the regen rune, force-staffed up to the high ground. There's Radan from the high ground doing some AoE damage onto DM, kills off a few of the Brewlings. There's a Sunder from the Terrorblade that swaps health with the Tiny to keep the Tiny alive because the Ice Blast was on him. And now Satanic on the Templar Assassin has stepped up, contending with the Medusa. No one thinking about his epicenter into Blink, but the Terrorblade puts an illusion on him, so the Blink is constantly being cancelled. Tons of little plays back and forth between these teams, meaning in the end, nobody dies until the Ringmaster gets tossed back in to die. Now, though, no one DM jump in. Global Silence over the top of Collapse to protect the Terrorblade. He doesn't have Sunder, but it looks like it doesn't matter. He gets the distance away from them, and no one Sanking is the one that's dropping. They'll try and turn with the
Medusa's
DM Brew
dying.
charging forward onto Radan, but Sanking is dead. Radan force-staffed away. A little more damage. One touch will do it. DM gets the little bit of burn damage from his Radiance, while Satanic on the Templar Assassin, the Aegis has been reclaimed. Doesn't have that second life. Team Spirit fighting back pretty hard, but losing a lot in the exchange. Collapse will die. DM picks up a double kill.
And DM chasing for more. Don't think he can get anyone here alone. He soon has his Drunken Hail or Cinder Brew, but not going to be quite enough. So in the end, they got 2 core kills for 2 core kills, plus the Ringmaster who died before. Kind of a decent hold for Team Spirit with the situation they were in.
Yeah, especially given that they'd kind of waited until that last moment of the Aegis, able to take the TA down after that had expired. Just the way they picked when the fight was happening was nice from them.
Yeah, well,
and Lol with his mobility build, right?
Exactly. The survivability on these heroes, the force staffs coming in to play. When he was stunned, he actually got force staffed up by his bounty hunter. I think Silencer has a force staff now as well. Tiny has a force staff, so triple forces to keep people alive. And in fact, quadruple. They have the Hurricane Pike done on Terrorblade. So all of them can force staff each other. The only one without force staff is the Medusa.
Yeah, so 4 maneuverability items for yourselves, but they're also potentially aggressive displacement tools. DM gonna walk away from danger there. So for instance, if the TA is pushing high ground, you can use force staff her and she'll move where she's facing, potentially deeper into the base and closer to your teammates.
Yeah, I think the big story is that you can use it in a lot of different scenarios, right? It's not just for pushing yourself to safety. You can use it on enemies, allies, yourself, whatever makes the most sense in the situation. This makes them really hard to lock down though on Team Spirit. Sand King stun is now not necessarily the great setup that you might expect it to be, holding the enemy in place because they can get pushed while they're stunned.
And back to farming. Roshan dead. No Tormentor to go kill because it's just been taken. Means we're in a waiting period for the Roshan to respawn. It doesn't mean nothing's going to happen. You'll still have this Rue Bounty Hunter scouting, maybe poking, looking for information to allow Lars Tiny to get in there. And similar story for this Paravision side wanting to get the Brew and the Sand King involved with some kind of smoke move potentially out of their supports. Wherever they go, death follows.
They're looking for bounty. They're scouting, scanning around for him, and here he is. He's coming, walking right into the Brewmaster, who sees him with the gem. Gem, amazing because it gives you true sight all the time in an area around you, unlike the dust or sentries.
Tries to force staff and TP, but DM was already waiting for him.
And no way out, sadly for him. Gets caught out and brought down very quickly. He was heading towards the Wisdom, so that was them anticipating that he would invade and try and steal the Wisdom, possibly. And they parked themselves in between his angle of approach.
That gem is a pretty big investment, though. Quite a lot of money to spend into it. Quite often picked up by a support and then given to a core, because it's one of the few items that drops on death. We saw the Divine Rapiers in that previous series, the big damage item. When you die, we saw them dropped on the floor, and gem is the same kind of deal.
Exactly, but it's very worthwhile because you're not only against the invis of the Bounty Hunter, but you're against a now Silver Edge Medusa. So Radahn has that invis for himself. You need to make sure that you can see him at all times.
Oh, lol. He commits there with the jump. There's a nice move back by Paravision to smoke, retreat, and then go back in onto this Medusa with the Ice Blast and the catch on the Bounty Hunter. They've blown up Rue, and Radahn is completely isolated. Collapse couldn't sunder him. He had the ulti ready, but he was turning into Metamorphosis, and they don't have the save. Now Collapse is stranded here.
Oh my god. You know what happened there?
What?
They misclicked their Force Staffs on the Sand King, who blinked in and stunned the Medusa. They tried to Force Staff Medusa to safety, and I think they actually clicked 2 Force Staffs at the same time, and I believe both clicked on Sand King.
Do we have a replay?
I would need... Yeah, it's kind of hard to see it in the instant replay, but there was the Force Staffs pushing the Sand King straight down. I think it was 2 Force Staffs misclicked simultaneously. Definitely it was 1. I believe there was 2.
Well, the Radiant don't have any Force Staffs, right? So if we see him drifting
I mean, he was Force Staffed. I saw that. I'm just... Because they have 4 Force Staffs on their team. Literally every single other player could have forced the Medusa there. But I think 2 of them were clicked at the same time, so it's just a horrible situation for them.
And this massive teamfight win leads Paravision to a lane of barracks. Incredible spot for them to be in.
Oh boy. Yeah, they make so much happen with such short timing.
Like a swift move, a swift fight, taking advantage, exploiting the weakness of the opponents, and then take a lane of barracks. Go get Roshan. Get these big objectives.
Not jump TA, but she gets to safety. Playing cautiously.
And Team Spirit, desperate to go and get something.
With 1 pick off on the Ringmaster, maybe they can be the ones to preempt the Roche move and go for it themselves. Have to be cautious about Sand King, though. Here we have an instant replay as well. Sorry. We have a fight as well going on at the same time brewing, so... 2 things happening at once. We'll
get ready to go for
Roche
Roche
fight first.
Well, they don't get the toss back that they wanted. DM with ulti ready, just walking down this Laurel Tiny. And now he's got the options, so he can Cyclone the Medusa and put her out of the fight for the next few seconds. Chase forward and give vision at the very least to spot where the Tiny's coming from. And cancel his Blink Dagger so he can't make any jumps. And the rest of his team, it looks like they're not wanting to fight here. This is a chaotic ulti from the Brewmaster. The Tempo Assassin was pushing mid, and the rest of them starting to move into position now to fight. So the Blink Epicenter Ice Blast didn't even need the last part of it. They blow up the Silencer. Lal with the jump. Avalanche toss on the Sand King, but he gets off the BKB. So now defended from all that magic damage and the spell prowess of Team Spirit.
Medusa cannot kill the Brewmaster as well. He's way too tanky. He has the evasion from the Radiance, armor from the Salt Cuirass item they picked up, and then he has the evasion from being in the Drunken Brawler Storm Brawler stance. You just cannot hit him at all. And Medusa, not known for her single target capabilities. She's more about hitting everyone at once.
And Roshan is still alive through all this, though, which is kind of incredible.
Yeah, both teams posturing for it still. The haste run over on Tiny could be a good benefit for him into the next fight. Something to play around. Good high ground holding by Paravision, though. Whenever fights are about to take place like this, holding a high ground position is great for so many reasons. but the main reason being that you get vision advantage. When you're walking up high ground, they can't see it yet. You can stand there and get an easy fight if you're in the right place.
And this advantage of having the lane of barracks down in that top lane, all of the Radiant creeps are stronger, and they've pushed into the Dire base. So Radan, Team Spirit, they've got to come back, maintain the lane, while the Paravision team, they're in the Roshan pit, uncontested, taking the big man down. TB Illusion's going to scout it out, but
melting to the spotlights. And of course, the roar you hear when Roshan gets taken like that, that means that the team that took the last Rosh are taking Rosh again. He will only roar if the same team is hurting him that killed him last time. That's when Rosh gets angry, and the sound of that is global, so that gives the other team confirmation, okay, they're on Rosh right now.
Lal has a blink, skips over the Ice Blast. Nice attempt from Ducalis, but not fast enough to catch Lal off guard. No one has BKB, Blink, Shiva's Guard. That's quite a lot of damage coming his way physically from the Medusa, but it looks like he's all right. And with the TP rotation of the rest of his team, not only will they get a catch on the Bounty Hunter with that Wheel of Wonder, but no one goes deeper to get a bonus kill.
Oh, they have a ward on the Medusa. Oh, actually, she's still in this. Never mind. She ran under the ward, but there was no sentry.
Silver Edge Medusa.
Sticking around, realizing they're probably not going to play top area any longer, so he sticks around and farms a little bit.
And that Dire Ward will see them moving back into mid. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. 35! He's going to be here early.
Yeah, he's
Wisdom Rune timing.
Already in position for the Wisdom, but meanwhile, Paravision, having the Aegis in their hands, have a bigger idea. TA, with the Aegis, having a second life, she can just go and push down towers. Everyone else can sit back and play around her.
And we're in a position where Tiny's tossbacks become vitally important now. That's a key way for Spirit to win a fight, and hell, to win the game. No one. He's got a catch on Radan. This Medusa was trying to TP home, so no longer has a TP. Chased by DM.
Oh, no.
Ice Blast over the top. Radan trying to speed away in the Silver Edge very fast. Getting distance with the dagger. It's going to hit her, and there's DM with the reveal. The Gem of True Sight sees her through the invisibility. And there's no way getting out of here. Radan dead for quite a while. 80 seconds.
Oh no. That's going to be just like last game, I feel. There is a tier 2 tower, but they're just going to storm down the mid lane. Tiny is cutting the next creep wave mid, making sure that the push cannot come in there, but the top creep wave is coming. Basically, the way it works is, if you have no creeps near the enemy base, there's backdoor protection, preventing you from doing building damage. But once these creeps enter on the top, that will make all these buildings vulnerable.
And Satanic shows how much physical damage you can do to these buildings. A full staff, double full staff there.
The game, 50 seconds. Banner is dropped even.
The creeps, they turn around, they focus the tier 4s as intended. The glyph is here from Team Spirit to buy some time, but Blood in the Water and Paravision, the Sharks, hunting, get kills on top of taking buildings down. Terrorblade snapped in their cold feet. He's frozen and stuck. No buyback on the Bounty Hunter. Yeah, Medusa's still dead for 30. They global silence to protect themselves, but GG is called. Team Spirit tap out in game 2.
2-0 here in the grand finals. Again on the back of Radan getting picked off when he's completely isolated and not with his team. On a hero like Medusa as well. It just feels rough. I mean, this is less of a mistake than the previous one where he died with Aegis pushing a building. That one was definitely like, you know, his own mistake. Here he got caught out trying to do the best that he could, but ultimately they kind of have his number. Paravision just finding Radan and picking him apart. Same for the safe lane altogether. That Silencer plus Medusa, they just didn't have any play this game.
Yeah, I mean, no one having some sick reads this series, coming back, you know, to kill the Bounty Hunter, to kill Medusa, to kill the Terrorblade, realizing and reading the map space very well so far. I mean, this tournament, no one has been popping off really hard. Paravision 2-0 up against Team Spirit, though, you know, a little unexpected.
I mean, a lot unexpected, I would say even. Yeah, Paravision are a team that has great potential. No one ever doubted that, but that they would go into this grand finals and absolutely make Team Spirit look like fools right now. 2 games in a row, just kind of dominating. Game 1, sure, there was a moment where you could say Team Spirit had the game on their side of things, but this game 2 was just absolutely one-sided.
We'll see if things change. You know, the stubbornness of Team Spirit here with this Terrorblade first pick might have to change. So far, it hasn't worked 2 games in a row. Paravision have had their number. If things develop further, so far it's looking like it might be a 3-0. Have a quick break and come back with game number 3. Welcome back, folks. After a little break there, we've got Game 3 almost ready for you. Paravision are taking on Team Spirit in this best-of-5 grand final, and surprisingly, Paravision are 2 games up.
Yeah.
Very, very easily, it's felt like, taking down Team Spirit in these 2 games as well.
They just come in with good preparation, it seems, doing some interesting stuff, you know, unique ban approaches as well. No doubt they've been doing their prep work for Team Spirit, specifically how to approach and deal with them. And we did have 2 games very similar in terms of draft, but it has worked out better for Paravision both games. And both games, it's come down to Radahn getting caught out a little bit. First time with that Aegis on the tier 2 mid, and second game on Medusa. They were in a pretty decent spot, Gareth. Like, at least net worth wise, things weren't that bad. And then Medusa gets jumped in a ramp position and they could not save him. The 4-staff misclick that happened. I think we can even go and take a look at what happened specifically. Yeah,
we'll take a look at that replay. So this was Radahn trying to get back to the high ground. Lal has started this by jumping in aggressively.
Yeah, so you see Medusa. We slow it down a bit here. The jump comes on Medusa. They try and save her. Bounty Hunter sneaks in, but 4-staffs the sanking by mistake. You can 4-staff enemies as well, remember? And as the sanking blinks in on the Medusa, the 4-staff that he tries to click on the Medusa gets clicked on the... Look at him, right in front of Medusa. It's very easy to make that misclick. And suddenly Medusa is still stuck there, being auto-attacked in on, and couldn't get herself to safety the way she wanted. And everything kind of faltered from there. That fight was immediately lost. You could argue that they may have lost that fight no matter what, but the 4-staff mishap was absolutely enormous.
Yeah, and such a window of opportunity for Paravision just to go and kill everybody off the back of that as well. You follow through on the TB kill, go and destroy a few buildings. Looked very good. But I don't know, thinking about the way these drafts are going, you mentioned the kind of quirky bans that Paravision have been throwing out there to keep the strong hero pool or the broken hero pool as open as possible. I'm looking back at Team Spirit at this tournament. They have very rarely got their hands on Ringmaster or AA. Like, I see one Ringmaster game and one AA game. They've not been allowed to play it. They've not been allowed to practice it. And in some cases, they've not picked it when they've been able to. So that's something that Paravision are kind of exploiting here, where Paravision have a lot of practice on these 2 heroes, letting everything through, and then taking both for themselves in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen more games of Dukali's AA than literally any other player. He is, you know, always going to play it if they get the chance, and he performs really well on it. He has a pretty unique build as well, going for a Blink Dagger on the Ancient Apparition, which sometimes in the mid to late game, he uses to blink closer to the enemy and then have a quicker reaction with sending his ulti on people. So you can kind of follow up the blink initiation from a Sand King. He doesn't have to sit back and wait with his AA ulti. He blinks after and actually sends it in as well. Very cool stuff. Educational for even me.
Yeah, so then when we're banning out Paravision heroes like Muerta, which is very common for Team Spirit, you're then kind of pigeonholing Rue into this bounty hunter kind of hero, the Tusk, stuff like that. So it really has been an eye-opening drafting strategy from Paravision, and a little reminiscent of what a couple of other players have done in the past. Eternal Envy always comes up in this kind of situation where bans have been left blank in the past to do a very similar thing to this, leaving heroes in the pool, literally not banning anything, so the hero pool is wider and you have more options of what to take.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always value removing some hero. You always have some hero that you don't want to play at all, but it's a fun move to not ban a single hero. It doesn't mean that you use up all your reserve time just to go down to that. You can't just click, we don't want to ban, and preserve your reserve time. You have to waste all of your extra time, because the way picks works is that you have a certain amount of allotted time per pick. It's like 40 seconds, and then you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds as an extra time that digs into whenever you take more than the allotted time. So that's for the entire draft, and you can use it wherever you want, and overall, wasting that is a dangerous move.
Well, it looks like draft is about to begin, so we'll get into there shortly and see if we get a repeat, because game 1 and 2 had the exact same opening bans and a bunch of the same opening picks as well. If that continues, I'm really, really curious to see if Team Spirit triple down on this Terrorblade first pick. They tried it carry, didn't pay off. Tried it offlane, didn't pay off. Is this something, this Terrorblade Silencer in particular, that duo of heroes is something they seem confident in picking?
Yeah, I believe we might have some shift ups as well, because we already know there's going to be Paravision that will have the first pick, and previously it was Team Spirit who showed the first pick. The question is, are Paravision going to put the same priority towards the Terrorblade for themselves? Something that obviously Team Spirit rated very highly, but what's their emphasis going to be? And how do they want to prioritize? I think more importantly, focusing on the offlane and getting yourself DM on a good hero, because he's been absolutely owning. Can be a big move to commit to.
Yeah, for sure. And then, I guess, thinking about how things moved forward there as well with Larl's hero pick. You know, the Ember Spirit and Storm were last phase banned in both of those games. He got the Tiny in Game 2, which was nice to see. I feel like that was much better than his Earthshaker in Game 1, just in terms of comfort, all around the ability to have massive experience on the hero, know what you're doing and where you're going. I still want to see his hero priority shift up. Like, I would love to see an early Storm Spirit, honestly, get picked up for him, because that has been a hero that they have won with over and over again this tournament.
Yes, Laurel shines a lot when he gets those high mobility heroes. I think he has been doing a really good job of ganking, but in the 2 games that we just watched, Team Spirit have kind of felt asleep at the wheel. They haven't been going for a lot of moves. They haven't had that speed of rotations, and here we got the draft. The teams are ready and getting into it. So first bans, Nature's Prophet, Enigma, Ringmaster, and AA. So banning both the supports that they played against in Game 1 and Game 2. The Ringmaster and AA are removed by Team Spirit. Playvision played those back-to-back.
And then Muerta, Jakiro, Warlock, and Elder Titan. I mean, all the supports are gone, hey? Kotl now banned. There's barely anyone left.
Are they banning all these supports? All Game 1?
Yeah. It might be going that direction. So we know all about Nature's Prophet. He's just banned. Don't care about him. Oh, there's a Beastmaster there. Look at him go. Enigma, we've seen very good at LAN events, very good in high-profile games because of the big teamfight ulti and the pressure on the map that he brings. So good ban. You mentioned those 2 supports. Ringmaster, AA, gone. Muerta, we've seen banned against Team Spirit. That's a Rue specialty. They love that hero. Jakiro, position 5, highly contested in the meta. A hero Miposhka loves to play. But then we have this Warlock and Elder Titan. What's going on with these 2?
Yeah, very curious to see them go towards them. Warlock is extremely good against Beastmaster, so that's just to shield the Beastmaster specifically. But the Elder Titan ban is already signaling, you know, potential that they're considering picking something like Medusa themselves. Who knows? Also, it's one of the great supports that Team Spirit like to play. They play a really, really impressive ET. And with this limited support pool, you're starting to run out of options. I mean, they banned how many? 7, 8 supports, depending on how you see it. So we're getting down to very few options being remaining that are actually good enough. We have Silencer, of course. We still have, surprisingly, Tinker. In the
yeah. But then we have to start thinking about, you know, old favorites. Clockwork. Guys like him. Tusk. He's going to be out there, potentially. But yeah, it starts to get kind of challenging picking up these support heroes. We might have to dip into Crystal Maiden and Disruptor, heroes that we've not even seen on stream yet.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna go into something like that. Or Bane was mentioned earlier, you know, by you. It could be an alternative at least for Paravision. I think Team Spirit, the ones who are happier to play Bane generally, will not be picking it because Beastmaster is good against it. Bane is all about single target and he wants to sleep people, but the boars from Beast can wake people up by just attacking the slept target. Dude, whoever the balloon guy is, he's crazy. Look at all these.
Incredible. Ogre Magi and Kunkka. That's great. That's a classic at Dota events. Liquid is doing it. No, Falcons is doing it. No, Parry is doing it.
Fantastic. The crowd. Good memers.
A Storm ban that early on, though. I'm kind of sad. Team Spirit banned it themselves.
Yeah, they're worried about the jumps from a Beastmaster plus a Storm. Also a hero that would limit Sand King's ability to go mid. Because if Sand King is up against a Storm mid, you lose that lane. And they want to have that open for Sand King to be a mid hero. And Tinker comes out, obviously. Fantastic support. Are we going to see 9 class get involved here with his Slark? He has played it against Tinker before. So obviously he doesn't care too much about Tinker. You can get good vision onto him. Could be good for catching him.
Yeah, very well could be. Or the Bounty Hunter, another option for them to go that direction, to keep the tracks and the vision going. Yeah, usually this Tinker is against an AA or a Storm or a Kotl or something like that, right? And we have this discussion about the battle of the map, the macro play, that big picture idea of the Tinker playing multiple lanes, pushing out waves, holding objectives. And then his weakness, of course, getting jumped by a Storm Spirit who has Ball Lightning, maneuverability tools. Nothing like that so far in the game, but the Slark you talked about is snapped up by Paravision.
Yeah, it felt pretty obvious with all these different supports banned out. It's weird to say that the Slark support was obvious, but for Paravision, it really does feel that way here. It's a hero that they've shown time and time again how well they can perform on. And, ready to do some sneaky vision shenanigans again. So Paravision, this game, I think they're going to do the same thing they did game 3 against Tundra, up-tempo. When we see Slark, we rarely see them play a slow game. Once they remove all that vision, it allows them to turn up the pace and look for those kills. And Team Spirit have to be ready for it. And Team Spirit, overall, they have been perhaps one of the slower teams in approaches. And that can be so dangerous into this exact playstyle.
Ooh. So those two are both 9-class heroes, right?
He's cloning himself for the final game, Gareth.
He can't play 2 heroes at the same time.
He's replacing Ducalis.
That's insane.
He's splitting.
So now is this carry Slark and support techies? Is there some other sneaky business they do? Is this position 5? Can Ducalis play techies as pos 5?
Ducalis can techies, yes. Ducalis can play 5 techies, and 5 techies is pretty damn annoying to deal with. He's a good lane harasser. So, yeah, now you have this very irritating flex where Slark can be a carry, Slark can be pos 4, and techies can be pos 4, or techies can be pos 5. And Team Spirit, you can think about it all you want, but ultimately you're just going to have to get some good lineup yourself that can actually go for kills and burst stuff. They get their hands on Sand King and Tiny. I like those 2 heroes in tandem, but they need a good backliner behind it. And preferably someone who doesn't get just eaten by Slark.
Yeah.
Techies in the game 3 crowd is having reactions.
And who is this? There's another new hero.
Wow.
Right. So Beastmaster, we've seen. We know him. Slark, he gives vision. He's annoying. We've seen him. Techies, blows people up, puts mines on the floor. He's super annoying to play through the map into because he can set up a ton of traps and zone areas out. Grimstroke, though, is a kind of a quirky hero.
Yeah, Grimstroke has not been played much lately in the high levels of Dota. He is interesting with a recent change to him. They buffed one aspect of him, which allows him to paint on the map, essentially. You want to draw a line with his Q, and the more things you pass through, the stronger his nuke gets. We'll see if it goes for fine art. That one I've seen quite a bit in high-level gameplay being experimented with very good win rates. But traditionally, it's been the other facet that's more popular, which is more focused around his third ability, which is a stun.
Yeah, he puts this buff onto allied heroes, right, that like to jump in usually, so Tiny and Sand King will get buffed up by him, and then when they walk past enemy heroes, it kind of charges up this powerful damage and stun.
I do respect Spirit a lot for shifting things up entirely, though, because game 1, game 2, very, very similar drafts, and they lost both those games. I don't think you can go into game 3 and do the same thing again. You gotta change something up, and this is definitely different coming out from them. Different approach in bans, different picks. No one very animated in what he's saying there. Would love to hear what his thoughts are.
Yeah, but give me the Monkey King. I'm gonna crush everything.
It does look like his Tiny, Tiny or Sand King pretty much have to go mid, and I think what he might have been saying on No One is that Monkey will win against either of these heroes. Just let me have the mid. And now Team Spirit in a weird spot.
A really weird spot. Because Monkey King, he's a lane dominator, but he's also a mobile hero that can go from lane to lane. So you can play into Beastmaster, who's a strong laning hero who gets like an early advantage very often. Yeah. Get aggressive with him when he's level 6. Techies and Slark can play forward too.
And they're banning out carry heroes. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense to ban these carries. I don't think that we've seen Satanic play too many games of Slark, but he could definitely play the Monkey as well. Seen him quite a few times on that one.
So is there a world in which we have tiny Grimstroke safe lane, Sanking Tinker off lane, and there's a different mid hero?
Yes, they can do that swap up, but it's also a little bit strange because then you need a different mid hero that's also the tempo hero that you can play around. And Paravision, they go for the Medusa as their last pick with Anti-Mage banned out. That's going to be Satanic's hero.
And Team Spirit with this last pick. I mean, usually this last pick is one to round out your draft, maybe be a gotcha. And show Paravision that you've got a strong last hero, but you can kind of see in the faces, Team Spirit thinking, we're in an interesting spot here.
Go Razor, Yatoro. Do it. Razor them. I believe in you.
Leshraik.
Lesh, okay.
So something that Bryle, standing in for Team Liquid, did previously in this tournament against a bunch of melee heroes. I remember he was against 3 melee cores, maybe even a melee support as well. A lot of AoE magical damage comes out from this Lesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's a ranged hero in lane as well, so he's not going to get completely crushed by the Monkey King.
Yeah, he lanes fairly well against the Monkey. That's a good thing they have going for him. And pretty good against Zoo from the Beastmaster. Hold up. I said there was going to be Satanic's hero, but they are not doing it that way. It is an off-lane DM Medusa, and it's Satanic playing the Beastmaster carry. Interesting stuff coming out.
This series has just, I don't know, my brain is spaghetti and soup, and I don't understand drafting or Dota anymore. I meant to be here on a Newcomer stream explaining things. I don't know how to explain these games.
They're cooking, man. They're cooking. They're confusing everyone with the swap outs of who plays what and who goes where. To carry Beastmaster, the big thing I could say is that this is traditionally an off-lane hero. This is a hero that generally wants to be strong early game, set the tempo, and give control of the game. When you put him as a carry, what happens is, the implications of it is that you become stronger early and you risk your late game a bit. You say that, okay, we give up late game possibilities to have this tempo. We're going to play on a timer. We're going to take over the game. And that's why I said Paravision should do up tempo with the Slark and try and play fast. Completely expected this to be their approach, but Team Spirit, I don't know if they're ready for it, man.
You take this Paravision draft back, I mean, even 2 months, 3 months, and you say to someone, what are your thoughts about this draft? Slark, Monkey King, Medusa, Beastmaster, and you go greedy. That's too greedy. They've got too many carries, too many core heroes. There's not enough farm on the map for them, because these heroes historically have been Medusa, a hard carry, Monkey King, a lane-winning hard carry, Beastmaster, kind of pressure carry from the off-lane kind of hero, Slark, usually a hard carry, but now played in a support role. So they're playing unconventional heroes in unconventional ways, but they've tried and tested this through multiple tournaments, so we've seen it. We know it works. We know that this aggressive up-tempo can work with these heroes, especially in the hands of Paravision.
It's an evolution that is happening basically in high-level Dota lately, is that we're seeing more and more priority towards the early game, and some of that is re-identifying the identity of heroes, saying that, oh, maybe you're not just a carry hero, maybe you're not just an offlane hero, you can play in a different way. We also had the Kunkka carry, for instance, been another one of those that is not traditional, but gives you strength in the earlier stages of the game.
I know, I don't know, maybe a step too far. I think this may have started at Arlington with Entity. I don't know if you remember that tournament. Stormstormer with his kind of off-lane heroes from the mid lane. They had Saberlight standing in. They had 3 off-lane heroes in all their core positions. And it kind of opened the eyes for a lot of teams at that tournament, and we started to see that shift then pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think it's been, ripples in the meta for the last perhaps 18 months or 2 years, you could argue. Things have slowly shifted to more and more and more of this. And the risk is that you're saying, okay, we prioritize early game super hard and late game could be stunted by it. So you do need to win early game pretty hard and get those objectives, the Tormentor, the Roche, taking enemy buildings and shutting the enemy in their map. Otherwise, you could get out-carried.
A question from chat: why does the winning team sometimes pick some of the losing heroes from the last game? Sometimes kind of repeating and recycling some heroes. I guess just in general, those heroes in a vacuum are strong, and you want to pick them because you're confident with them, you're comfortable with them. And sometimes, sometimes basically you can make all the right moves and still lose, right?
Yeah.
Like that is the idea behind everything in Dota. You can sometimes have the perfect draft, make all the right moves, and still lose because your opponents were just 1% better than you.
Dota is so much about combinations and constellations. It's not so much about the one hero, whether it's a good or bad hero. And if you take a hero that the opponent played in previous series, you know that they want to play that hero in general. They are happy about that hero. So you're also block picking. You know, you're stealing something that they would possibly want, and that limits their options as well. So it's a good question, but Dota, it comes down a lot more to the 5 heroes you have and the 5 heroes the enemy have. One little hero changing can completely change whether a hero is good or bad in the game.
Yeah, and then, different players on different heroes as well, right? We've had this Medusa, Terrorblade swap from off lane to safe lane, different itemization, etc. Can change the dynamic of the game pretty quickly. So there's bottom lane, Tiny with the Grimstroke. At level 1, we've got Tree Grab and this Stroke of Fate, so quite a decent amount of poking abilities to push the wave, do a bit of chip damage. And he did go for this fine art on Miposhka.
Actually, I remember now. I have played with Miposhka when he played this facet. Since, I play a lot in high-ranking games, and Miposhka has been in my games quite a few times, and I remember I've seen him play around with this one a few months ago already. He's been practicing this. It can be really strong.
And there's the Inkswell, the third skill from Miposhka, put on the Tiny. And they're able to get the kill on the Slark because of it.
Yeah, the tricky part in this lane for Paravision is that you have to be careful about playing behind your own creeps. The Inkswell, or the Stroke of Fate from Grimstroke, the more creeps it passes through, the more damage it gets, and it really adds up quickly. The same is true if you contest jungle creeps, then you have to be careful with the damage.
A mid lane, Monkey against the Lash. Monkey King usually pretty happy in melee versus melee lanes, which is why they've picked him. You mentioned the Tiny and the Sand King were early grabs. But the shift here to put the Lashrak into the mid lane gives him a ranged opponent. And the fact that Lashrak with this Misanthropy facet, the Diabolic Edict, which is this AoE effect around the Lashrak hero when he starts chasing people down, does a lot of damage to them.
Yeah.
And the primary thing is Monkey King is the one that usually wants to be chasing enemies. So he can't really get on top of the Lash and keep going at him.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult for him to go for kills on Leshrac. If Lesh just keeps maxing out the Edict here, which he will, he has a stun ability, but most likely gonna completely ignore it. And just put points in both his Lightning and his Edict. He will be pretty unkillable for the unless support start moving mid. Of course, anything can change when you add more heroes into the mix.
And Monkey King much better at traversing the map than the Leshrac is.
Yeah, faster rotations, and will be able to join and gank those side lanes if mid lane starts coming into the top lane. Rue has stepped a little bit too close, and Paravision, the safe lane beast plus the techies. I mean, these two heroes are traditionally used even as off-lane combo. A Beastmaster off-lane with a +4 techies would be a completely normal lane. And now they just have that, but on the safe lane instead.
Yeah, you get a couple of levels, all of a sudden your damage output is insane. You've got slows, you've got stuns, you've got damage. You chase people down for days. Bottom lane, DM is going to get stunned by that Inkswell. Gets away from the dangerous advance of the Tiny, though. 9 class with his Essence Shift, the passive. Every time he hits, he's going to be stealing stats away from his enemies and getting agility for himself, so he continually attacks faster. So taking down Miposhka there, taking a bunch of stacks, he's going to now move on to Radan and maybe even steal permanent stats whenever he kills a hero or is in the vicinity and does damage to a hero when they die. So now he has 2 permanent agility.
Slark getting very, very strong. Not a fun time for this bottom lane.
And now they've brought supports into mid, nearly killing off Laurel with a blast off from techies at long range launch. Throws himself in, does a bit of blow up damage. Laurel does survive, but it's a walk back to Fountain, which gives no one free time in the mid lane.
Yeah, no one gonna be very happy about that. Meanwhile, top lane got left to their own devices, so Sand King can go behind the creep wave and kill it quickly with Sandstorm. Mostly a farm trade up there. I guess a fun detail is that Tiny doesn't have any agi gain, so there's no agi to be stolen, but Slark still gets agi, even though he can't take it from the Tiny. It's a little bit weird. He kind of prints it out of nowhere. I reckon it should work like Silencer. If there's nothing to steal, you can't steal it.
Yeah, should be.
That would make Tiny insanely good against Lark.
But I guess Slark is like a recycler, right? He takes other stats and then converts them into agi.
Yeah.
And for now, Spirit under their tower. Kind of hemmed back. No one from that mid lane did try and make a move up top, but won't be able to latch onto anybody. Rue evacuated there to go stack camps, and the collapsed Sand King has hidden away. Already having a Vanguard on Sand King also helps him be pretty tanky.
Yeah, he's off to a very good start on Sand King despite laning into the Beastmaster. He's been doing really well for himself on Collapse. Now, respecting that top lane is pretty dangerous. We see Rue stacking mostly the triangle and not wanting to play top lane as he would die easily there.
And the attempt top not going to work out either. So Collapse has this Sandstorm. He stays invis. They tried to dust him and find him, but it didn't work out. But it is nearly minute 7. Wisdom Shrines are going to be coming up in 15 seconds. So this aggressive move from the Slark to wrap around and get vision on the left-hand side with a pinching move from the Monkey King from the right-hand side sandwiches this Sand King in the middle of them all, but Larl, Miposhka, and Rue have arrived. No one with the Wukong's command throws his golden ulti out. A big circle here, but the damage from Larl's Leshrac, this AoE spill damage, it takes out the Monkey King. The trouble being, he didn't have teammates to come in and help him. So Satanic has killed off Collapse. Radahn will arrive to slay Ducalis. A messy, messy brawl. What, a Monkey King and a Techies for a Leshrac and a Sand King.
Yeah, but the better trade for Paravision, they got the Wisdom.
Yes.
They got the double Wisdom Rune from that. Medusa went and took their own Wisdom Rune, and those Wisdom Runes matter a lot in the early game. So this is going to set back the experience gain, especially of Tinker, who gave up on helping out top lane very early on. He's level 3. Rue not having a good start at all.
And he really needs these stacks to work out.
Yes.
Oh, mid lane. Look at no one just die. That's
Yeah.
the power of the Lesh. Level 4 Diabolic Edict, not respected. And Larl is running in to try and kill Ducalis off now as well. The Leshrac is a hero that is rarely played. You don't have the experience and knowledge of what's going to go on when he casts his spells because you so rarely see him.
Yeah, that was just underestimating the ability. And meanwhile, as they had, you know, the Leshrac styling on people mid, they were 2 people top as well and take down Satanic. The back of the Grimstroke and Tiny. That was a mistake mid, though, for sure. Monkey King just running in and dying to the Leshrac was a bit silly to watch. But Laurel off to a fantastic start with that.
Yeah, in a great spot now. I mean, Monkey King pretty far behind the rest of the cores in his net worth. He needs a bit of catch-up time. That's going to put a lot of pressure on this Beastmaster's shoulders. Top of the net worth now. Needs to continue this race towards Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, Team Spirit have found some weaknesses.
Spirit's doing a good job fighting back and getting something for themselves. As 9 Class is going to continue to just run around with Slark and dewarding a lot. That part of the map doesn't really feel safe to Paravision anymore. And now commencing the ancient farming and the big stack clearing. Using Leshrac.
Yeah, nice fast influx of gold.
His ulti does a lot of damage in pulses around him, so can quickly clear out down the stack. And even, wow, what a nice little support for him. Just dig up a water rune, then he digs up his own water rune, refilling the bottle. This neutral item can be used.
Shovel is such a nice neutral item, right? You use it on the ground and you can pick up bounty runes and kobolds and mangoes. But you use it in the river and it's always a water rune to refill the bottle.
Yes. Poshka. Interesting skill build as well on these on the Grimstroke. This is no point silence, no point ulti to bind people, but 4-0-3 skill build. I like it, honestly. This is saying that if I have 1 point in everything, I'm just gonna run out of mana. And I want to spam the Stroke of Fate to deal a lot of damage. Then this build makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, these are my valuable skills. I like them. They're mine. I like nothing else but these 2.
Yeah. It might be costly at some point if you miss a kill because you didn't have silence, but still, I like the idea of having this. Oh, TP cancel and collapses TP at bottom.
This is big for no one to get back on the map. Difficult to break through the Vanguard Sand King, though. He's very tanky, and Monkey King gets blown up. Collapse is traded out, but there's the tip. You know, no one has been struggling these past couple of minutes.
Double regicide on bottom lane. The Kings are dead, Gareth.
They are. I mean, even thinking back, so the move top around the Wisdom Shrine, Monkey King died there. Monkey King died mid to that Leshrac, now dies bottom. 3 times in a row, he's trying to make these aggressive plays, keep the tempo up. And yes, you know, you're banging the drum, the BPM is getting higher and higher. The Team Spirit sweating a little bit on some of these heroes. But the Monkey King, I don't know, is he going to be able to recover?
It's not an easy hero to recover on. He normally is the one you look to create tempo and for his rotations to work out. So the fact that he has lost all these early fights means his Mage Slayer is going to be very late. And Mage Slayer is an item that you desperately want against Leshrac. If you attack someone with Mage Slayer, you take away their outgoing spell damage. So it's fantastic at protecting both yourself and your teammates against the magic damage of not just Lesh, even all these heroes. The Sand King, the Tinker, the Leshrac.
We've had a fair number of dead even games as the laning stage breaks down going into mid game. The past 2 games, though, Team Spirit have kind of felt a little bit wobbly. This time around in game 3, much more comfortable.
Yeah.
A couple of heroes that are feeling strong, that they can play through. This Leshrac, quite good at getting up into the faces of the opponents. The Sand King is now ready in fighting shape. No one is behind for Spirit.
It's very balanced overall. Both teams have something going for them. Like Beastmaster and Medusa are really farmed. They're ahead of the rest of the pack, but Monkey King being a little bit behind is the weakness of Paravision. But Beastmaster is now commencing clearing on a very big Ancient stack up there. Triple Ancients. He's gonna throw a bunch of axes and bring it down. If no one contests that, then he will be in fantastic shape with a really early Aghanims timing.
Oh, smoke right under a ward. So Paravision have a Dire Observer ward right there that saw Team Spirit using that smoke. So they know that 2 supports are kind of, well, these 2 heroes from the mid lane are kind of invis, and that's why DM is immediately using Stone Gaze, keeps them back, and that smoke gank, the time expended by Spirit is wasted.
Yeah, not gonna find the Medusa. Would be a hard target no matter what. He had the magic stick charges as well. He quickly reacted with the ulti. If he did get clipped by the stun and tossed back, would probably have died, but keeps himself alive and safe. Top tower is now being questioned by Collapse, who has Crimson Guard complete. There are a lot of right-clicking heroes on Paravision's lineup. Their lineup relies heavily on auto-attacking, and Crimson Guard is fantastic against it. Blocks a lot of damage for yourself and your teammates. Good item to play around.
Yeah, foregoing the early Blink Dagger. Straight into Crimson Guard. Quite often we've seen Vanguard into Blink, then back. You go back for the Crimson to finish that off afterwards. But yeah, good timing here for Collapse.
Ducal is setting up a little minefield. He's saying no. Tekis is a very unique hero, and we have not mentioned it, but if you play this game... Oh, Monkey got top bottom.
Yeah, dead again.
Another death. Tough for him. Tekis is basically a unique hero who can play a little bit of Minesweeper together with the enemy. He can put down these mines that stay there until someone steps on them. If you step on them, you take a bunch of damage. And people are not really big fans of Tekis. He's probably the community's most hated hero contested with Tinker, I guess. It's the 2 of them.
Historically, yeah. They've been a thorn in the side of many a player. 9 class lost his killing spree, got taken out. But this blast off into top lane, important for Paravision to reclaim a bit of control on the map. And the chain stuns there, blast off from Fog, so it was a surprise move. Sand King didn't see it coming. And then once the blast off stun was expiring, they had the roar to chain stun, so there was no time for the Sand King to react. And now no one is going to be gifted a kill here. Should be. Rue is going to come in to save Miposhka. Oh, hang on a second. Monkey King can't even kill a support hero. It feels so sad for no one.
A lot of time invested again for him and not getting the kill that he wants. He is pretty close to his Mage Slayer finally, but the timing is very off. The call has been made to go for Tormentor. They want this shard for themselves. Also a crazy good game to get shard. You have Slark and Techies. Either of those shards are really, really strong.
Oh, the Dota 2 wiki must be wrong then. So when we were looking at the Tormentor abilities, there were two called the Shining, but here there's Unyielding Shield, Alleviation, the Shining, and Reflect.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a placeholder. They did have two Shinings, but then removed one of them.
I see. But who did they get? They got it on Slark. That is a crazy good shard for counter initiation, protecting your team. You can put down the Shroud, a little cloud that will block any enemy vision. Even if you have Sentry, you will not see anything into it. Works the same as the Slark ulti, except of course your teammates do not get some regen during it.
Yeah, very good against single target spells. So for instance, the Beastmaster, if he was against a Slark, wouldn't be able to roar an enemy. But Team Spirit have a lot of spells which kind of spill and do AoE damage without having to target anyone. Sand King, Leshrac, I mean, hell, all 5 of their heroes can do damage into that Slark shard.
Yes, it's not necessarily automatic safety for whoever he uses it on, but it is still going to take away some level of targeting and focusing to arm targets. Also, the Slark is pretty damn farmed. He's got Mage Slayer and Shard now, so he's basically as farmed as no one. And has the Mage Slayer on Monkey King as well. They're pretty tied up.
Slark is scaling. Going to become one of the cores. Blade Mail Medusa.
Blade Mail Medusa.
Did I see that right?
Did he really send it out? He did. Yeah, so the reason is there's a bunch of uncontrollable damage on Radiant. You said there's a lot of AoE damage. There's a lot of uncontrollable damage too. Once you start Epicenter or Sandstorm, you can't really stop them that easily. Same with Edict from Leshrac. And if Medusa just runs up next to you, presses Blade Mail, suddenly you're taking a bunch of damage and she might not care about it. So it does make sense in this game. I'm generally not a big fan of Blade Mail on Medusa, but just because of the heroes, this is the beauty of Dota, adapting to the situation you're in. I think this is a good call by him.
Yeah, it's like the same reason why those heroes are good against Slark Shard is the same reason why this Blade Mail is good against those heroes.
Yep. Exactly.
And DM gonna clear out this middle wave. Still smoked up, so hiding his positioning on the map. And Techies moves up to top to continue mining the area, creating an uninhabitable zone on the map. The Radiant.
Also, those mines
gathering
from
up.
Techies are fantastic as a warning system, a little alarm system for the top part of the map. If someone smokes under a ward, you can't see them. But if they smoke over a landmine, the landmine will go off. So Ducalis essentially will have a warning system for when people are going for a smoke gank on his team. So that way you can keep Beastmaster very safe, who has farmed all the way towards Aghanims and BKB just about to be complete. So he will start thinking about Roshan with this Aghanims after BKB. It will be time for them. You know, we talked about it at a previous broadcast that around 20 minutes or so, Roshan should be on the menu.
Yeah, you start considering it. And Laurel out of resources. Gonna head back to Fountain, collect his new item. And come back out again. So he has the Bloodstone now. A great way for him to heal back up in these fights.
Yeah, Kaya Bloodstone not rushing for a Blink Dagger on the Lesh to get into the mix, but instead wanting to be tankier. He cannot Bloodstone lifesteal from the Blade Mail Medusa though, because he's not doing HP damage. This is very intricate, but Bloodstone makes you spell lifesteal, so if you do damage with a spell, you get HP. But you need to do HP damage. Medusa takes mana damage, which won't count for spell lifestealing.
It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not gonna count. So that's at least a relevant detail, even though it's a bit weird.
I guess it's like
Roche getting started, as I mentioned. The Satanic Beastmaster is in.
no one sees them. So the Monkey King on the high ground and gets scouted himself and jumps away.
And they think better of it. They said, no, this is a dangerous Roche to go for. They realized that Team Spirit reacted and came over, so they back out.
This is where Spirit, though, have that like slight advantage having a Tinker, though. 4 heroes can commit there and poke at Roshan, but the Tinker is back out on the map pushing. But look at this jump. Collapse and Radahn, they're on the Satanic. They force the BKB, the turnaround, Raw and Wukong's command. Massive team fight here for Paravision to kill off the Sand King and the Tiny. Rue is now slowed down by the boars. Laurel will come in to try and fight back. They've got a big combo here to do massive damage onto this Beastmaster and Monkey King, and LOL is going to get the job done.
Tip Miposhka right now. What a bind coming in. Grimmaster? Another master in the game. Grimstroke's
Grim
ulti.
King.
Yeah, Grim King. The soul bind. If he clicks it, he will target a hero. If there's another enemy nearby, they will bind together and cannot leave each other. They will be stuck tethered, and any spell that's cast on one of them will bounce onto the other guy as well. So Leshrac just came in there and they could not run away from Lesh. Compromised position and just get absolutely blown up.
Yeah, once that BKB expired, nothing much they could do against that magic damage. And something, you know, Paravision didn't have all their heroes up there. It was a nice turnaround in the beginning from Spirit, but then they got, from Paravision, but then they just went a little bit too far. Now down this bottom jungle, Medusa poking at the Lesh, but collapses there with body blocks. Slark is going to have to ulti to try and get away from this tiny and Leshrac, but there's all of that spill damage. Even in your ulti, even in the shard, you're going to get burnt down.
Yeah, Slark is, I mean, he has Mage Slayer even and heals a lot. He has extra magic resistance from Essence Ring and extra HP from it too, but it's not enough. He still dies. That just goes to show the AoE damage they have is incredible on Radiant.
And then on that topic of the Grimstroke ulti, there's a number of really nice combos here, right? Because there's that spell multiplication from the Soulbind, and they've got things like Laser, Borrow Strike, that are single target. Toss also doubles, right?
Yeah, it bounces one at a time, I think. It like if you toss onto the first target, then they will bounce similar to Lotus. So yeah, there's a few things that they can lay into it, for sure. Some combinations.
Yeah, so as this game develops, there are some really nasty combos, and if you're able to have the vision to start the fight on the targets that you want, you know, picking your moment as a Grimstroke and a Sand King, they could be devastating if they get the initiations.
Importantly, when you go later and later into the game, Soulbind becomes better and better of a spell. Once you start adding like hexes on these heroes, the item that you can just click on the enemy and the enemy get hexed up and controlled, then that becomes really good because that does bounce with the Soulbind as well.
Or even the Aghanims on Grimstroke, which creates an illusion of an enemy, a very, very strong illusion of an enemy. So someone like the Medusa, you know, pretty good candidate there to get an illusion of. Maybe not super great in this game, much better with a carry Medusa, but still pretty nice.
Yeah, neither team able to get Roche this early on in the game though. Game still very, very closely matched, only 1k lead. Team Spirit fighting for their tournament life in the grand finals.
They are. It looks like Radahn is going to be able to get away from the little Barracuda who's scouting out in the waters up in that top lane. And you know, Satanic, we've seen his BKB and Ags come into play already in that previous fight. Looked very good when he's shiny and golden. But we're still in this waiting period for Monkey King to have his own BKB. They would love to have this double BKB timing where both of them feel comfortable to basically want to bum rush this Leshrac, right? The longer Lash survives, the more damage he does. So killing him instantly is super important.
Yeah, but he's working on his own defensive item. He's going for his own BKB, of course. He's only sitting 1200 gold away from it. So it's going to be a small window where Paravision look like they might have BKB advantage. Then again, the Monkey King farm rate is pretty slow right now. Maybe Lesh will get his first, actually. It will be a race. Let's see who can activate first.
That's always a race. It's always a flip.
Bit of a farm lull now, as both teams are farming up and trying to build towards the next set of items. We had some very aggressive early game. Now back to scaling. Both teams.
So both teams like really start respecting the initiation abilities of the other, right? Like, okay, you caught me once, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, kind of thing.
Yes.
They got caught a couple of times. They don't want to fall into that trap again. So much more of a focus on ourselves and look for that inner healing, a bit of self-reflection time for both teams.
Man, I really want to see Rue just get the Aghanim Scepter on Tinker as well in this game. When you have Soulbind from Grimstroke, Aghanim Scepter on Tinker bounces onto two heroes already on its own. If you pair that up with Soulbind from Grimstroke, you can bounce it between those two heroes so they get hit twice from either spell. It's really, really nasty. can do tremendous damage. And of course, the way Tinker Aghanims works, it makes the laser take away 13% of their max health, and it stacks. So it can very quickly just turn people into squishy little targets. Headset.
That'll
He's
be
gaming
fine.
so hard his headset fell off. Gareth.
Yeah. He's jamming to his music. He's a Medusa, just farming away. It's been rare to have these games though where 25 minutes is dead even. We've seen so many stomps, 26-minute victories where the score is like 24-7. This series, even though it's 2-0 to Paravision, has been pretty tight in terms of actual gameplay. And drafts might be a bit wonky, but here in particular, there's nobody that's super far behind. Monkey King is now caught up to the rest of the pack. You've got these pairs of heroes, right? Beastmaster Tiny, same net worth. Lesh, Medusa, same net worth. Monkey King, Sand King, same net worth. So you've got a very even balance in terms of initiation heroes, damage heroes, and carries all getting what they need.
Slark.
Team Spirit, they're going to find the Slark here. Pops a couple of spells to hide away, but dead nonetheless. And now the Medusa being focused. Blade Mail is up, but the chain stuns keep coming. And even though she has no one nearby, this Monkey King to protect her, Medusa might still die if they have another jump in from this Sand King and Tiny. Team Spirit are readying themselves to go in. Paravision trying to retreat, but there is the cat from Collapse. Sees the Medusa from long range and gets the jump immediately on her.
Slark has to be careful, man. He can't really play the game that he wants to. Going forward, scouting the enemy team, he just ends up getting caught out. He has to respect these instant disables coming out, so he popped a very early ulti on Slark. And without having Aghanims, which we might see on a carry Slark, which gives 2 charges to the pounce.
Oh, to Carlos?
Way too early.
Way too early.
He thought that maybe they were already on the Tormentor. He was trying to go for a steal there.
Yeah, sometimes it's more than just a steal, right? You can steal the Tormentor and get the shard for your own team, but very often when an enemy team is taking Tormentor, they're all low health. So we've seen times when it would triple kills, rampages around these Tormentors if someone gets a lucky go.
Yeah.
Satanic, all alone, going for a solo kill on Larl. We nearly had it. No one is coming from the back end trying to BKB up and fight back, but Satanic gave up on this and he's left no one to die.
Oof. That was very, very close. Could maybe have brought him down, but with the Gossamer mischance, the extra HP on the brawny Gossamer that he built, along with the spell Lifesteal, just does not go down, and everything kind of falling short for Paravision. Team Spirit starting to solidify a good lead, now going towards the Roche. And we haven't spoken much about Radon in this game, but he's been having a very good game. 5, 2, and 6. The Tiny leading the way in terms of farm right now, and getting very, very strong.
Indomitable force to try and reckon with this Tiny.
And here is where we start conversing again about, okay, you picked Beastmaster, safe lane carry. It's untraditional. It was meant to be strong early game. You were meant to win early game. Now we're at 28 minutes in, and Paravision are losing the Roche, they're losing Tormentor, they're losing team fights, and that makes everything very awkward. You don't have that fallback on, oh yeah, we got a great hard carry to win the late game for us. This was an early game strategy by Paravision, and now they gotta somehow fix things.
Yeah, Monkey King needs to start scaling. They need no one to get farm. Medusa is still kind of hard committed to this offlane Medusa build. Can't really shift into a carry build at this point. Still going to go for that Scythe of Vice. And then,
We even pointed out that offlane Medusa is also similar. It's also pretty early game all in. She's going to be falling off compared to the Sand King's impact as we head later into the game.
And look at that. Sand King buys up a full Lincoln's Sphere. So now they'll have an item that protects them against the Beastmaster Roar. And the fact that Paravision don't have a lot of ways to break the Lincolns, right? Any single target spell will pop the Lincolns. So if you have a high priority spell like Roar, very often what you'll do is go in first with some shitty little spell or a Force Staff, break the Lincolns, and then use the Roar. They don't have a lot of that stuff.
The only one who can break Lincolns for him is Medusa. The rest cannot break Lincolns. So that's a problem. Slark can't do it, Monkey can't do it, and the techies also cannot break Lincolns. So yeah, like you mentioned, then that means that the Lincolns is very good at protecting against the Roar. He basically cannot Roar Sand King unless Medusa somehow stops it with either Gleipnir or Mystic Snake.
Yeah, or Sand King puts the Lincolns on Tiny, then you can't roar the Tiny. It's like, Lincolns is what, like a 5,000 gold item? And that's how much it's, that's how much it's balanced to be. But in this game, you're paying 5,000 gold for an item which is probably worth more like 7,000 or 8,000 the value it actually gives you.
Yeah,
finding this niche spot for it.
it can be invaluable in the high ground pushes later on. We'll see how it's going to play out and what timings he can get on the Lincoln's usages. Techie minds
that.
are revealing the smoke gank.
Your early warning system. The Techie's radar.
It literally makes a sound as well when the enemy walk nearby, so it is really, truly your little security system set up by your techies.
Non-stop. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Over
Gets
and
a
over
little
again.
notification on his phone, you know. It's like, oh, someone triggered your alarm system, sir. It was a deer. But meanwhile, Paravision trying to hold on and adapt to the way the game is going. Monkey's trying to farm his way back into becoming more relevant, a bit stronger. He's going for a Brooch next for a bit of magical crit damage. Beastmaster's still hitting creeps a lot, but going for a Nullifier next, which you almost always need against Tinker.
And Lol and Collapse. They've got an opening onto this Techies. He pops a pretty big heal, but down and out. And Radan holding the... Oh, who is that holding the gem? It is Tiny.
Radan.
Radan holding the gem.
Yeah, he passed it over. It was Miposhka's gem. That on the cores that can go in front. You don't really want to have the gem in the back, because then you might break into some Invis hero on the front line without actually seeing.
And this game, very quickly, is getting hard for Paravision. This high ground push is bold from Team Spirit, though. Aegis, Bloodstone, BKB on the Lesh, Tiny very tanky, but he's going to get roared up. Focus onto Radan, but he's got the protection from the Tinker, putting this defense matrix on him. So tons of defensive abilities there used to defend the high ground, but also to get the Tiny and the Lesh out of danger. The thing is, though, Team Spirit, these defensive tools aren't a long cooldown, so they can go back up to high ground, whereas Paravision now don't have Raw, Stone Gaze, or Monkey King ulti, or Slark ulti, so the barracks are just going to die with no real contest anymore.
They don't have either BKB as well. Beast and Monkey King both used it, so with the heals coming up from Tinker, this Tiny is unstoppable. They have no ability, and this is going to be top lane as well. I don't see any possible way for them to defend. They will try, but Monkey King, his ulti didn't synergize with the Beastmaster. Beast was too early, and Monkey ulti was too late.
This has spiraled so quickly out of control. They toss the Medusa back, the blast off in from Ducalis straight towards the Leshrac and his AoE damage. Medusa still gonna get some mana back from the Snake, bounces around and heals her up with that mana pool. And now Paravision looks like they've held this top lane, not losing any further barracks. The Dire scan. Monkey King knows there's someone lurking here, but it's Radan hunting with Rue, pinging where this Monkey King has headed.
Yeah. Well, he got alarmed. Tiny, be careful. There are a lot of mines, buddy. There are a lot of mines.
No one. Oh my god. And there it is. I mean, Tinker's going to pick up the gem. No one, I don't know, is he thinking about going on this? You can't.
No, he doesn't have BKB and Sanking was
Meantime,
nearby. He's
9th class. He's scouted Laurel. Rue TP's in onto this Leshrac. DM can't really get there in time. There's TP's out of the base to try and catch up to this Leshrac, who's juking away from danger. They've got Wukong's command and a Boundless Strike, but Laurel is so tanky, he's still half health with a BKB going. Beastmaster was unable to connect on this. He's trying to sprint his way in here. And a wraparound from Satanic might just land him in the perfect spot to get onto Laurel. The Leshrac is a big target, but no one's going to go in with a jump on Miposhka. There's the roar onto the Lesh, the blast off, and the stuns controlling him to get the kill. Laurel does take out the techies while he's dying, but Paravision with a monumental run out of their base to find incredible kills, all thanks to techies' mines.
Yeah, the techie mines, Tiny stepping on some mines up top, and all this is falling apart because of that. Now DM is trying to push top. I think he's getting a little bit too eager though. You may be strong, but Tiny is respawning soon, and they can hold you here for quite a while.
Seems like
bail out his friend.
They don't have the damage.
No, they would need to just keep him there, but as the Beastmaster shows himself, they're gonna have to respect it. The game is still alive, even though it's difficult. And you can see in Dota how important it is. If one important puzzle piece is missing, it changes the entire balance of the fights. Tiny gone? Okay, that's Paravision's chance to win fights.
Yeah, numbers advantage, like, cannot be understated how important it is. Like, the difference between, you know, a 2v2 and a 3v2 is insane. The 3v2 just has so much value. Of course, it depends on heroes and players and items and stuff like that, but in general. And one of the strengths...
Getting very close to a huge item. That Refresher orb is about to come out.
Pretty big.
Double ulti, double BKB usage in the fight, so he'll be able to almost be twice as effective. Can go on more than just one target, and if he really wants to, he can break through that Lincoln sphere now. Just click your ulti twice. Yeah, just brute force it. Definitely an extremely costly way to do it, but if someone really needs to get roared, then, you know, they need to get roared.
You gotta do what you gotta do. That has got to be such a morale boost for no one on the Monkey King as well. Thinking about how his game has gone, how many failed attempts he's had to get on top of people, and then having that like super important game reviving kill on a Tiny thanks to Techie's mines, showing the strength of the Monkey King finally. This ability to jump across the trees, give vision, scout people out, and be in an unexpected area to find a snipe on someone. It puts the Monkey King straight back in the game.
He's probably feeling that he's pretty decent in this game as well, though. He has the 3rd highest net or CS in the game, so he's been pushing a lot of creep waves, and no one can tell that he's not really as far behind as those early failed ganks suggested back then. He's caught up.
Team Spirit, though, still in the groove. 4 smoked up. Where's the Sand King? Is he going to join them? 5 smoked up.
But the Slark is running around scouting and not seeing anyone, so this is tipping them off, and the landmines are also going to tip them off.
Bloody techies all over again. So Paravision, you know, even without full information, they have full information now, right? They know where they were heading, they know where they were going. And 9 Class trying to use that information to drag a wave, cut it, but he's going to get found here by Radahn. 9 Class. You know, it's the story of forcing the opponents to come to their side of the map while you're getting out on your side.
And there you see how much damage the Tiny can do if he gets his hands on you. He smacks real hard. The Slark literally died like a creep. And that's despite him, you know, supposedly being sort of tanky with a Nullifier and Mage Slayer, but still doesn't have any max HP. 1500 is not a whole lot to boast about.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Up in Spirit, they're, you know, 7k gold ahead. The question is, can they go for a Roche without getting jumped by Paravision? Because Paravision, with that refresher on Beastmaster, pose a serious threat to them if they were to go for it.
That's a good little conversation in chat there about Tinker. Because Tinker, you said earlier on, notoriously a hated hero, right? Has undergone quite a lot of changes in recent times. Someone asking for the Hex, refreshing the Hex, or the Dagon, which we used to see a lot of, but you know, can no longer refresh items, sadly. But we'll come back to this topic in a second, because Monkey King, he's been cut down off the trees, a 4-second stun, as Roshan is killed and Aegis is claimed. Satanic, though, has moved on to Miposhka, refreshing up for a second roar, catching the Leshrac, but they're lacking the damage. So the Beastmaster and Monkey King being dealt with by this Tiny, who just claps into them. Massive waving hits out of Radahn, takes out Satanic and no one in a row. Laurel is still alive, and 9 Class has been found. A huge fight for Team Spirit on the doorstep of Roshan after already killing him and claiming Aegis. It's almost just game-winning.
Yeah. That was a massive miscommunication there on the Beastmaster and Monkey. I saw a few times before in this game where the Beastmaster threw some dangerous axes that could have cut his Monkey down, and finally it happened at a critical moment. The Monkey dropping down there. If the axes get, or if the tree gets cut, 4 seconds of stun. And this is just impossible to hold 1 minute on Monkey and Beastmaster. Medusa will try and do what she can, but she is alone right now.
Now, this feels like game over. The 2-0 lead for Paravision going to come down to a 2-1. No 3-0 sweep. As Team Spirit look at these tier 4s, of course, we know Paravision doesn't have buyback, but they'll glyph and they'll fake it out. And Team Spirit going to have to try and call that bluff and go for tier 4s to finish off this game. We'll see if there's time for Monkey and Beastmaster to respawn. But it feels like this is it for Paravision, with Slark and Medusa offering very little to hold them back. They can't defend the towers. The Tinker with the March is healing everybody up. And Radahn is just going straight for buildings. Tier 4 throne. And they've got the kills on the last remaining defenders. The Techie's dead, has to buy back. DM running in between them all. He gets himself into a position here where he's now surrounded by Team Spirit heroes. They give up on the throne for a moment and go for the Medusa kill instead. This is spending a lot of time dealing with DM, though. He's been noisy and annoying. While Satanic is in the back, no one and Satanic have blasted one down. Radan's first life is gone. I may have spoken too soon. They've been given time to respawn, collapse with that blink stun, catches Satanic, and now he's dead for 95. But the buyback comes up. He had just enough money for it. As DM is dead for 100, we're back into a 3 versus 4. Monkey King gets blown up while Satanic jumps in, but the Wolf Flare pushes him back, and now GG is called.
Oh my...
What did you see?
It works like that. Did you see? Monkey stunned himself away, but the Tinker Shard flew after him, hit him at the end of the Monkey stun, pulled him back to where he initially was, because that's how the Tinker nuke works. It essentially hooked him back. That was crazy, man. But ultimately, the game would not have changed if it didn't work like that or not. But I've never seen it work like a hook like that. That is wild to me.
That's funny. Oh, difficult game there for Paravision. I had some moments where it looked good, but it was a struggle getting no one into a fighting position. Satanic's Beastmaster didn't feel like he hit that early game rhythm as fast as he would have liked. And this Laurel Leshrac was such a good pick.
Yeah, we can have a quick recap on what happened there, what I was shouting about. If you want to see, look at the Monkey King as we get into this clip. He jumps away with his Boundless Strike, and then boom, pulled back by the Tinker Shard, and he's back in front of the Tiny. Of course, it just ends him. But...
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
So the Boundless Strike, he jumps to the edge of his Boundless.
Him. Yeah, look at the little projectile coming, and the moment it hits, it hooks him back to where he was. That is a crazy interaction. I've never seen it happen quite like that.
Yeah, we were talking about Tinker earlier on. He used to be toxic because he refreshed items. Now he's toxic because of shit like that. He's able to...
Now he's Pudge.
Yeah, now he's Pudge. Now just moving people around. Absolutely crazy. Well, Team Spirit, they've got a bit of bite left in them, right? It's not a 3-0 sweep. They get a victory here up against Paravision. So 2-1. And now we're looking for that 4th game of the series. So we'll have a break and we'll come back with that. We'll see you in a little bit. Did you miss us? We're back. Another game coming up in this best of 5. We're starting to go the distance, Waga, as we get ourselves another match between Team Spirit and Paravision. 2-1, the current score as we head into Game 4. And Game 3 looked pretty close.
Yeah, it did. Any game could be the last, as of course we already have Paravision taking the first 2 games, but Team Spirit showing their famous resilience coming back into game number 3. Paravision on the back of perhaps some mistakes from their mid laner. I think no one had a pretty rough game there. The rest of his team doing pretty decently, but they never got to take over the game the way they wanted, with him falling pretty far behind the Leshrac of Laurel. And Laurel again, just rising to the occasion. This Leshrac was a out of left field pick. We don't see a lot of Leshrac this tournament, but he played it really well and had massive impact.
Yeah, let me just look that up because I've got the stats in front of me. 2 picks, 50% win rate, 1 win, 1 loss. I think that was the 3rd game, and he's had 2 bans against him. So a very rare hero. You know, you compare this to all the popular ones, which have had 70, 80 games of picks and bans. Leshrac just doesn't, he doesn't exist. Unless you saw that game in which Liquid picked it for Bryle, you don't know about Leshrac. You don't feel that coming. So, Lol with a nice little last pick there.
Yeah, tricky to expect, that Leshrac would come out, but it did counter, in particular, the Slark really well. I think 9 class was not allowed to play the style they wanted on the Slark, running around the scouting. You and I have been talking about how he goes invis and is able to stay in his little cloud for safety, but he was never able to take over the game the way he wanted, and could always be killed off by this AoE damage.
Team Spirit did play it once before. I didn't realize that. So they also had it. Against Team Liquid.
They played which?
That's where they learned it from. The Leshrac, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, what that was.
There was a meta not too long ago that was, developed by their Fortnite man and his friends back on Pioneer, where they played Leshrac with an Omni Knight, very defensive hero who we also haven't seen this patch at all. But Omni Knight was used to protect the Leshrac, and you could go early Blink Dagger on Lesh, blinking after people with your massive damage. But in this game we saw a safer approach, the Leshrac building his own durability through the Bloodstone, and we saw how that paid off as well. He didn't get killed when Satanic Beastmaster tried to burst him.
Yeah, just keeps himself alive. And even before that matter, right, Gaming Gladiators, one of the strongest teams in the world, kind of rose to fame off the back of IO Leshrac. Again, this defensive tool, healing and keeping heroes out on the map and playing aggressively. It's just, Leshrac loves playing tempo because he doesn't have any cooldowns. He is just non-stop spellcasting. Like, his ulti is literally a toggle that you put on and then leave it to go.
Yeah, it's he's non-stop capable of fighting and loves just rushing in and dealing damage to multiple heroes at the same time with his spells. And in this game, that was a very problematic recipe for Paravision, because they had heroes that wanted to play in an area. Slark with his ulti, even Monkey King dropping his Wukong's command and wanting to stay in it, because if you leave it, Monkey's ulti disappears. But he got shoved out of his own ulti a few times. And we also saw Tiny Radon just standing inside the Wukong's command, not caring at all, since he's so tanky.
Yeah, and, Rue kind of having to play the Tinker as the rest of his other heroes were all banned out. It's not been common for Team Spirit to grab that hero, but once again, kind of proving that they can pick out these meta heroes and slot them in quite nicely, as Paravision forced that to happen with the ban stage that they had. And also the little bit of flair from that Grimstroke, right? We've talked extensively about 9 class and his hero pool, Ducalis, and the ability to flex a bunch of heroes for him as well. Miposhka showing that even as, an old head in Dota as a captain, he's still got that flexibility to grab a Grimstroke and show a little bit of a new meta, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see if this is gonna perhaps change the very heavy support banning that we had in game number 3, because it was the supports nonstop. And then Miposhka comes out and says, you know what, I can play other heroes too. I've been practicing this, and he performed really well on the Grimstroke that game. Got several great catches and played great in laning stages while finding kills. We will have the drafts coming up in just a little bit. The players are already logged in to game number 4, which could be the last game, Gareth. This could be the end. So final shout out for people in chat. If you are a newcomer, if you have any questions, if you have anything that you're curious about, that you didn't make sense to you in the previous games, or in your own games, feel free to ask. We will answer.
Absolutely will. And we'll see where this priority shifts. Like you said, right, the support heroes got a bit crazy. They were all being banned out. Do we start to see that shift back to cores, or do we have the individual meta develop within a series? We've talked about this meta game in terms of the patch, the tournament, grander scales of extensive learning and practicing and trialing stuff. But even within a best of 5, especially if it goes 5 games, you even have this back and forth between teams finding individual heroes that within that series are popular. This Leshrac who pops up might suddenly be a hero that is stolen by the enemy team, banned out early on, or the Grimstroke is grabbed, and that becomes the hero of the series even.
Yeah, I mean, things evolve, and you learn sort of what the opponents prefer. Every team is very different in Dota. Every team has their own unique preferences, and as they already played 3 games against each other, teams are starting to get a grasp of what is priority. As the players sit down with the coach as well, of course, helping them get the heroes that they want.
So Paravision first pick on the Dire side, and Team Spirit with second pick on the Radiant side. So that is... What did I say again? Paravision with first pick? That's the same as the last game.
Yes.
Having Paravision, Dire side, and first pick. So they went with Beastmaster as their first grab in that previous one. Muerta, Jakiro, Warlock, Elder Titan were their bans. And Team Spirit removed Nature's Prophet, Enigma with the Ancient Apparition and Ringmaster. So very similar story from Spirit. They've swapped out the Enigma for the Tinker, though, this time. And Paravision changing things up themselves.
Even more attention towards supports, as both teams are going heavy in the first phase with these bans, and then towards Jakiro as a first pick. So not banned out this time. Paravision get their hands on one real S-tier laning bully.
And something that Team Spirit have used a lot in the past as well. One of Miposhka's heroes even before this patch, when he became super popular. We've seen Jakiro run the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game with that laning stage prowess, the damage over time and harassment, and then the ability to go through Twin Gate, TP and react, play in other lanes. You just do a non-stop amount of magical damage as long as you've got the mana to do it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good starter, and Team Spirit are going to pick up the Warlock, a hero that we also saw banned out. It was a ban in the second phase, I believe, because of the Beastmaster pick, or it was first phase even. Yeah, third ban in the first phase to protect against the Beastmaster, protect the Beastmaster. Warlock, we have not had a single game on, I think, on our Newcomer stream. Or yeah, we have one game. But he brings a massive ulti, can bring down a huge golem to run at the enemy, and of course, Fatal Bond's probably one of the defining things about this hero. You can bind multiple heroes together, similar to Grimstroke, but more so capable of binding creeps and enemies just so that they share damage. Spells will not be bounced, but if you bind the enemy to the first creep wave, they will take a lot of damage when those creeps die.
Yeah, he offers a lot, right? Sustaining someone in lane, so one of these weaker glass cannon carry heroes can be kept alive. So we see the PA ban here. That's a very strong pairing. Phantom Assassin with Warlock means that the Phantom Assassin is given a heal, which also does damage. So when she jumps on someone, she just goes wild. And then all that team fight you're talking about as well is great with these burst heroes. And PA is a physical burst hero that amplifies her damage through the Fatal Bonds.
Yep. Interesting that they respect it that much. But yeah, Warlock PA is just a fearsome lane. Super hard lane to lane against. I think no offlaner ever wants to lane against it, pretty much. It's that level.
It's just one of those interesting ones, right? We were talking about this metagame and the development of it, and this is something that Paravision have had an inkling of. They've been banning it, so they know it's there. But Warlock is a hero that so far is 1 and 3, hasn't been played much. When he hasn't looked great. He's been banned 5 times, the majority against Team Spirit. So it's one of these things that teams have clocked on, that it's a strong hero for Team Spirit, and I guess especially in the grand final, a strong hero in the hands of the right people at the right time, because it's a hero that you've not played or practiced against. And a lot of Dota comes back to that innate experience, right? When you have repetitions in anything in life, you repeat, and you learn something. And in Dota, the metagame is there to repeat. Playing against Jakiro, AA, Ringmaster, Sand King, Beastmaster, you heard us repeat these names over and over again. You know what they're doing, you know how to respond. But when a newer hero comes out, you're kind of like, Do I have the damage to kill him? Does he have the damage to kill me? What's the expectation here? What's he waiting for? And you sometimes have to kind of relearn on the fly how to deal with it.
I think the tricky part about this game as well so far is the interests for both teams for teamfight has become higher and higher as we progress. Jakiro, picked up super early, is not just about laning stage but also about teamfight, and same for Warlock. Both of them are laning bullies that have massive teamfight, and we might see more of that being a priority coming out. Team Spirit already securing a bit with Centaur, who has that repositioning ability, and it can be great aggressively or defensively. Speeds up your entire team for a short duration.
And now we basically, you know, throw all of the systems of the drafting out the window, right? We've kind of seen the same repetition over and over again. All that repetition is now gone. We don't have the exact same cookie cutter builds of drafts that we've seen throughout this tournament. Completely new stuff, completely new orders.
Yeah. We might still see like a safe lane TA pickup though because of the Centaur. When you show Centaur, it's almost always going to be your boss 3. It's very hard. He's not flexible, so it's hard to put him anywhere else. And TA matches really well. So indeed, Paravision going to go for that as one of the heroes that Satanic has really enjoyed playing anyway. So makes sense that he gets his hero early. And that almost secures that he's going to have a 1 lane. Because Jakiro TA, no matter what hero you pair with Centaur, they're not winning that lane.
No, that's a really hard lane.
Yeah, so now you're thinking ahead. You're not saying, oh, we're going to dominate the TA. You're not saying, okay, what do you need, Collapse? What do we need to be able to play out of this lane and to get online early? To help our team to do something, to fall back perhaps.
We go for the Slark again. So 9class going to get his hands on the little fishy, the D-Warder, the Vision Giver, the little scamp that goes and cuts and drags waves. We know him, we love him, we hate him. He's disgusting.
Yeah, the Slark coming out. Paravision going to be very happy to play with this hero again. Last game was a bit of a rare oddity that the enemy had that much AoE abilities against the Slark. Perhaps they will protect him later on with a Leshrac ban if they don't have some great hero against the Lesh mid. Or we might see a repeat again. Team Spirit gonna have the Warlock Gyrocopter lane as also a disgusting safe lane where first creep wave comes. Warlock is gonna put down Fatal Bond, binding heroes to the creep wave, and then Gyrocopter will press Flak Cannon, hitting all the creeps and clearing them quickly and killing off the creeps. Damages the enemy as well.
Yeah, ideally with 2 heroes bonded together as well.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
You get all these little imps running around. Did we talk about Warlock's Grimoire? I can't remember if we mentioned that.
We have not.
No, so one of his one of his facets is a little book he carries around with him, and every time he's involved in a kill, it adds a little stack to the book, and you can read the book to get experience. So Warlock, a hero that's very reliant on getting level 6, using that ultimate, if he gets involved in a few early kills, can actually get his level 6 much faster than expected and unlock this massive teamfight ability.
Yeah, exactly. And the Warlock can be a bad hero at finding kills early on, but if he does get a lot of kills, it is really, really nice. Getting those book charges.
And we saw a few little combos with Grimstroke, who is picked again here by Team Spirit. We had the Sand King with the multiple burrow strikes, with the Tinker with the laser bouncing around. Here is one of the first big combos of Grimstroke that were ever really played in competitive. Grimstroke Warlock, Fatal Bonds, that ability that links everyone together, now double links everyone together. And there's a lot of damage here from Gyrocopter that can just annihilate an entire team with a couple of spells.
Yeah, they need the spells against it. Slark has it innately. He can just Dark Pact, so that's sort of -1 for that targeting. TA could, of course, get the talent to dispel, but more likely she will need to get that BKB for herself. Bristleback could go for an early Lotus Orb here. Great Lotus game against the Gyrocopter missiles as well. You can return them, or at least send one back to Gyro. Back to sender on that if you put a Lotus on yourself right before it connects on you.
Yeah. So Spirit have their 2 supports, their carry and their offlaner. They're looking for their mid as their last hero. And Paravision 2 supports, TA carry, Bristle offlane. And they need a mid as well?
Yeah, I think both teams are definitely just delaying the mid picks. We'll see if Paravision are going to respect the potential for Lesh again. I think it actually would be a strong hero for them to play back-to-back here for Team Spirit. Against TA, against Slark. And works really well into the heroes they have. For now, they banned out the Dragon Knights. And with that, I think they might consider something like Kunkka ban. Great against their heroes as well. Of course, all comes down to what Paravision want to pick. They are the ones who have to show their hero first.
I've been screaming for Storm Spirit this entire series, and I feel like I should continue screaming for Storm Spirit because it looks weird if I'm not screaming for Storm Spirit. So I'm going to say Storm Spirit's going to get banned right now and we don't see it in this game.
Scream for it to get banned? Yeah. I somehow feel like no one is not going to play that.
Lara could.
Definitely, yeah. He would be happy to get his hands on it. It's going to be Puck ban and Storm pick, probably. Most likely. Is it?
Oh?
Or is it something like... yeah, okay.
Finally!
Immediately.
I was hoping for Lal to get his hands on it because he's been the Storm specialist, but no one. Now, here, you know, this mid lane Storm Spirit utilizes vision very well. One of the best heroes to use these forward heroes like Bounty Hunter, Slark, TA with the traps, because he's got the ball lightning maneuverability to basically just sprint across the entire map with his mana pool as the resource that he pays to do it.
Yeah, but Paravision went a very different direction than I immediately said in the draft here. Both teams opening up with teamfight heroes, Jakiro, Warlock, but then every single hero from Paravision is more of a skirmishy, brawly, run around and create chaos type hero, whereas Team Spirit have that orchestrated, big, unstoppable team fight going for them. So very, very different approaches. If Paravision managed to drag this game down in the gutter and play some dirty Dota, then their heroes are much better set up for it. But if this is going to be a clean fight, an honest fight, Gareth, then Team Spirit's draft is way stronger.
Yeah, this is guerrilla tactics from Paravision, back and forth, you know, hiding in the caves and the holes, running away when they need to, against Team Spirit's oiled machinery. Literally with a gyrocopter. They bring these cooldowns with a lot of damage. Laurel, though, with his last pick, Monkey King, conventional counter to the Storm in the mid lane. Things get kind of difficult for Spirits against the Monkey King in lane in particular. And then it's also going to be able to give them this maneuverability to scout out potential openings and maybe find, you know, the Slark or the Jakiro in the back lines.
Yeah, maybe he saw the previous game of Monkey King. He was like, nah, let me show you how to play Monkey King. See if Laurel can have a better game than no one had in the previous one. But no one on the Storm still should have a pretty decent time. There's not too many good catches against him. There's a silence from Grimstroke. There are some stuns with Monkey King, the homing missile, and the Centaur stun, but all of them except for Monkey King stun are quite easy to dodge for Storm. You can just zip away.
But I guess that's the thing though, right? If Lal can get a stun from Fog, surprise the Storm, then that chain disable, you know, blink from Centaur stun, then the rocket, then the silence. It gives time for the layers to arrive.
Yeah, the last pick Monkey King as well might struggle if the Slark gets a good start or if they get Shard in particular for themselves, because Slark Shard does protect you against the Wukong's command. The clones standing there and hitting you, they cannot hit what they can't see, and Slark can be great at protecting people from Wukong's command.
We haven't seen much Gyro recently, have we?
No.
This guy has always been a popular carry, but sometimes kind of disappears for a little bit, comes back. Similar hero archetype to Medusa that and TA, I guess, that we've seen plenty of, as that flak cannon, which is basically the split shot, able to shoot multiple projectiles onto multiple targets. But he's also got a ton of magic damage early on, and he's kind of notorious in a good way as being an active early carry, able to join fights very early on.
I would say he's almost between TA and Medusa. He's like a mix between those and with more teamfight focus. The call down that he has, his ultimate, is fantastic for AoE damage, AoE slow, and yeah, joining team early and getting active and involved early is something that Gyrocopters can be very, very good at doing. We've seen that in many tournaments before.
Yeah, I mean, even back to, what was it, TI5 Wings? I don't know if it was TI5 or TI6, whatever it was. But a Chinese team that was very good at adapting, having flexible heroes, pulling out these kind of weird and wonky picks. rotating with their carry gyrocopter, getting on top of people and just blowing them up. Now, in modern day Dota, you've got twin gates to play with as well. So we could even see, well, we did see for a long time gyrocopters at level 4 rotating. I don't know if Radan will be up to doing it that early on, but for sure, level 6, we could get him being active across the map.
Thinking of maybe CDEC?
CDEC, yes,
Yeah,
you're right.
it's the
Yeah,
team that you're
mid-sentence, I was realizing, hang on, that's not Wings.
Aggressive played
Yep.
some crazy, appropriately aggressive Dota with a name like that. You know, made a lot of sense. Yeah, that guy was tearing it up. He's not played in the competitive Dota scene for quite a while now, although he stopped back in 2018.
Who was their mid laner?
Blink? Wait, was it Blink?
Shiki. I was thinking Shiro, but it was
yeah.
Shiki was notorious for not playing Lashrak. Lashrak was like the hero at that tournament, and Shiki just didn't play it. Because then he was given it in a game, and I think they lost like 2 games in a row with Lashrak because he wasn't comfortable on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's history. We're in the here and now. Very often I get tangled up down memory lane. But game 4, Paravision against Team Spirit in front of us. Paravision 2-1 up and already smoked out across the map. I'm looking for some early vision. And there we see the Monkey King. I don't know if we explained his ability to transform into couriers, bananas, trees.
72 transformations. And if he's close to a tree, will turn into a tree. And yeah, he has many different things that he can turn into. Can turn into Roche if you stand in the Roche pit, but if he gets hit a single time, he will pop out of his transformation, and he cannot attack while he's in the transformation. However, the important thing, and the most important thing it does, is that it hides you on the minimap. So while you're in this form, the enemy have to literally see you on their screen. They can't just see you on the minimap and say, oh, there's Monkey.
I've just noticed as well, Paravision have a bunch of Dota Plus badges on their heroes. We've not really touched on that. We've talked about signature heroes for people, but very often with Dota Plus in the game, the more you play your favorite hero, you get points, you level up, and you get this little badge where you can be a master or a grandmaster tier with thousands of games on it.
Yeah,
I mean, Waka, you've got a few
all
of
their
those
cores
badges.
are sitting at master or higher, so grandmaster on the storm, of course. Oh, this sneaky sentry ward. The placement bottom. Sentry by 9 class to pull the creeps to make it that they arrive to the tower a little bit later. And this is going to make the creep wave push into the dire tower early on. Oh,
Look at this gank mid, though. Fatal Bonds, with that stroke of fate, tons of damage onto that mid lane. Gets first blood for Laurel against no one. See, the thing is, it's a lane that's already hard for Storm, and then they tri-lane him. That's some severe bad manners.
Wow. A big smile in the all chat there. And it says 2015. Yeah, this is old style. We used to have always these double heroes ganking mid lane. Used to be the case.
It's just funny that I'm talking about 2015 a few minutes ago, and now so are they. Wait, Dota is a cyclical game. It is a cyclical game. We come around full circle time and time again. I can't wait for Gyro to make a level 4 rotation, honestly.
Yeah. Go with a quick move. They didn't lose too much time on the side lanes, meanwhile, and their other cores are completely fine. It did give a little bit of freedom to the other heroes on Paravision's team, but of course it offset that mid balance and made it very difficult for the Storm as he falls behind in experience.
It's already a taste of the combos to come, right? You show that off early with the Fatal Bonds, the Boundless Strike, and that big old stroke of fate, and you just know it's going to get under the skin of the opponents. That's the big damage that's coming. Neposhka, though, getting blood grenaded and run at, but Satanic can't land the meld on him. Has to turn and hit Collapse instead. I guess we should also think about this lane setup, because Team Spirit have done a player swap on the side lanes.
They have Miposhka up top together with Collapse, and they actually put Rue, their traditional Pulse 4 player, is playing on the safe lane together with their carry. This is very uncommon. Most teams will not do this. And we have a pulse for the Monkey King bug. Collapse is saying it. Everyone's saying Monkey bug. I think the players are a bit tired of this bug, and they want the bug to get fixed. So they're all writing Monkey King bug. Hopefully, someone with power to save us will fix this one day.
There's AI watching it. You have to say a Monkey King bug, 531 times in pro games. It's got to be all chatted. They've got the word cloud. If Monkey King bug is the biggest word in the word cloud, that's when it gets fixed.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what the Monkey King bug is and see what it says later.
God.
If the AI picks up on it and it's not fixed yet, then we know it's been in the game for too long.
Yep. Did you finish what we were talking about? The swaps of the players?
Yeah, so it's a rare thing that they put the players like this. Most teams will stay with their duos, since your communication in a team is usually like, oh, can we kill him? Yeah, we can. And those two guys normally talking to each other, you know, they used to coordinating on the lane. But they just thought that the lanes would work out better this way. It does surprise me a little bit, but TA does not like having a Warlock against her. The damage over time is pretty annoying. Centaur gonna have to concede the healing Lotus.
Yeah, it's Collapse taking a bit of damage on the way out there. And Satanic giving it to him. The old clicks, but that's double brace to Centaur, so pretty damn tanky. And now Fatal Bond's gonna be an irritant for Paravision. Blood grenade?
Wow, just throwing some damage.
Yeah. Chip damage from a Miposhka. Also kind of curious as well. Very often we have players share hero pools, swap a hero back and forth between them. We've seen, you know, Tinker go position 5, position 4, etc. Kind of unusual for a newer hero to come out like Grimstroke, which we rarely see, to be picked by one support player and then the next game picked by the other support. That's also a bit of a curveball. Yeah. But Miposhka is a Warlock specialist and very few people are.
Yeah, he prefers to play it. I don't think Brew wants to play Warlock at all because it doesn't fit for that ganking style that he prefers to play later on. Most +4 players want to have some kill potential, be able to go for moves, and Warlock, he's a lot of things, but he's not a great ganker. I guess the level 1 move could tell me different in this game, but that was the power of friendship right there. Mid lane continues to be difficult for Storm, but I mean, he has done a tremendous job at dealing with coming back into this game. No one is 22-1. Just get jumped by Laurel.
Still going to get the hits. So Monkey King hits 4 times, unlocks the Jingu Mastery. That buff above him is bonus damage and lifesteal, which either can then push through the big old stick he's got.
Yeah,
he's
now
strike.
The lane is problematic because Monkey's holding creeps alive and Storm is off to the jungle. So Storm is going to try and farm somewhere else, but Monkey can fully shut down the mid lane. There's going to be no experience for Storm there anymore. And things get problematic.
I'm not able to land the stun on Satanic this time. Collapse is trying to step up from the fog. There's a lot you can do with the terrain, the trees, the fog of war. Like hiding behind a tree, even though you're a big fat centaur, you can actually be blocked from vision and suddenly swoop around to get a surprise stun out of the fog of war.
Yeah, but with him not having that much movement, being TA having power treads, already pretty hard for him to even go close at this point. He could be run down by the TA as she has the power treads complete. Unlocks a lot of attack speed and damage output from her as well.
Mid lane getting pushed for free. That Storm Spirit being booted out of the lane. Now problematic with the catapult wave arriving and the glyph used to defend the creep wave. 9 class has arrived here, but he's given free Jingu stacks to the Monkey King. No pounce, it's on cooldown for a couple of seconds, so a freebie kill for Lal. And both these Radiant supports in mid pushing a lot of damage on the tower. We'll see Lal there standing under tower taking hits to keep the catapult alive. So he's aggroing the tower and just taking damage so this extra siege damage can still keep coming.
Yeah, he's tanking for a long time. He wants to use his Bundle strength probably to heal up. He's gonna stack the creeps up and one Bundus, boom, a lot of HP back. Every single creep you hit, you get lifesteal with the Jingu Mastery there. Now, of course, he doesn't have the buff anymore. But, yeah, great amount of tanking. They kept the catapult alive long enough that the tower goes down 6 minutes into the game.
And this is not normal, right? We get into the situation again where we're in a grand finals. There's a lot of adaptation happening. This mid tier 1 push with a 5-minute catapult, very, very rare.
Yeah.
Does open up the map, which is dangerous for DM. Bristleback wants to be stacking Ancients, farming jungle in a little bit. As the Wisdom Rune also, a Wisdom Shrine, it's activating, and Radan with Lal, 2 core heroes, able to go and take it, while Collapse gets one on the other side of the map. Paravision are very quickly losing traction here and slipping away from any form of momentum.
That was really crisp from Laurel. He got close enough to jump to a tree right as the Bristle tried to stop his jump with the Quill Spray. Didn't manage to stop him. And yeah, double Wisdom Rune is going to be setting back the Dire supports a lot. They're only level 3 and level 4. A tough time.
A bit of poking onto Radan's Gyro. DM and Ducalis offering quite a lot of damage over time. An Inkswell and a Lotus, not enough to keep him alive, so those Quill Sprays, they stacked up enough to get the kill, and now no one has decided that he's left that middle lane and playing actively into the bot. Ruse Grimstroke, kind of trapped, juking through the trees, but 4 Dire heroes, no way out.
He almost got the Jakiro there with a really nice Stroke of Fate, but with no TP on the Monkey King, no counter gang coming in, Monkey has turned himself into a DD rune that has a DD rune activated. That is the most DD rune I've ever seen.
Double. Is he going to get kills here? Bound to strike? Nah. One hit and then run away.
This smacks some damage. Meanwhile, we did have Jakiro killing himself on neutrals. This is just because it's a free way to get back to base sometimes. It can be quicker than walking all the way to base.
9 class, not level 6 yet because of the Wisdom Shrines going Team Spirit's way. Is out of mana and almost out of life, but DM and Ducalis have arrived. Lol with the Wukong's command and then the Stampede. That'll get him out of danger. Things getting a little hairy in that situation. Miposhka also has the Fatal Bonds onto a couple of heroes in the creep wave. So with the turnaround onto DM, the kill onto 9 class, Radan's Gyro and a jump from Lol puts him in an awkward spot with the Quill Sprays coming. So it looks like Team Spirit opting to fall back from that aggressive position.
Great play by Team Spirit to keep the Monkey King alive and healthy, and then swap in, substituting in the new core of Gyrocopter, allowing him to push instead, and getting that kill on the Slark. And bottom tower looks like it's gonna fall, and this is tough times for our Bristleback. Bristle wants to dominate laning stage. If you don't, and currently he's the lowest farmed out of all the cores, then it can be very, very tough to play as hero. We saw it earlier today as well with the jungling Bristleback of Crystallis, I believe, playing it. Not really hitting the timing he wanted.
Especially if your jungle and your ancients are contested. Tier 1 mid, really the gateway to these ancient camps. So that falling quickly means Team Spirit have a nice avenue into that Dire outpost, ancients, triangle area. There's a lot of names for it. But it's the high value priority area farming, which Bristleback desperately wants to stick around in. And on the other side, we can see the Radiant starting to stack camps in their own ancient spot as well.
Yeah, so Dire are really struggling a lot on both the other cores. The TA is having a good game though, and I think Satanic is gonna have to do some big carrying this game to offset the early game that his teammates are having. We'll see when he decides to join for fights and what they're gonna do. I believe the 15-minute Tormentor timing is gonna be the most important to play for. I can't remember. A fun game. We got a question in chat. well, my friend. At times.
Where do we begin?
At times it will be great joy, and at times it will be great grief, and everything in between, my friend. But I mean, I've played this game for over 20 years. I would say it's my favorite game.
I was just thinking. I don't think I've. Oh, Ducalis dead. I don't think I've seen, oh my god, I don't think I've seen Satanic lose on TA. So far at this tournament, he's 3-0, 100% win rate. Templar Assassin is also a pretty heavily banned hero. So I was thinking, Mickey got his hands on it once or twice. He was on a tear. And Satanic is as well. As one of their strongest heroes. And it's felt like, when I've watched Templar Assassin in the game she's winning, there are these mad moments where she single-handedly wins a fight. Like, gets an Aegis, has 2 lives, and that's the tipping point to secure a game. And with such a skilled player like Satanic on it, you know that outplay can come.
I think the style fits TA pretty well right now, how Dota is played, with all this emphasis on early objectives and taking Tormentor, taking Roche. She's a hero that naturally lends herself very well to that, bringing the minus armor to operate faster and even bringing down towers faster. She's one of the only heroes in the game who buys Desolator right now, and that's great for taking objectives and towers as well. So I don't know if it's necessarily that like TA is really strong, or more so that TA fits very well to how these teams are playing.
I guess she has a good hero archetype, you know, this Medusa Gyro TA kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then you add in how...
She did get buffed recently as well. There was a very nice buff to her refraction, giving her lower cooldown, which plus 1 charge and lower cooldown made her very, very popular.
That is something to be said, right? Tanky heroes in general are very popular. We've gone on at great lengths about Medusa. Bristleback in this game, another story. Gyro is innately tanky through armor and stats. Centaur, kind of similar thing there. We've seen a lot of these tanky, unkillable heroes like Wraith King and Lifestealer also come back into the meta pretty heavily. Because it just makes the game hard to play against when people have multiple lives, basically. Shields and defenses.
Yeah, and TA is sort of unique in that she has refraction, which is a barrier that you have to break through. She isn't necessarily crazy tanky outside of that, but if you don't have good stuff to deal with refraction, it can be hard to burst her. This game, they have pretty good things. They have the Inkswell coming in later on when they get some levels on it, the Golem, the Fado Bonds, the Shadow Word. Basically everything Warlock does is really good against it.
Team Spirit taking up that top part of the map. They had already killed off the tier 1 tower, and this process kind of creates a barrier that defends Radan, so Gyrocopter can clear these Ancients and the large camp, has a few heroes in front of him to protect him, and they're ready to fight, and use this as a platform to like strike in towards mid lane, go up towards top if they see a target. Yep. Paravision, though, kind of avoiding this and playing mid to bottom.
Paravision trying to just hold on to what farming ground they can. Mainly it's Team Spirit who are the aggressors. Ooh. A little miscommunication perhaps. Storm wanted that rune, but Nineclass took it. No shield rune for him.
No. Rough.
Yeah, sometimes your support takes your rune. He saw the Monkey King sliding in, so he didn't have much time to decide, should I take it? Do I need to pick it before Monkey gets here?
I just went with the instinct. The gut read.
If it was an Arcane or a Regen rune, he would have waited for a Storm. He didn't want to risk it for the shield rune.
This is where the Slark starts to become a hero. He's about to hit level 6, which is very late. You know, going back to those Wisdom Shrines, right? He's been behind in experience for a long time. But it's that Shadow Dance which has allowed him to go out on the map, kind of play more sneakily and, you know, forward. I don't want to say aggressively because he's not looking for kills, but he's in these positions where he's deep behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Slarkers can go and get himself that level 6 off the second Wisdom Shrine here, where they finally get some experience for themselves. Some of the experience going to the Jakiro as well, getting him to level 8. And game starting out in a very calm manner. And move coming systematically towards that Tormentor bottom. Smoke up from Team Spirit. And, oh, are they saying that they want to go Roche during the Tormentor? This is very premeditated.
We've seen this plenty. Was it Paravision doing it before, right? Plenty of times.
Yeah. Yeah, Paravision like making this move.
Tormentor at 15 minutes. They have a Templar Assassin. She loves taking Roshan, so they'll go and grab it. I mean, the timing on this is pretty damn sweet as well. Both are going to die at like exactly the same time, huh?
Yeah, they even get Roche before the Tormentor has fallen.
Wow.
So they killed it very rapidly. Team Spirit are right now not feeling too good about this trade. Yes, you get Shard, which is great value, but it's not as good as that Aegis on Storm. Storm, literally the single best Aegis carrier in the game, because he respawn, no big cooldowns at all, and he uses both the HP and mana in a fantastic way. So this is going to be a fantastic boon to them.
Yeah, like the only one that comes close is the Leshrac we saw in the previous game, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There are some other good carriers, but Storm is by far the best.
Almost forced to Wukong. Oh, no one has dodged the stomp from Collapse. Sidesteps it. The Illusion Rune didn't really matter that much. But gets away from the reinitiation.
So his damage is pretty low into the Monkey King due to that Mage Slayer as well on Monkey. So Monkey just standing his ground, not too worried. Gets healed up by his Warlock. Warlock who gets caught out. Not gonna die by it, but Stark preventing him from moving top.
Nineclass probably could have chased that for a while if he'd known there's no one nearby.
If he knew what we can see from the spectator point of view, sure. But he's trying to play it safe. He just came off a very rough game of Slark, dying a lot.
Anyone could have been around that corner. dead even, though, in this net worth. Not a gap between the two teams. The TA is out in front by about 1,500 in front of that gyro. Looking pretty good for things. BKB about 1,000 gold away. And when that timing comes, Satanic very ready to go and fight. And that's going to be the difference maker to burst through the Monkey King or this gyrocopter.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, and I really believe we're going to see them come into action the moment they get some of these items complete on the side of Dire. Radiant, with the lineup they have, they want to get to like big critical mass. They want to head mid-late game and probably don't want to do take too hard fights into Aegis. Same time, they're all moving together. I guess they want to get their ultis off cooldown. Spam them out a bit. Or on cooldown, sorry.
I'm gonna jump from Centaur. Yeah, that's a tanky bristle. But it looks like Collapse Radan. They'll be able to get on top of him with all the burst damage from their 5 heroes. It's a big signal, though, to Paravision saying, hey, we brought 5 mid, the rest of the map. You've been able to push it out and farm multiple camps and lanes of the entire expanse of the rest of the map, honestly.
Yeah. Just play the fields, but Team Spirit, they get a kill. Didn't really cost them anything. Didn't use any big ability for it. And this Aegis on Storm, so far fizzling out pretty much. 2 minutes until it's going to get reclaimed. But TA about to get Aegis. We might see Paravision start grouping with it. 100 gold. TA will hit her timing. I don't think they should go silently into the late game against this lineup of Gyrocopter, Warlock, Monkey King.
Just thinking the same thing. It is nasty, nasty, you know, wombo combo, right? In Dota, wombo combos, especially at LAN events, are absolutely massive because they can come out of nowhere, and if the execution is right, they can straight up win you a fight that wins you the game.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit have this gyrocopter who scales so well into that mid to late game. Itemization really on him, Aghanims into Chrysalis and Aghanim Scepter, then BKB, and we'll likely see a Satanic at some point, and he's able just to stand there and deliver with lifesteal and crits.
I think generally the more team fights you have in your draft, the happier you will be going late game in like competitive games, professional games like this. Because if we look at Paravision, their say when the big team fights drop later on is going to be pretty limited. They have Jakiro, yes, with some nice spells, but beyond that, there's no real control and lockdown. So Radiant will be definitely dominating the disable department.
Especially with the way things often build up, right? If Team Spirit are the ones that are confident, they'll have Gyrocopter at the front pushing a tower, or Monkey King at the front pushing a tower, and the other heroes kind of, you know, concave arced behind them, ready to strike from, you know, outposts and hidden places in the trees and the fog and stuff like that. And it can get very difficult to kind of break past that and find the targets you've got.
Move through the gate, the TA, with her BKB. Thinking perhaps of the 21-minute wisdom. Not really gonna go that far though. Storm has extremely low mana right now, even though the Aegis can reclaim and give him a refill.
There's a scan there. Yeah, they figured out that someone was up on the high ground. And Jakiro gets scanned, stampeded, and killed.
And honestly, a lot of gold just for getting a single kill. 600 there for taking down the Jakiro. And such a slow game, getting pickoffs is definitely worth the random ulti. 9 class steals the enemy wisdom. It's only right, I guess they took his wisdom earlier on.
But yeah, there's that old Dota adage, right? The old saying that at some point, you know, you don't get the throne for free. You have to fight your way up the high ground. There will be a fight at some point. Your enemies aren't just going to get pushed over and fall one by one. There's going to be some kind of 5v5 clash. Well, that's where you want these big teamfight ultis.
Link Dagger on TA is definitely going to be a more aggressive item though. Perhaps thinking about joining mid lane.
Jump on the gyro. He's so tanky though. And with the backup coming in, Collapse, not able to save Radan. Not tanky enough, he dies. Rukon's command
as well,
zoning them out, but Laurel dies as well. Satanic just offers so much raw physical damage, bursting through these relatively tanky heroes. They appear to be fine until Satanic says, no, actually, you're going to die. Now he goes for a third, misses uphill onto the Rue Grimstroke, but 9 class is going to close the gap and keep tabs on this Grim. So a Ghost Scepter, yes, delays things, but a Yule's into the sky and coming down with a thud.
Yeah, he's going to drop, and that's 3 kills quickly for this Desolator TA. Plus 6 damage. Scaling
No
on
one.
their vessel.
He's got a bit of mana for a Ball Lightning, but it looks like Collapse with another double edge. The final hits are not coming. DM has slowed him down with a viscous nasal goo, the snot from this bristleback, allowing no one to slip away.
I thought he would get the kill on no one, but not quite enough. Stood his ground there. Yeah, there we see the damage.
that.
TA getting 2 big Psyblades onto him. Massive damage, leading the way. Psyblades, you know, as this is one, this is my absolute favorite hero. TA has this mechanic where if she hits something and deals damage to either a trap or a unit, whatever stands behind will take the same damage, no matter what armor the things behind have. So she can use her traps the way she did there to Psyblade off, and that's how, even though Gyro has 19 armor, he gets melted by her.
She's got depleted uranium rounds, basically.
Yep, yep. Kryptonite coming in for the port.
Yeah. Armor, don't care. Magic resistance, don't care. The Psyblade spill. And a bit of turn in momentum as well. Paravision going against this flow where Team Spirit were building up, getting ready, getting stronger. This timing of that Blink TA you called out for, and the BKB on No One Storm as well, paying off big time. And it's got them into a situation now where nice. TA is absolutely monstrous.
Yeah,
Alone
Radon
up at top, though?
Just a little bit too late. He didn't have his BKB completed yet when they went on him. He was 800 gold away, so the timing difference was really what happened there. Miposhka does get spotted in the jungle.
Easy pickings. Storm Spirit very happy to get involved in these kills as well. A hero that has stacks that build up. The longer you go staying alive, getting kills, and not dying, the more mana regeneration you're going to get.
And he has Witchblade coming out. It's going to add a bit of extra damage for him and a little bit of extra armor to give him some defensive capabilities along with that BKB. BKB is fantastic for protecting yourself against spells, but the armor value of Storm feeling a little bit low, so the Witchblade is a nice mix. Gives you armor, gives you damage. Pretty fantastic item.
Still has a haste bottled up as well. And what is this? 25 minutes in, Tormentor died pretty much on the dot as he spawned. So Paravision readying themselves for that next objective. And Roshan could start spawning, but we don't know yet. The TA does, however, know exactly when Roshan's coming up.
Yeah, we can see as casters, if we look over to Roche bit, we can see exactly a little mark indicating for when Roche is spawning, but of course only we and Dire know. Radiant do not have a clue when it's up.
Collapse? I'm trying to swat away this little fish that's nipping at his heels.
That's smart disengage. I like that Paravision are able to get away from the idea of committing to the centaur there. He is big and he is tanky. He is the worst possible target to initiate on.
And now instead, kind of dangling DM in this mid lane. The Boundless Strike and the Stroke of Fate don't land, so Bristleback steps away, and he's the one now that's kind of baiting, putting himself in harm's way for the rest of the team behind him. But this nice Soulbind into Stomp from Collapse lands onto the two of them. Slark and Bristleback still alive, though, withstanding the initial onslaught. The Golem is dropped on top of them, though, and Bristleback should be dying in the end. Slark escapes, Storm is going to slip away. Team Spirit expend a lot here, and with Satanic coming in with his own BKB, they focus Rodana, kill the Gyrocopter, another massive team fight arrival for this Templar Assassin. A huge play forward now from the rest of Paravision gets them a double kill on TA. That's Team Spirit spending their entire arsenal. All their munitions, all their ammunition down the drain to get one Bristleback kill, and TA comes in and cleans out a Gyro and moves into Roshan.
TA is playing a really, really good, impressive game here. The youngest player on the stage, Satanic, the young talent, absolutely delivering 5-0-1, landing very nice Psyblades as well in these fights. They're tricky to do. They're not easy to execute as flawlessly as he's doing. Making me smile over here, you know. I always feel bad when TA players don't really unlock the full potential of the hero, but he is very locked in right now, man.
Oh, yeah.
in the zone, and he's gonna take down Roche, get the Aegis. Looks like he might be the one taking it, since they want to push high ground. TA is the better hero to break the high ground, where Storm is more of a pick-off hero. So giving Aegis to him is not gonna allow you to push into the enemy base that easily.
I mean, the wild thing is, Satanic is on loan from Team Spirit, right? They're going to catch on the Monkey King down the bottom. And another massive kill here, thanks to no one's Storm gap closing onto Slark's vision as they start out that little scrap. But yeah, Satanic.
This bullets right now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Soon he's going to be the one getting loaned out, man.
And Paravision really showing as well how good they can play as a unit, no matter who their carry is. And Chris winning with Chrysalis, winning with Satanic.
I do think that the Team Spirit got baited a bit. Ooh, TA laying in the damage onto the Centaur. He's trying to juke.
And 9th class also poking at this Gyrocopter, making sure that Radan can't really join in the fight either. DM now arriving, swinging in through the back, and this is a real pickup in the tempo. BPM building up suddenly from Paravision as they go past the towers, play aggressively up into Team Spirit. And they've forced all 5 of Spirit back to their base. So if Paravision now disengage and say, okay, we go back and farm somewhere, they get massive value. The Team Spirit are kind of locked in now. They're smoked up. They want to fight. They need to go and connect in a meaningful way onto core heroes. And if they don't get that connection, it is rough for them. Satanic does show himself, turns on to Collapse. The Centaur is dropping, but there's a Soulbind, Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering dropped on their heads. Big damage spilled out onto Jakiro. Second life is there for the TA though, so she'll respawn and be able to dish out some DPS back onto Laurel Miposhka and then chase for more. Radan trying to stand his ground and fight back, but no one with Satanic. They just punch him into the ground. A 5-man wipe. That is disastrous for Team Spirit.
They got really outmaneuvered in that fight. They tried to dump all their resources, but TA having the Aegis, it was a risky fight to take it. The gem can get recovered by the Storm as well. Another fight where the TA is just shredding through anyone who dares get close to her. And a lot of this is because of the Bristleback as well. The Goo Facet Bristle is giving so much minus armor in these fights. He puts the stacks of the Goo on the enemy, and every single stack takes away a ton of armor. 3 if he does it at all. 4 per stack. So a single one is -7. And then if you keep going, it's 4 more. So 2 stacks is -11. Just the armor disappears. Very rapid.
And there goes the tier 3. Here go the barracks. There is no glyph for the Radiant. Kind of to the right of the minimap, there's a couple of buttons there. The Roshan timer, the scans, and the glyph availability. So the red one is the dire one. That means they have one active. The grayed out bit should be green if the Radiant have one of those. They have no way to protect their towers. Tier 3 dies. And Paravision, they back up to get a double damage rune and smoke. This could be game ending. A huge move. Radan, he's been scouted. He doesn't have BKB for a second. He's dead with no buyback, no BKB, no gyrocopter.
Can he get
and
more?
Paravision striking into the hearts of Team Spirit now. A jump onto Collapse. Satanic pokes at him a little bit, puts down some traps. They are bonded up from the Warlock, but it doesn't seem like they care all that much. They're diving past tier 3s, grabbing onto the Grimstroke. Slark, TA, moving on to different targets, and his Satanic TA kills a Centaur from like 70% health. Now Laurel, even under his tier 4 towers, which should be protecting him, has to jump the fountain just to stay alive.
The minus armor, the Bristleback TA. Bristleback TA gives you everything, Gareth. Everything being a lot of minus armor, and then heroes disappear. Yeah,
tankiness and minus armor.
He took 1880 damage from the right click, plus the melt damage on top of it. Just disappeared in one single attack.
And there's the glyph. One of them comes back up for Team Spirit. But I don't know if you're stopping this anymore. A 23,000 lead. Satanic on a tear with this Templar Assassin. Hey, what's his score right now? He's not died. He's died with Aegis? He died properly this game?
9-0-3, man. You can't beat Satanic. That's what he said. He said it, he meant it, Gareth.
He surely did.
Himself, and for a pretty good reason. He's playing like a superstar, giving off some real Sumail vibes, you know, old TI5 days.
Incredible performance. And again, Dota, a matter of seconds. That mid lane fight, the gyrocopter, 3 seconds until his BKB was off cooldown. That's the difference between life and death. You know, if he's able to BKB up there and stand and deliver with his AoE damage, there's a chance for Team Spirit. If he gets chain stunned, no chance.
Yeah, we're watching Team Spirit in desperate, dire straits. They need to almost make a smoke around and try and get the surprise jump on the enemy from behind. That's the only way I can envision them winning a fight. But it's so difficult to get in position for that.
They've got the Wombo combo. They've got the big combination of team fight abilities. You know, the toolkit is there. It's just a matter of getting out on the map and using it. But right now, it is a mad scramble to cut waves, push back on this move from Paravision. And Collapse trying to do it up at top. He's going to get zipped on and caught here by DM, and no one, the Yule Scepter just in time from 9 class to cancel the TP.
Make sure that he stops him. And TA playing under her own vision. Caught the Monkey King, who has no BKB. Be careful though, Satanic doesn't want to throw this.
Go Scepter on Monkey King.
Yeah. With the level 25, TA is feeling pretty unkillable. Refraction charges coming in. 10 charges now on that, so you gotta really break through a lot of layers of barrier if you're gonna try and bring him down.
A new chapter in my black grimoire.
Have you heard of the boots theory?
Cute little thing. Walking forward.
Little imp of Warlock.
He's dead. My god.
Have you heard of the boots theory?
The boots theory. Elaborate.
So it's from a Terry Pratchett book where there's a captain of the watch, right? So the boots theory is the idea that if you're rich, you can afford to buy a pair of boots that last your entire life. And if you're poor, you have to keep buying shitty boots throughout your life. You buy a pair of boots, they wear out, you have to buy a pair of new ones. I kind of feel that way about the Ghost Scepter here. The Monkey King, he's poor, he can't afford big, cool items, he can't get an Assault Cuirass, he can't get armor, so he has to buy this shitty pair of boots, this little Ghost Scepter to defend himself against the TA. It's just such a sign of desperate socioeconomic frustration and struggle that the Monkey King is going through.
Beautiful reference, and yeah, I absolutely agree. This is a problem of being behind and having to spend money to solve small issues that if you're rich enough, you wouldn't even think about them. But Paravision, of course, they don't have these problems. They don't even need to get boots, you know. Why boots when you can have Swift Blinks with the upgrade into that?
Horses and carriages.
Exactly. Teleportation devices.
Incredible technology. You know, testament though to Team Spirit. The game, you know, a lesser team, the game would have ended already. Team Spirit are kind of out there on the map, delaying things, making sure that this game doesn't end. They can get to this next round of items and maybe find a way to weasel back into things. A 29k lead, not completely insurmountable. But if Radan gets caught, BKB TP's home. Make sure that the safest route is used.
They didn't see him use BKB, so they can't know that his timing is down. They can play on the cooldown. He did do it in Fog of War. He tucked himself into a little tree line before TPing out. But as you said, they're doing the best they can to hold on. But a 30,000 gold lead at 35 minutes is absolutely monstrous. It is a near insurmountable task to try and turn this game around. Jarkopter showing himself bottom. Shadowblade is purely for safety. Radan saying that, you know, I don't have anywhere to farm, so.
Mariana's trench of net worth lead there.
And even 9 class could just set up on him, right? There's a Gem Slark with Yules and Hex. This Slark could catch you for 10 seconds pretty much with Hex and Yule Scepter pounce. Could trap you in for a long time before the storm arrives.
And the map is starting to tighten up around them, like a net around little Team Spirit fishies. The top lane has to be dealt with. Mid lane is going to be then trending in towards them. And Roshan, you know, potentially alive in 2 minutes, but it looks like TA
exactly when.
knows exactly when it's up. Is already in the pit.
Yeah, we can see it. The low shining mark there on the Aegis respawn, or Roshan respawn, the clock, if you will. In just a few seconds, it's gonna come up, and she's gonna immediately tear into it.
Yeah. So the meld. Oh,
you missed the meld. That happens. You wait so much, you know, anticipate this moment. And still, even though he missed that, their minus armor is absurd. Roshan went down to minus 22 armor from the Bristleback and the TA.
But meld stacks, right? So you're there, you're melding your invis, the cooldown is ticking, and you're allowed to hit, and then you meld again, you hit again, and that minus armor additively stacks up.
Yeah, now with Refresher Shard on an Aghanim's Jakiro, I mean, we haven't hyped up the supports much, but this is a serious threat. He's level 18 with Aghanim's and Refresher Shard. Jakiro could just absolutely destroy the Gyrocopter on his own in the fight if he drops a good double ulti.
It's insane. Absolutely monstrous on this Jakiro. And at this point, Team Spirit have defender's advantage. They've got buybacks on 4 of their heroes. Gyrocopter, not one of them. So Paravision, if they kill the Gyro, they could just outright win the game. And that's why Radan is currently invis, hiding in the trees as far away as possible from any kind of jumps.
And just by showing up like this, they forced all of Team Spirit to go back to base. Showing up at their doorstep saying, hey, we're here to push. And Team Spirit have to, you know, it's like keeping them honest. Making sure they stay in base. And now that Team Spirit are back herded into their base, they push out the side lanes, use the entire map, and Team Spirit are just flailing to get whatever they can done. It's so hard, scrambling for items at this stage. Lol has not queued up a BKB, but I feel like this Manta surely is not it. I think BKB is the play, brother. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, you need a lot of things in this game.
It's rough, isn't it?
He commits for the Manta.
He's going for it.
Just get whatever you can before this final fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, Centaur just bought an armlet, right? They are buying every little bit and bob they can possibly find. It means Centaur doesn't have buyback, but potentially he's got outplay capabilities with his armlet to toggle it on and off. They'll start things off here with a jump onto the TA. Storms into the back, though, trying to get a catch there. Radan standing his ground with the BKB, but they've lost the Monkey King and the Warlock already. Buybacks are available, but Paravision are still here with Aegis, Cheese, and a shitload of damage to take down the tower and the objectives in this Radiant base.
The Slark Shrouds, you just
the
can't
jump.
Focus.
Miposhka's dead. The dieback of the Warlock gone for 70 seconds. And Monkey King is going to have to buy back, but it's still a 4 versus 5. Then you plus 1 of the Aegis, 1 of the Cheese. It's 4 versus 7 at this point. Paravision have a tremendous numbers advantage. And the Gyrocopter, again, he doesn't have buyback. If he dies here, the game is over. So the focus really is on Radan. He's dead to DM and no one. GG is called. Congratulations. Paravision, the victors of ESL One Raleigh.
And he ends it with a rampage. And getting tipped as well by the old guards. No one throwing a tip to Satanic for his performance here in the final game as they together take out the grand finals. Paravision have done it. Coming back from lower bracket. Winning against Team Spirit, the expected favorite going into the grand finals.
Yeah, a sweet turnaround there, and it must be a great feeling for Paravision to win another ESL One event, you know, winning Bangkok, winning Raleigh, and Satanic winning against his former team. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Look at that damage output from the young lad himself.
And that was after a tough start for the rest of his teammates. The Storm was pretty shut down. The Bristleback didn't really have a lane. And TA was the only one who had a good game in the beginning of the game for his own team. But they found a lot of nice little moves. I think the Roche call at minute 15 was so instrumental to them winning. The moment they knew the enemy want to go for that 15 minutes Tormentor, because that's when Torment spawns, right then they go for Roche with Desolator, with Bristleback minus armor. And it caught them by surprise. Team Spirit were on the back foot ever since that.
I just want to look back. So Satanic died once in that game. That game was the bugged one. Okay, he died 5 times in a Beastmaster game, which kind of ruins things. Yes. But throughout this series, he died very little. And honestly, throughout this tournament, it feels like Satanic is one of the cleanest players we've seen in a long old time. And congratulations to him and the entire squad for winning the tournament.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's been a pleasure doing this Newcomer stream. It's a bit of a strain on both of us, you know, compared to normal casting. We're really thinking, going through questions, trying to figure out, you know, what to say and what to talk about. Because usually in Dota, we have a threshold of this is the level of interesting. Above it, we go for, and below it, we ignore. We have to lower that threshold and just like explain everything in detail, which is super fun. Learning stuff, learning progress all along the way.
And, you know, thank you to everyone who's been here with us as well. Everyone in chat who has been, you know, taking part in watching these games, whether you're a new player or not. It's been a pleasure having you guys here with us as well. And honestly, the players gave us some fantastic Dota, Gareth. This was a really sick tournament. Obviously, we've been kind of vibing and just chilling here, talking about our random topics throughout the games. But wow, what amazing games we had this tournament.
Yeah, some spectacular ones. You know, hopefully you enjoyed, you know, through group stage, playoffs. We did the Newcomer stream as well. Tons of games. But I think it's time for us to wrap up and say goodnight. And you guys should probably all head over to the mainstream for the ending ceremony, the endgame interview, watch the trophy being lifted and stuff like that. ESL_Dota 2 will pass you all onto there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Wow, it's been a pleasure. And again, hopefully we've brought some people back into Dota or some new Dota players that are going to join our ranks. And we'll hopefully see you all next time.